Tuesday.
Yep, it is Tuesday. We took yesterday off. We're all refreshed, ready to go. Energy's up this morning.
Monday on a Tuesday is fire.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like Monday, though, is the thing. We just already got a head start.
Yeah.
Locked in, ready to go.
A lot happened this weekend. Did you do anything yesterday? I didn't do anything.
Same. I didn't do much.
I cleaned around the house. I was productive, I guess, that way. But, I mean, yeah. Oh, I caught up on the new Game of Thrones show. I caught up on that yesterday morning.
Okay.
That's fire. Night it's in the Seven Kingdoms. Yeah, it's fire. Caught up on that.
Okay.
Did some dishes, did some laundry.
Hell yeah.
Took the dog for a walk.
I did a lot of reading this weekend. We walked to Starbucks on Sunday. We walked to Starbucks because there's a new coffee shop about a mile and a half from the house. And we're trying to do some more walking because we're going to be walking everywhere in Japan. And so we just don't want to be in a spot where we haven't done a lot of walking lately. So we just want to make sure, so we're doing a couple 2-3 miles a day, just making sure that we're good to go. So about a mile, 1.4 miles to the Starbucks. We hang out, drink some coffee, read our books, walk back. Yesterday, woke up, ate some breakfast, and read all day.
Nice.
I'm not a fast reader. I got through 300 pages of The Shining. Finished that book yesterday.
Yeah, when did you start that?
February, first week of February.
Okay. Yeah, so you felt like you were just getting into it on Friday or whatever, and this is now we're out.
Yeah, man. Because I usually read at night for the most part. So I get maybe a chapter and a half, and then my eyes get heavy and I go to sleep. Good. So it takes me a while to get through these books. But The Shining, I was just locked in. Turns out Stephen King can write.
Yeah, who knew?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to be a horror book guy. Can't do the movies. But I'm going to watch The Shining. I'm going to watch that movie. Because now I have to.
You got to.
What if we strap a GoPro to your face and took you to the movies? It's like, oh yeah, Kyle watches The Conjuring and stuff like that.
Strap a GoPro to my face?
Yeah, we'll just reaction video.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
So put the GoPro on the seat in front of me.
On the seat in front of me, yeah. Not on your face, literally, but just kind of.
It's just gonna be a lot of this. If you're watching on YouTube, congratulations, you'll get to see this. If you're not, appreciate you listening at 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2 or on the Odyssey app, iHeart app, TuneIn app, wherever you're listening. We appreciate it so much. Or perhaps on the podcast feed. But it would just be a lot of this. Just I go arms crossed because that's just a natural reaction because you're protecting your. Oh yeah,
I'm a big hold the pillow guy.
Yeah, so I'm sitting like this, and then it's a lot of this. It's a lot of just hand up, not covering my eyes, but hand up to the forehead and averting my eyes down. That's just not what I need.
Maybe plug in one ear so you can't hear or whatever.
No, I don't need all that. I don't need to plug the ears. I'm just I don't need to see bones coming through skin and stuff like that. I don't need to see
we're not watching Saw.
I don't need to see things getting chopped off. That's not my bag.
Fair enough. I don't want to see things getting chopped off.
Yeah, man. That's it.
I'm not gonna fight you on that.
I don't think that's crazy.
It's not a crazy take.
Fair enough.
I got another thing from the weekend. I went to Mojo's. We'll talk about it. But I want to get into the NBA All-Star game because I don't know if All-Star Weekend is back.
Hey.
But the NBA All-Star game might be back.
Maybe.
I had a good ass time watching basketball on Sunday, bro.
Yeah, no, it kind of got me thinking. I was telling you before the show, maybe we finally got the effort. Maybe you can finally bring it back to East versus West and get the original thing back. But I mean, as far as Sunday went, it was the best All-Star game in I don't know how long. Saturday was fine too. It's just nobody was there to see it.
Yeah, that's a huge problem with. I think that's an all-star game problem in the NBA because it all goes to corporate sponsors who either don't care about basketball or just don't go.
No, it was
doing other stuff. Yeah, that was it. That was a tough scene for sure. But there's no reason to go. If I have tickets if I care tangentially about sports, I care about sports a little bit. But hey, I can go to this massive party where all these celebrities are going to be, or I can go watch players I've never heard of in the dunk contest.
Yeah.
You go to the party. I think we all would go to the dunk contest.
Yeah. Randy Lilly brings up a good point too. Wish they would have told people it was an earlier start. I don't know if they maybe promoted it or marketed it in the best way where people knew it was at 2:00 on Saturday and Sunday. I checked Twitter on Saturday, whatever. It's like, oh, the All-Star Weekend starts at 2:00. So I was there watching the 3-point contest, but I'm not sure how many other people knew.
Yeah.
So that's tough. But I mean, the 3-point contest itself was fine. And then, Sunday was fire. You see Wemby talking to Anthony Edwards before the game?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I got you or whatever.
Yeah.
And Anthony's like, all right.
It was great.
Yeah.
It's exactly what we needed. And I think everybody knew that Wemby being in it because he's a psychopath in the best way was going to be good for it. But I couldn't help but feeling like I thought the basketball was good and I turned it on ready to hate on it.
Yeah.
I
think
turned it
we all-
on.
I don't want to say we all turned it on ready to hate on it, but we all just went in with just negative thoughts, I guess, about it, just because we know what it's been the last decade.
Yeah, I turned it on, ready to go. This is a waste of time. Turn
Mhm.
it off halfway through the first game, and come in here on Tuesday and talk about how All-Star games are dead.
Yeah.
And then they started playing a little defense, and then the intensity ratcheted up, and then you've got a comeback from the USA team, and Ant hits a 3, and it's man.
Well, the thing is, too, is like there was only about maybe 100 or so people there, like, give or take.
Oh yeah, no,
But
was
there's a point
nobody
you're
in the
watching the
building.
game, it's like, wait, is that the crowd?
Yes.
Are they into the game right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. I couldn't help shake the feeling though, and I want to talk about All-Star Weekend in general, but I couldn't help shake the feeling on Sunday. Like that was, I think, part of the reason I was having so much fun is it's because I feel like it's the first time I've had fun watching basketball all year.
Could be the case.
It's just so, and this isn't about the quality of player on the court. It was just about the overall competitiveness up until the final game. The whatever Stripes team got blown out, but I think I just was enjoying watching really high level competitive basketball for the first time it feels like all season.
Well, yeah, how many
Because
times have we watched a blowout this season?
Well, but that's it. And this is not specific to Sacramento. This is if you're in Washington, if you're in Utah, if you're in Brooklyn, if you're in where else?
Indiana.
Indiana. I think probably if you're in Memphis by now.
Yeah.
But this entire season has been about losing.
It's been the story of the NBA season.
Yeah, and we've been talking about how losses are better than wins for the Kings since November.
Been rooting it on.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Right?
It's been a while.
And the season didn't start great. So there was never a point in this year where it was like, oh, hey, this is fun. So on Sunday, watching really high-level competitive basketball, again, this is not about the quality of the player. It's an all-star game. Of course, it's all the best players. But it was just the competitiveness and caring.
It was like you say, you had fun watching basketball. That's what
Yes.
it comes down to, yeah.
I think that's part of it. The competitiveness helped. And the
Mhm.
all-star game looking so vastly different than it has the last decade or so helped a lot. But I couldn't help shake the feeling as I'm sitting there on my couch. I'm sitting forward on my couch. I'm sitting on the edge of my couch.
Locked in like it's the
I'm
playoffs.
dialed, dude. I can't remember the last time I did that.
I couldn't tell you from
Curling?
game.
Was it curling?
Probably for mixed doubles curling. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right. That's exactly what it was.
Controversy. in the
USA v
Olympics and curling.
Sweden. Was there?
I think people are accusing Canada of hitting the stone twice.
Oh, dang.
Yes. I think
Oh,
they've been
man.
fined, but yeah, it's just been out there.
Man.
It's just if you're tapped
You
in the
can't do
Olympics.
that. You can't do that. Curling's
yeah.
fun. I like curling a lot. We'll do a little Olympics update in a bit, but 3-point contest. We gotta talk about it.
That was fire.
Was it?
Yes. Yes. I had a great time. I was like, oh, this is amazing. All right, I'm not gonna overdo it. All right. But like how you saying you were sitting up for the All-Star game, that's
Yeah.
how I was during the 3-point contest.
No, it's totally fine. That's totally fair.
What are you gonna do right now?
No, I'm asking questions.
No.
I'm just asking.
See, now my energy's up here and you're gonna take it down here. Go do it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, man. It's All-Star weekend.
Yeah.
It's a celebration of the best players in the league for that specific season.
Great time.
Damian Lillard.
Yes. Amazing.
Has played no minutes.
Nope. A 0. Goose egg.
Just like his jersey number. And he wins the 3-point contest?
Yeah, he did.
That's not fair.
No, yes,
That's
it
not
is.
right?
Okay, look it. We can talk about fair or not. Like I said, I was talking to you before. Maybe like he's coming off the torn Achilles. He's probably not doing too much cutting or anything like that. He's probably shooting off the rack a lot right now. So yes, maybe it's a little unfair because that's all he's been doing. But point being, like it's fine. Let Dame go out there. Let him win it a third time. Like Larry Bird, I think someone else. I'm missing who else did it a third time. I think in the 3-point contest. Maybe it was just Larry Bird. But point being, like it's fine. It's a good story. Devin Booker.
Can we start?
Devin Booker was amazing. I mean, it seemed like he was never going to miss until he got to that last rack. I mean, it was a good time. Con Canepa was great.
Craig Hodges? Is that right?
I think that's it.
Yeah, Craig Hodges could shoot it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Love Craig Hodges.
Larry Bird thrice. Yeah, Craig Hodges 3 times, 90-92.
And Damian Lillard.
And Dame.
Going for it a 4th time next year. He said he hit up Steph. We saw the messages on Instagram, I guess. No, the 3-point contest was amazing. Don't do that.
I have.
What, you want to honor an All-Star weekend now?
I have no recollection of Marco Bellinelli winning the 3-point contest. That's just not a thing
Yeah,
that happened in
no.
my brain. That's crazy.
I honestly delete that from.
It went Paul Dirk. This is starting in 06.
Yeah.
Dirk, Jason Capono twice, back-to-back years, Daquan Cook, Paul Pierce,
Yep.
a Hall of Famer,
First ballot.
James Jones, then Kevin Love, Kyrie Irving, Marco Bellinelli, Steph, Clay, Eric Gordon, Devin Booker, Joe Harris, Buddy Hield, Steph Curry, Cat.
Don't do that with
Dame,
Joe Harris. He
Dame,
can shoot it.
Tyler Hero, Dame.
Yeah, Marco Bellinelli is one of these is not like the others.
Don't do that with Joe Harris.
Hey, Joe Harris can shoot it. All right. Don't do that.
All right, man.
No, don't do that. No.
All right. Yeah,
Stop.
No, Joe Harris is a really good player.
No.
Glad
A
we
really good
celebrated
three-point
Joe,
shooter.
Joe Harris at All-Star Weekend. That's
Joe
tight.
Harris, we're telling your
That's
legend
tight.
today, buddy.
Is Joe Harris still in the league?
No chance.
He's only 34 and he's out of the league, and you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, no
Come on,
chance.
man.
Like all he
Come
could
on,
do
man.
was shoot the three.
Come on, man. But no, man, I'm kind of here for the idea. I'm kind of here for the idea that certain players, and I don't know how we would lay out this criteria, but even Steph, Dame, Clay, whoever, after they hang them up, if they just want to come out to All-Star Weekend and participate in the 3-point contest, I think they should be able to.
That would be fire.
I think if you win the 3-point contest multiple times,
That's how you get your re-entry back.
I think
after
you should
retire.
be able to come back at any point.
That's a great idea. I've never thought about that. Like you need to sell that or something to Adam Silver.
Because that's the real excite. If Dame had been playing this year and was just having an average-ish Dame season, the 3-point contest probably isn't as fun.
Yeah.
It's like it's a good time. It's
you get a story out of it now, like an
Yes.
actual one, rather than just Dame won it a third time. It's like
Right.
also this.
Yes, this makes it notable. And so I think that would be great. Steph Curry hangs him up after the 2028 season, 2029 All-Star Weekend. Oh, Steph is going to be in the 3-point contest, hasn't played. Or Steph in 2031, he hasn't been in the league for 3 years, but he's going to come back and try and win the 3-point contest. I think that'd be a lot of fun. It's something the NBA should look into.
No, that's definitely
And call it the Dame Lillard rule.
They should definitely do that. And also, dunk contest, you're just never gonna figure it out, huh?
It's over.
It's not.
I think the problem with the dunk contest, and this is the jump. That's Jesse Tapia on
If you didn't know.
comment. Joe Brazil's over there.
Real quick, like even like the 3-point contest was great. I loved it every second of it.
Yeah.
And the shooting stars contest after that, where you had Allen Houston, the Knicks team win,
Yeah.
that was great too. Like
I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
Heck
like
out of
that's
that.
always fun. I
Yes.
feel like. And then the dunk contest is just, I'm gonna change the channel.
It's a buzzkill.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with the dunk contest.
I was surprised they didn't lead off with it.
We're out of dunks.
I don't think we're out of dunks. We're out of stars.
I think we're out of attainable dunks.
People don't want to do it though. Is the thing. Like there's no stars. There's no reason to tune in. Like Mac McClung. Mac McClung is a great dunker. Amazing
Mhm.
when he's been in amazing, awesome, all that stuff.
Did you see the videos of the dunks he would have done?
I saw some of them. Yes,
They were the bet. They would have, any one of them would have won the whole thing.
I would have much rather taken a star in the league rather than Mac McClung the last few years.
So here's,
It's there needs to be a balance.
yeah, I don't know. I would be interested to talk to one of the participants. But you can tell that Mac McClung, and again,
Michael Jordan used to do the dunk contest.
Yeah,
Like you
right.
can't be above doing the dunk contest.
Jordan versus Neek was a Dominique Wilkins, not Neek Clifford, was a real thing.
Yes.
And so I want to know now, do these guys just get at, like, does Jace Richardson, because Mac
That was
McClung,
tough.
God dang. Mac McClung,
That was,
you can tell based on, again, you can go find these videos. He posted the 4 dunks he would have done if he had participated. But he kind of said, to hell with the NBA. I can't get an NBA contract. I'm not going to help their All-Star weekend, which salute. I think that's great. His dunks were amazing. He did one where there's a guy like on a ladder holding the ball up by the rim, and Mac like jumps over a guy and then windmills his arm and without looking puts the ball through that. It was amazing. He does another one where he like kicks the ball in midair. He does like jackknifes his body, kicks the ball, and then dunks it. It's unbelievable.
yeah, that's why they didn't want him in the dunk contest.
Well, it's why
Not
he didn't
they, but like, yeah, I guess if you heard him, it's like, yeah, people didn't want me to do it or whatever, just because.
But
that
I think,
stuff.
but I think he actively works on what would be a cool dunk. I don't know if Jace Richardson is out there working on his dunk package, or if they just go, hey, your dad was good at dunking. Do you want to come do this? And he's like,
that was a classic.
Sure.
We got Jason Richardson at home type of thing right there.
Right.
No disrespect to Jace Richardson. But.
And so I wonder, do these guys like really work on this stuff, or are they just kind of on the fly? Like, okay, yeah, I got the dunk contest in a week. Let me see what I can put together.
Yeah. I mean, how we can have someone on the show back then who won the dunk contest or was in the dunk contest? Because like stars used to, like, the dunk contest used to be appointment views, to be amazing. And it wasn't just, it wasn't like Mac McClung's back then. It was Nate Robinson and Dwight Howard. They weren't doing these elaborate dunks. Dwight Howard was throwing on the Superman cape and just throwing it into the hoop. And it was just amazing because it was entertainment. Like, that's honestly all I'm asking for at this point. I don't need you to do the crazy stuff or whatever. I think there's no entertainment with the dunk contest at all.
Yeah, the problem is, was it John Collins a few years ago who brought out like a plane?
Yes.
And just failed spectacularly?
Yeah.
That's what I mean by we've run out of dunks. Like when Jason Richardson did the like 360 between the legs, it was like, whoa, now when a guy does that, it's like, all right, cool. Seen somebody do that before.
See, but if it was Anthony Edwards doing it, people would love it.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Like if Anthony Edwards was the one doing that dunk, people, oh my gosh, it's amazing. Look at that, blah, 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 or insert whatever star player.
Sure.
Doesn't have to be LeBron anymore or anything like that. But like if you had like those guys and they're doing the dunks now, I think people would be just fine. Like everyone would be excited, entertained, ready to go. The dunk contest would be great again.
Maybe
you're just missing that star power. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not tapped in for the G League and two-way player dunk contest.
No doubt. I would like Jackson Hayes to be out of the league for what he did at the dunk contest.
Fair.
You say you're going to dunk from the free throw line, and then you dunk from 2 steps in front of the free throw line?
Yeah, we were running back free throw line dunks on Friday, I think it was, during D-Lo and KC, so that's kind of tough for you to go and do that on Saturday.
Yeah, like
fresh
a
in the
full
minds.
like 2 steps past the free throw line. That's a bad look. I don't think there's any star in the league who could do that and have people excited about it. But maybe you're right. Maybe Ant doing a 360 between the legs dunk gets the people going.
Yeah, you need to sell the event, and I'm sorry you can't do that with the guys that you have out there now.
Yeah. As far as the format, you said that maybe they could bring back East versus West now.
It's just the thing.
I think you have to not touch the format now.
Really?
Yes. Until
why?
Because I think if you have this successful, because it was, by all accounts, it was a successful
This
All-Star
was a win.
game.
Yes, this was a win.
A huge win for the NBA. People gave a damn about the All-Star game again. People were talking about it in a way that wasn't, this sucks. Look how bad it sucks.
Yeah.
They're playing defense. They're trying, but not like playoff intensity. They're just moving their feet defensively.
It's enough for an All-Star game. It's what people wanted.
Yes. I think now, if you do this and go, okay, cool, going back to what it was, people, I think would.
Do you think it would kind of?
I think it would be desperate. I think you found something that worked. I think you have to go with it.
See, you call it desperate. I feel like it's kind of striking when the iron's hot. I think it was Cade Cunningham before the All-Star game, when they were doing little media scrums or whatever that was talking about wants to go back to East-West eventually and just kind of experience that like the players before him did. I don't know if it's Cade Cunningham, but someone did say that, like talking about it going into All-Star weekend. It's just kind of like, I wonder, like I said, if it'd be striking when the iron's hot. Now you got the effort, and it's like you can get maybe the fans back, like, oh yeah, the All-Star game's back. We finally got it. We're doing East versus West, things like that. Like I don't really disagree with you, but like I said, I think it's rather striking when the iron's hot rather than desperation. Like you can bring it back finally. Like it's just like what people are so nostalgic about and what they've been missing. Like you can bring that back. The East versus West thing, all that stuff, the effort. Like you got the effort, and now it's just you can bring it full circle now next year, I feel.
But I'm wondering if you do one game.
And how sustainable is this World versus USA thing too?
We'll see. Like that's it. If you get to a point where they look and they're kind of mapping out what it's going to look like the next year, and they're like, man, there's going to be like 7 guys for the world team. We're going to have to really like they were already, I think, stretching to get guys on that team.
Yeah.
If they look at in 2020, I don't know, 2029, and they go, then cool, go back to East versus West. But the problem is, I think if you go back to a full 48-minute game, you're going to start to see that lackluster effort. I think the appeal here was this is 12 minutes, and it's win or leave the court. I think it's way easier to have Wemby try his ass off for those 12 minutes and Ant try his ass off for those 12 minutes
Yeah.
and set that tone. Because LeBron said, like, Ant and Wemby set the tone. I think it's way easier to do that in a 12-minute game where, all right, loser goes. Winner stays on to play the next team. I think it's much easier to get a full effort for those 12 minutes than, Wemby was on the court for 6 minutes, but now he and Ant are off the court and guys are screwing around. Like, you're not going to get the momentum back.
Yeah, I hear you. I want to fight against it, but it's a good point. But
Thanks.
But I'm still going to hold that hope. I think eventually we get back to East versus West.
I do too. I think at some point we go back to that. It's some league anniversary, maybe. But I think for next year, you've messed with the All-Star format so much that, okay, you found something that works, just don't touch it.
Yeah. And I also
just let it be this for a couple of years and let this be the standard for a while before going back.
Yeah, they get a strike for not marketing it being 2:00 or whatever, the way people like nobody knows at 2:00.
Shout out to the Olympics.
But that's the thing. I'm not going to knock up too much because I mean, you get bumped for the Olympics. So move it to 5:00 next year, get some fans in there, and I think you're cooking with some.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That is our studio line. We got our guy TC wants to talk about the dunk contest. What's up, TC? Oh my God.
TC.
Y'all got me better, bro.
Yeah. What's up?
Better.
Hey, listen. So the dunk contest, I get it. I want to see stars too, right? But at the same time, I get it too from their standpoint. Dudes is like, man, you can get injured on any play, right? But I get it. They're like, man, if I'm not finna go out here and keep jumping up and down. I'll blow an ACL. I'd rather do that during a game. You get me? So some of it could be fear, or some of it just they might not want to participate. I'm just looking at it from another angle. Also, bro, this draft, I've been doing homework, watching ball. Bro, this draft is so deep, man. We finna hit this year. Like, it's deep to the second round, even undrafted guys. Who we gonna pick? I know we got our lottery pick, bro, but hey, listen, this draft is deep, y'all, and we finna hit this year. So that's why I'm not really tripping. I know everybody's frustrated, but we finna hit this year, y'all. That's all I got. It's not optimistic. We really finna hit. That's all I got.
Thanks, DC.
Good Lord,
I emphasize that point.
What's that guy's deal?
Yeah, started with the first point. Like, nobody, I don't think, has ever gotten like extremely hurt or catastrophically hurt doing the dunk contest, right? Where
Jace Richardson.
Well, he's fine, right? Just a little icy, a little icy hot. He's good. He's good. Walk it off. I'm saying, like, no one's blew out an Achilles.
No, not yet.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So I don't think that's a thing TC was talking about. But yes, the draft is.
I think that's a worry, though. I think that's
maybe
part of the reason the guys are like, man, I'm not. But to the point about Wemby and Ant setting the tone, if a couple of players, one guy on each team says, hey, we're doing this, I think other people follow suit, but nobody wants to be the guy who is like, no, we need to try. Like, it's just, no, Wemby's going to go play hard. Ant is going to play hard. They've been talking trash, and everybody kind of follows suit and goes, okay, cool. We're good to play. Nobody wants to be the guy who's out there running around trying to grab every rebound when people are like, I'm mailing it in.
And then second point on the draft. Yeah, this is going to be a deep draft. If I'm Scott Perry, I mean, maybe try to figure out another way to get into the first round.
I don't know that anybody's disputing that it's a deep draft. We've talked about it. If the Kings don't get the number one pick, I feel good about Scott Perry being the guy who is picking fifth.
Yeah.
Or fourth.
You're going to get someone there. You just hope you get the right one.
Yeah. But, and given what Scott Perry did this year, it's hard not to feel good about him identifying a good player.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether
TC really drove home that point to them.
What did he? They're going to hit this year.
Yes, they are.
I think it sucks if you're the NFL watching the NBA All-Star game be awesome.
And be like, wow,
knowing you have no recourse.
No, it's over.
You have nothing.
We got Shedeur Sanders and Joe Flacco here. Like,
well, and did you see the ratings numbers?
I didn't.
It's like 8 million people watched the NBA All-Star game, and the NFL the MLB All-Star game was like 7 point something.
Yeah, and Johnny
and
was
the Pro Bowl's
grandmother
at 2 million.
Yeah.
There's just nothing they can do to save it.
I'm at the point where it's like, if you're going to tie it into contracts, just give them a little badge or whatever. Nobody needs to go and play anything. Just give them their money.
Get a jersey patch the next year.
Exactly. Just do something like that. You were a Pro Bowler. congrats. You're a Pro Bowler and All Pro. I think it'll be more meaningful that way. But we don't need to go and play flag football. I don't need to see them run the tush push in the flag football style or whatever. Like I don't need to see CeeDee Lamb lining up as a DB. Just it's pointless. It's fine. I don't want to watch him play dodgeball. It's cool.
And I will say I'll hold the L on that because I thought that that's what the NFL needed to do, and it just didn't. It didn't work.
Yeah,
it's not working. The NBA, on the other hand, has tried a bunch of things, and they might have landed on something that worked.
And it's too physical for effort too.
Yeah, that's it. You can play with a level of effort in the NFL or in the NBA that we saw it. You can play with effort and intensity that's not like, man, somebody's going to get hurt out here. It's not, you don't have to play full contact, crazy physical. If you want to play some Ole defense at the rim, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But make it a little bit difficult to drive. Contest a 3-point shot. Don't shoot it from half court every time. I think that's fun.
Yeah.
And I think we saw that. I just don't think that football as a sport has that avenue.
There's talks about adding an 18th game. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to try in the Pro Bowl then.
Yeah,
it's insane.
That's it. If you're going to add the 18th game, just can the Pro Bowl. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to be there.
I caught some old Pro Bowl highlights this weekend, actually.
How'd that go?
It was great. You want to know why I caught some old Pro Bowl highlights?
Yeah, please tell me.
Because we were watching Adrian Peterson highlights. I'm being dead serious, too. I can show you my YouTube history.
You said we. Do you make your wife watch Adrian Peterson highlights?
All right, I'll set the scene. No, I was in my living room. I was in my living room watching Adrian Peterson because there was nothing else to watch or whatever. So like, I'll literally throw on old highlights. So I was watching AP highlights, and she's off to the side during her nursing school doing her homework and stuff, and I'm just on the couch. Oh wow, AP was great, but it was the Pro Bowl. I think might have been the one before or after the same one where Sean Taylor lit up the punter. Yeah. So that's why I remember. Yeah, we went into some Red Sox highlights after that, but this is not a joke.
She's over there doing nursing school, and you're like, man, Adrian Peterson
was great.
Hey, Adrian Peterson in that 2012 season. Woo!
Yeah. No, yeah. Shut up.
She's over there like,
she's out there trying to
like,
better people's future and hers. Yes.
Tendons, illnesses, and you're like,
baby, he ran for 296 his rookie year.
You see this? Watch this cut.
What a legend. Dude, he's like Derrick Henry, Saquon, and everyone mixed into one.
All right, we got a ton of stuff to get to. Sac State is going D1 FBS. Maction is coming to the West Coast. We'll talk about that. The Dolphins released a couple of players that the 49ers should be in on, should not be in on. Adam Silver addressed the tanking thing, and the league is discussing perhaps the most dramatic way to stop teams from tanking. We'll dive into all that over the next couple hours. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil is going to push the button. We're The Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, Chatty House? Here, just so you know, I'm not joking either. Look at this. Yeah, we went to Adrian Peterson's dominant career NFL highlights to best Red Sox moments of all time.
The algorithm's just dialed in.
Oh, yeah.
I have a new complaint about the NFL draft.
Oh, nice. Is that for the show or for the stream?
I need to do it for the stream. I have a new least favorite type of draft analyst on Twitter. And it's because there are definitely draft analysts who, my guy Corey Canan knows what he's watching. And when he does breakdowns, is breaking down things like footwork and like little minutia that when I'm watching, I've got nothing. Like I don't, it's a depth of the sport that I don't get into. And I learn a lot. then there are people, and this has been cropping up a lot lately. They just post an all 22 video, and their analysis of it is just the play-by-play of what happens.
Yeah, I say it all the time. Releasing all 22 for everyone to buy and just giving every fan access to it was the biggest mistake of all time. Just because you can afford all 22 and yeah, the safety was here. Like, you're not analysis, bro. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like,
telling me that he beats the DB and then shows off body control to make the catch and then gets 2 feet in. Like, yeah, man.
Like, oh yeah, I watched
see that.
film. Like, that's cool, bro. You watch the all 22. You don't know what you're
I
watching.
saw that on the TV copy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. That's not teaching me anything. That's not. That doesn't tell me anything about.
You're out
the
here
play.
breaking down plays from your bedroom. Like,
Yeah,
come on. But
And there are people who are, like I said, there are people who are really good at it,
Like
and
you said,
I
like,
learn a
yeah.
lot from those people. But I think there's a lot of people trying to jump on the content train.
that's what it is. That's what I'm talking about. It's like a social media and Twitter thing now. Where it's just Joe Schmo was like, oh yeah, well, look at this.
Yeah.
All right.
I could say a lot of people tweeting for each other, like trying to show everybody else how much they know instead of trying to actually like educate people.
Brother, we got the same TV at Costco. Like, we're the same. Relax.
Mel Kiper's a legend. I think he's lost a step.
Lost both his feet.
I believe 7 people sent me the iced coffees.
That's so funny. I thought of you immediately when I saw that.
Yeah, it's good for my brand. Really good for my brand. That so many people. I ordered the hat right away.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Manny actually was the first person who tagged me in it, and is the first thing I did. We're trying to save some money for Japan, and I was like, honey, I'm so sorry. I'm buying this.
New hat just dropped. Sorry.
Yeah. I bought the dad hat style, though, because I'm afraid that iced coffee logo is going to be really tall, and it would make the crown really high. And then I don't like it. So, bought the dad hat style.
What's up, Germs?
What up, brah? I don't think it would be this year. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Joe Brazil over there. Behind the glass.
Ones and twos.
On the ones and twos. All that stuff. Jesse, your Miami Dolphins.
Yes, mine. I love them. Claim them. Yes, my Miami Dolphins.
Released 2 players over the weekend. Bradley Chubb and Tyreek Hill.
Yep. Clear some cap.
Clear some cap. They're rebuilding. They're cutting ties. This is a higher profile version of what the 49ers did last year, where they are getting rid of players. They're taking those cap hits now and cleaning up their cap for the future, which is, I think, is the right thing to do. I would like to talk. Bradley Chubb. Where are we at on Bradley Chubb as a player?
He's a good player right now. I think if I'm the 49ers, I'm taking a look at Bradley Chubb, but also I'm not really paying anything of substance for Bradley Chubb.
If
he wants to take one of those 1 year, $10 million deals or whatever, where it's like 10 million guaranteed, fine, come play here. Maybe I'm not paying him anything crazy.
I feel about Bradley Chubb.
He's fine.
A little bit the same way I feel about Tyreek Hill.
See, I feel much worse about Tyreek Hill.
Okay, but let me again a little bit. We'll get to the Tyreek Hill portion of this.
Yeah.
But if you're bringing in Bradley Chubb as the Bryce Huff, if you're going to cut Bryce Huff, which they might do, and bring in Bradley Chubb to be a third pass rusher, great. I'm in. Bring him in at, like you said, a 1 year.
I think you might be fine as your second pass rusher, though, next to Bosa.
Bring him in at a 1 year low dollar figure deal. I just think you have to do more.
Yeah.
On the edge. I don't think Bradley Chubb is going to totally fix your pass rush.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill, on the other hand, I don't think there's a realistic thing that's going. I don't think there's a realistic version of a Tyreek Hill contract that would make me okay with the 49ers signing him.
You don't want Tyreek Hill.
I'm all the way out.
Yeah, let him go be somebody else's problem.
I'm not all the way out. I've closed the door. I'm not locking it though.
He'll up Tyreek and all that stuff, but it's just who knows what he's going to look like after injury coming back. And also, I don't think what the 49ers need right now. Like, yes, he's a wide receiver, but also I just don't know if that's a player you're trying to win. Like, they have a thing, like they do things the right way. And Tyreek Hill has not showed up to meetings and he's quit on his team and things like that. It's just, I don't know. I'm just completely turned off by the player Tyreek Hill is.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Tyreek Hill, yes or no? For your favorite team. We're talking about the 49ers right now, but if you're a Raider fan, if you're a Tampa Bay fan,
would you
take on Tyreek Hill?
Would you take Tyreek in a first-round rookie receiver? Your boy KC Concepcion?
No. Tyreek Hill. Okay, so I'm gonna leave out any of the weird like tweets and all the stuff. He's
a troll on Twitter,
stuff. Yeah, all that stuff. I'm leaving that out of this for now. The 49ers are in this situation because Brandon Ayuk got hurt and because Ricky Pearsall can't stay healthy. If you're adding Tyreek Hill to be one of your top 2 wide receivers, and Juwan Jennings is going to be a free agent. If you're adding Tyreek Hill as one of your top 2 wide receivers, this is a 32-year-old. He's going on 32. He turns 32 on March 1. It's a 32-year-old coming off a dislocated knee, a torn ACL, and other torn knee ligaments. And he's going to be 32, and it's not even guaranteed he's going to play this year. He says he's going to. His agent says he's going to. Tom Pelissero from NFL Media reported yesterday, it's not exactly certain. So if Tyreek Hill is one of your answers at wide receiver, that cannot be the case.
Yeah.
That cannot be something for a team that just needs health and stability.
There's like a Band-Aid move, and the Band-Aid barely even holding on right there.
Yeah. You have no idea if that, if they went and did what you talked about. They used the 27th pick on KC Concepcion, wide receiver from Texas A&M, possession receiver, really fun player to watch. And Tyreek Hill, that's not enough. That's not even close to enough because you don't even know if Tyreek Hill is going to play.
Yeah.
And if he does, you don't know when. And if he does, you don't know how effective he's going to be.
Well, what's that speed looking like?
Yeah, what's that speed looking like? What made him specifically dangerous though was that like quick twitch, ball in his hands. Yeah, he can just run by anybody. But also when he caught the ball over the middle, like he was very, very twitchy and very good at making people miss and turning in yards after the catch. Like that stuff all still matters. And who knows what that's going to look like. And that's even if he does get on the field. And so I think for the 49ers, I think one of their priorities this year has to be finding players who are healthy. Can't be a guy who fell in the draft because he tore his ACL in October and he might come back midseason, but we'll redshirt him till next year. It can't be a guy who had some injury problems early in college. And yeah, he's a little bit older now, but look, he had a breakout season last year. And the knee injuries are a thing. Like, nah, man, you have to find players who are A, good, and B, can stay on the damn field.
You need a guy you can count on when it's time to play Seattle on the Rams.
That's it.
Like that's what it's coming down to.
Okay, and that's the perfect. Does Tyreek Hill again? I want to make this very clear. This is not about Tyreek Hill, who the player was. He was a first-team All-Pro, damn near MVP. I think he finished 6th in MVP voting in 2023. That's 3 seasons ago. He was a top 10 MVP candidate, 1,800 receiving yards, bunch of touchdowns. He was amazing. But then those numbers declined a lot the following year. And then they had started to tick up before he got hurt in week 4 last year. They had started to tick up, but not even close to where he was in 2023 and before that. So we were seeing a declining player as it was.
Yep.
And that was coming off a major knee injury. I'm out, dude. I don't want anything. Now, again, the reason I'm closing the door but not locking it, if the Niners draft a player in the first round and they trade for, I'm just going to say Justin Jefferson because that's like the biggest name I can think of. They trade for Justin Jefferson, who again, I don't know if they will, but let's just say they do. Draft KC Concepcion. They have Ricky Pearsall. They re-sign Juwan Jennings on a reasonable deal, and they bring in Tyreek Hill on a $4 million contract. Fine. Sure. Because maybe he could be an awesome third wide receiver. And if he doesn't play, it doesn't kill you. But if you're bringing in a player like Tyreek Hill, who's coming off a major injury at 32 years old, and you're expecting him to be some kind of fix, does he get you closer to beating Seattle?
No.
Not even. Now, again, Prime Tyreek Hill, sure. Prime Tyreek Hill absolutely does. But does this version? I don't think so.
Is Justin Jefferson, is he available?
I don't know.
Or
I think he might have been before they fired Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, their GM.
Because it's like if there's any like just thought that like, hey, like that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had was like, no, you can call the Vikings right now. Is there anything that you wouldn't offer for him right now? We don't have to give up, the next 5 first-round picks or anything insane like that. But just, Justin Jefferson costs a couple first-round picks, a third, second next year. I don't know. Make up a deal in your mind. But is there anything that you wouldn't give up for Justin Jefferson right now if he was available? That's kind of my thing. If he's even a little bit available.
It's one of those. We talk about this with the Kings a lot, right?
You can have Mac Jones.
Not all first-round picks are equal.
Yeah.
The 49ers have the 27th pick this year. If you're adding Justin Jefferson, you feel pretty good about your ability to be good again next year. I would give up this year and next year's first, for sure. And let's say Mac Jones. Let's say that's somebody that Kevin O'Connell thinks can help them. But then again, if you're trading Justin Jefferson, I don't think you're adding Mac Jones, because I think you're going, all right, hey, we'll throw JJ McCarthy out there, and we'll do the NFL version of tanking.
The point being, like, you can have whatever you want.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Within reason, because I do think San Francisco has other roster holes I need to fill. But if you want next 2 firsts and a third rounder this year, like, yeah, man, bet, do it, call it in.
Yeah.
That's not even. I feel so. You're not giving up the first pick next year for Justin Jefferson. You're giving up 27 this year and probably a pick in the mid to late 20s next year. I think every team in the league would do that.
Yeah, you just wonder what deal's out there for the 49ers, because I don't think that T. Higgins is going to be going anywhere this season. I think they're going to try and do what they can defensively, whatever they can, I guess, with what money they have, and just try to figure it out one more year. And maybe the year after that is the blow up. A.J. Brown seems to be an Eagle. Well, that seems to be check back. That's the thing. Like, maybe check back in next week, and he might not be, and they might hate each other and things like that. So I'm not really sure who's out there.
We
did get that George Pickens was fined a bunch of times by the Cowboys last season report this weekend. Maybe they're not going to franchise him.
Can we do something? Can we take George Pickens off the table for the 49ers?
If you like, yeah.
I do not think that's a player that Kyle Shanahan wants on his football team.
Just why? Because he got that, I won't say diva, but he's a personality.
I think going through the type of player Kyle Shanahan wants and drafts and acquires a wide receiver, I don't think George Pickens is that. I think he's immensely talented. That's not shade of George Pickens. I'm just trying to.
He doesn't fit what the 49ers do.
Yeah, I think what's realistic. I don't think George Pickens is it. All right, let me ask you this. Just while we're here on the 49ers, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to chime in, please do. Let's say exact same compensation, 2 firsts and a third. Let's say that's the deal. And the Raiders call the Niners and the Vikings call the Niners and say Justin Jefferson for this deal, and the Raiders say Max Crosby for this deal. Same deal, 2 first this year.
Yeah.
Third this year, first next year. Yeah. Which one do you say yes to?
Raiders. It was nice talking to you. I'm going to go talk to Minnesota and get this deal done with them. Yeah, I'm trying for Justin Jefferson. Yeah. We get Justin Jefferson, Bradley Chubb. Congratulations. You're a 49er on a 1-year, $10 million deal. That's what I'm doing. No, yeah, I'm going Justin Jefferson.
Why?
Is
it the Seattle thing?
Yes, a little bit that, but also the game has shifted where it's like you can get by with a good defense if you have like you can kind of be what the Rams were this season. The Rams could hang with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
No matter how great the Seattle's defense was. Just the Rams had that offense where it's like, yeah, we can match up still and kind of go toe to toe with them. And I think that's kind of the route you need to take, because I feel like you're much farther away if you're trying to build up a defense the caliber of Seattle and trying to compete that way. I think you're a lot closer if you add Justin Jefferson, takes a little bit off of CMC. You're not putting so much on his table. I mean, you're going to have to figure out what you're doing at tight end. You have to fix up the rest of the receiver room. But Justin Jefferson is probably one of the 5 best football players, just no regard of position in the league right now. I mean, you can say top 10, whatever you want, but point being, he's really good. He makes an impact anywhere on that offense. So you get him, you're able to put up points. Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. So you have like maybe a top 12 to 10 defense, just kind of short around there. You got Bosa and Fred Warner back kind of leading there. It's like, I'd rather go with Justin Jefferson.
Okay, what if I change that name to A.J. Brown?
Max Crosby. Max Crosby.
So Jefferson's the one receiver you would.
He's one of one. He's a one of one type of receiver in this league. One of one type of football player in this league.
That's what's going to be really interesting because I think San Francisco, if I'm asking them, although the need at receiver might be so big, this changes, but they have compared pass rusher in terms of importance to quarterback.
Yeah.
Like it is quarterback, then pass rusher, because pass rusher affects quarterback. That's how they view the sport. And that's how they view defense. And I wonder if they're looking at, okay, Nick Bosa coming back off an injury, his third ACL tear. Michael Williams, a second-year player coming back off an ACL tear. I'm wondering if they're looking at, and they go, okay, Bradley Chubb would be great. But Max Crosby is a game-altering player. Where if Nick Bosa goes down, A, their pass rush doesn't completely go away, but B, when they're both healthy, A, you have a pass rush that might affect Sam Darnold. You have two edges that can defend, two edge defenders that can stay on the field and defend the run at a really high level. And is that enough to A, make Deommodore Lenoir even better, to help Renardo Green improve? Can Marquise Siegel and Malik Mustafa be enough in your secondary? Fred Warner coming back, D. Winters. Now all of a sudden you have this defense that, okay, maybe it's not Seattle, but you can really impact Seattle's offense in a way that your defense doesn't, or your offense doesn't need to be at that caliber.
Yeah, but what is your offense though? Because we'll talk about Christian McCaffrey later on. But like George Kittle is coming off of his injury.
Sure.
We're looking at the wide receiver room. That's really nothing there. Like Ricky Pearsall, you drafted him in the first round. That's great. The guy doesn't really stay on the field.
Yeah,
right
Ricky Pearsall is a non-factor to me right now.
Jawan Jennings, you have to bring him back, and also he is not a wide receiver one, and
no doubt,
barely wide receiver two. He's one of the best wide receiver threes in the league. So it's just there's too much offensively, where it's just you got to do something there. I feel like, and it's like it's you can get by on defense. I think, just like I said, with Fred and Bosa coming back, maybe you bring in a Bradley Chubb. Because I think Bradley Chubb he can still get to the quarterback. He's not a top-tier pass rusher or anything like that. But I think he can take some, well, if Bosa's taking the double teams or whatever, then say, yeah, Bradley Chubb can get to the quarterback. Like I said, Fred Warner will be back. I just think that you need more offensively given their circumstances. Like, I don't disagree with what you're saying,
right. No,
but
you're
like
probably right.
Defensively, it'll help him out big time if you get Max Crosby. Like, that's just one of the premier pass rushers in the league. He's better than Nick Bosa right now. But you just need too much offensively to compete still.
Yeah,
I think you can get by defensively and win. And what I mean by defensively, like you can be the 12th, 10th best defense, but offensively you can't get to that point, I think.
Where my brain is going, I can't. Hey, Joe, can we get the thing? Thanks. Where my brain is going is how they compare against the rest of the league. And I think you're hitting the nail on the head, and that I don't think it's that complicated. They have to beat Seattle. The NFC, until further notice, goes through Lumen Field.
Yep.
And while I think I have zero doubt about the impact Max Crosby would have on the 49ers or any team, Raiders, Niners, or otherwise, I do think that when it comes to stacking up against Seattle, I think you have to add another receiver, at least one. I wouldn't be surprised if they trade for a receiver. It might not be Justin Jefferson or AJ Brown. It might be, I have no idea. But they go sign Christian Kirk. They go draft a receiver in the first round. It wouldn't shock me at all if they try to completely overhaul their receiver room, because it is. You look at Christian McCaffrey; he's turning 30. George Kittle's 33, coming off an Achilles tear. They have nothing at wide receiver. God love Ricky Pearsall, but when he's on the field, he's very good.
And let's say that the 49ers are able to turn their defense a top 7, top 5 defense. Like, wow, they're great. You look at the Seattle Seahawks, and what sets them apart is that they have the offensive player of the year still. Like, they have JSN. Sam Darnold had a great year. And if you look at the 49ers, what are you throwing on the other side then offensively if you're bringing in the Max Crosby? It's not Jawan Jennings.
It's
Christian McCaffrey just had an insane amount of touches right now.
You're crossing your fingers for Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah,
and you're crossing your fingers that George Kittle comes back sooner than you think, and he comes back fully healthy. And you're crossing your fingers that Christian McCaffrey is a one of one in terms of being able to replicate his success after having 450 touches in a season.
Yeah.
And I don't know that that's viable. In fact, I know it's not. So I think you're probably right. I think there needs to be a massive overhaul in their receiving corps. And when they look defensively, I think you probably see, instead of going and trading for Max Crosby. Now I should say, this is if there's a major wide receiver trade available and Max Crosby is available. Neither may be the case, or maybe just one or the other, where this is not a dilemma. But if there's not a game-changing, game-altering wide receiver trade out there for the 49ers, I think you see them active in free agency, signing at least one, maybe two wide receivers. I think you see them draft one early. I think you see them draft a defensive end early. But I think they're going to be way more active in free agency this year, because you have two choices. You're at this tipping point of, do you go all in? Do you push your chips in and say, okay, we need to compete with Seattle now? And you do that and go for it this year while you still have some version of your core with Trent Williams and Kyle Juszczyk and George Kittle and Nick Bosa and Fred Warner? Or do you say to hell with it, pull the plug, and go, hey, let's see what we can get for Nick Bosa in the trade market? Let's see what we can get. Is there some team desperate that could use Trent Williams for a year? And see if we can get a day 2 pick for Trent Williams.
Yeah.
See if you can get a first round pick for Nick Bosa. Like, that's your other option. I don't think that's an option on the table for the 49ers.
How do you feel about Mike Evans, a rookie receiver? We're out on the Tyreek Hill thing. Mike Evans was hurt last year. Kind of wondering if we still got some juice left to him, but
yeah, see, Mike Evans falls into the same bucket. Again, this is not I am very pro Mike Evans.
Oh, yeah.
But when you look at, what is he, 32 now? 33?
Yeah, 32.
32, and he turns 33 in August. So he'll be going into his age 33 season. He's dealt with injury stuff the last couple of years. I think I'm out.
Okay.
They played 8 games this year. What did he do against Seattle, though? Did he play against Seattle? Hang on. This might change my mind. Stand by.
Ooh, we might have won one.
Hang on. Didn't play against Seattle.
Yeah. Bucks fan Zabo says don't put that into the air. He's staying in Tampa. I don't know.
I don't
know. Yeah, seems like he's out of there.
Nah.
And I'm interested in Christian Kirk.
Yeah, Christian Kirk can, if you re-sign Juwan Jennings and you bring in Christian Kirk. No, but even then, like, I don't think if you're drafting a receiver in the first round, I don't think it's enough.
They got to trade for someone.
Defense is so good.
You have to make the move. You have to make your Christian McCaffrey move. It's time. Time.
Or trading way up in the draft and going and getting Mekhi Lemon or something.
Yeah. Just getting you need the guy now.
You need a star. This scheming people open is not going to work against Mike McDonald, man. He's too good of a coach. He's too good of a defensive coach.
Yeah.
I've heard people refer to him as defensive Sean McVay. Like, that sounds horrifying. You're not going to out scheme him. It's just, it didn't happen when he was in Baltimore. It didn't happen in 3 games when he was in Seattle. You were a Reek Woolen missed time jump away from scoring 19 points in 3 games against Seattle this year.
Do you think the scheming receivers open has a glass ceiling to it come playoff time?
Yes. 100%.
Okay. I asked because I was thinking about this last night. Like, the Rams have Puka and Devontae Adams. Like, the Seattle has JSN. Then you look at the Broncos. Like, they have Cortland Sutton. He's like a wide receiver 1. I feel he's not just a guy.
Oh, I don't know if Cortland Sutton's a 1.
Well,
that's nitpicking.
He's kind of like the bar, though, I feel.
Okay.
But point being is, like, yeah, I wonder if, because like Denver and the Patriots, I guess, would be that argument, unless, like, you still bought in on Stephon Diggs. And like I said, Cortland Sutton's kind of the bar for me. But it's like he kind of teeters just that line.
They remind me of the Hawks. What you're talking about reminds me of the Hawks in the mid-2010s, where they have this awesome team, like team-wise.
Yeah, the Golden Tates and all that.
Really good. No, Atlanta Hawks.
Oh, Atlanta Hawks, excuse me.
Where team-wise, like top to bottom, are really good. It's Al Horford and Kyle Korver's out there running around, and Paul Millsap and George Teague. It's like, man, what a team. They won 60 games.
Yeah.
But when you get to the playoffs, like, you just got to have the dude.
Oh, LeBron swept them.
Like, right. And that's where the whole, like, scheming receivers open. That's great. That's super cool to a point. At some point in a game, in a play, in a set of plays, in a drive, you need one guy to just take over. You just say, get the ball in that guy's hands and let him be awesome. I think Debo was that player for a year. I think Brandon Ayuk had the potential to be that player. I think Christian McCaffrey was that player. And great. But at some point, I mean, you saw it in the second Super Bowl against the Chiefs. But Debo could not get open. I think he had 13 targets and like 3 catches.
Yeah.
He just couldn't get open. And scheme only gets you when you get to the Super Bowl and a team has 2 weeks to prepare for you. And that team probably has a good defense, if not a great defense. I just don't think you have a shot. And I think when you look at Kyle Shanahan's history against Mike McDonald, the scheme stuff isn't going to work. You got to have the dudes. You got to have the dudes who can win up front. You got to have the dudes who can win in the second and third levels. They just don't have that right now.
I think we solved something. 49ers definitely did trade for a guy.
Look at us.
Wow.
First, we fixed the NBA lottery.
Wow.
Now we're fixing the 49ers.
That also, the
crushing.
NBA lottery thing that we did, that went pretty well, I feel.
Yeah.
There were some people who were like, I don't know. But yeah, there was one person that was like, oh yeah, Mavs, are you insane? But it's like, I think for the most part, like, it was like 8 out of 10 said yes, 2 out of 10 said no, it's fine.
See, but that's the bigger deal there was the idea.
Yeah.
If you missed it, Jesse and I and Joe was not here, but Joe can participate, are the committee to decide the NBA lottery order or the NBA draft order.
Mm.
And you just kick it around. Get a bunch of people in a room and say, all right, who deserves the number 1 pick? Everybody states their case. And you come up with the Sacramento Kings.
Exactly.
That's just how it kind of went.
Worked out,
no, but I mean, there's going to be the video we posted was just more or less, here are the teams. Here's the order of the teams. We didn't really deep dive on and we did that in February. We didn't do that once the season ended. But
do we come back to the does the committee come back to to discuss at the end of the season?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna deep dive it. We're going to look at which players played how many games. We're going to look at how many times they got pulled in the fourth quarter. We're going to look at all of it.
Sounds good.
And we're going to decide how the draft order should actually turn.
Can you imagine Adam Silver gives us jobs for this after? It's like, fellas, come work for me. You're going to be the part of the committee now.
Adam, give us a call. We got a show to do 7 to 9 a.m. Pacific.
Yes.
But after that,
also, we have to do the committee selection thing, whatever, on the radio the day it happens.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We get broadcast rights.
Yeah, on 13.
Yes.
Exclusive broadcast rights.
Exclusive, yeah.
Yeah.
I know ESPN 2 nonsense or whatever.
You can simulcast on NBA TV.
Maybe NBA.com. We'll see. It's the best we can do.
You guys just got to link our YouTube.
Yeah.
That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. We're just solving problems today on the jump. Adam Silver's trying to solve problems of tanking. Jesse and I think we solved it, but Adam Silver's got a different, more extreme idea. We'll tell you what it is next on the jump. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. That was a good tease. It got us out right on time. I'm really proud of that.
Nice.
Yeah, that was.
Well done,
I
guys.
just got excited. That was awesome.
Oh, sorry. I missed your TC question. Would you do, without any first-round picks included, Purdy straight across for Jefferson, and then sign Mac Jones? No. No chance.
I finally watched Joe Dirt. It makes a lot more sense now why Kevin was always calling me that when I had long hair, because I didn't even realize it was based in a radio station too. So it was full circle. I was like, oh, I get it now. It's a funny movie. I was talking to Andy about it at Aaron's thing at his party. And then Andy texted me to remind me the next day to watch it because I told him I would. So thank you, Andy, for reminding me to watch the movie because I did.
I watched. What documentary did we watch over the weekend? It's called Queen of Chess.
Okay.
Really, really good.
What you said? Queen of Chess.
Queen of Chess. Yeah.
Is it about chess?
Yes.
It could not be. It is
It's
possible.
about. It's not Queen's Gambit. It's same sort of vibe. It's about a woman who plays chess, but it's a documentary. It's not a show, and it is just a really good, like, straightforward, not a 10 out of 10 documentary, but just a really straightforward, doesn't try and do too much storytelling, and I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Pretty sure I knew how to play chess better when I was like 10 than I do. I don't know how to play chess anymore. I forgot.
Shout out Crystal. She taught me how to play chess.
That's tight.
I remember it was fun though. Yeah, no, there were some classics in there, Stevie. It was funny. I can't believe that was my first time seeing it.
Crystal trying to teach you chess, and you're like, no, but babe, he had 286 yards.
Just pretend.
Did you see what he did in
piece-
Did you
Chicago?
see what he did to Willie Gay on this hit? He lowered his shoulder and put him into the dirt. God, Adrian Peterson was so good. I was tapped in the other day, but I haven't been locked in every game now. Honestly, I've been more tapped into Macklin celebrating for being real.
Yeah, facts. It's been really difficult to get super dialed into U.S. hockey because every time I look up, they're ahead 4-0.
That's another point.
Like the women are out. We'll talk about this on the radio side, but the women are outscoring opponents 31-1.
Yeah, just on a historic run right now.
Oh my god! They gave up a goal in the first game and haven't given one up since. They've won at least 5-0 in all
feel
those
like
games.
The Olympic hockey thing for the men's is just we're all just kind of waiting for USA versus Canada.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Team USA plays the winner of Sweden and Latvia.
Do you guys have the hockey game on right now?
Yeah, we're locked into the Czech Republic, I believe, in Denmark.
Czechia versus Denver.
Yep.
Phone explain.
No, it's actually
I'm gonna make that joke until I'm gonna make that
It's
joke
actually Jared
until it
Stenham
lands.
out there.
Oh god, then they got no shot.
We were robbed of a better Super Bowl.
Facts. I still think Seattle wins. Yeah. But a better game.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse.
Can I say
Joe's over there?
Can I say something real quick?
Please.
We were talking Olympics, hockey, and all that stuff. Shout out USA. Stevie B 916 in the chat out says there's also a miracle documentary about when the U.S. hockey team beat Russia. That's pretty good. Look,
Hang on. I need you to pause what you're gonna say.
Okay.
I need you to be very, very careful about what you say next. Go on.
You know, I'm not gonna be careful. I've had enough of the Miracle on Ice stuff, man.
All right.
No, all right. Like we've had
I'm
enough.
halfway through that documentary. I've cried twice.
Look. I started it and I was like, I don't want to watch this. And it's fine. Like it's fine, but also like I feel like we have enough. But you are also a crier. I feel like when you watch emotional things, so that doesn't count. I don't think.
Jim Craig talking about his mom dying doesn't move you at all.
Well, I'm not saying that. Okay, like, but
good
just
Lord, he said when people die, they don't lose their strength; they just give it to somebody else.
look. I'm not knocking
And I
the
got a lot
story.
of strength from
I'm
my
not
mom.
knocking the
Like,
story.
come
I'm
on,
not
dude.
knocking the story. I'm not knocking the story. It's
It's
just
beautiful.
no. I'm not knocking the story.
But
It's just we have a lot.
But we really don't. We have a 30 for 30 that tells the story from the Russia side. We have, or the Soviet side. We have Miracle, the movie, the phenomenal movie.
Yes.
With Kurt Russell. And this doc, the reason I like it, and the reason I think it's so the reason it's so appealing to me is there's a bunch of behind the scenes footage and actual like interviews with Herb Brooks, which are great. It's the players coming back to the arena in Lake Placid and like telling stories. And then there's parts where they show the players rewatching like big plays that they made with the camera just on them. And like your idea of watching me watch horror movies, it's that, but them watching highlights or big moments in these games.
Yeah.
And it's really, really cool hearing the story told through their perspective. And I'm enjoying the hell out of it.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. It was just I've heard the Al Michaels thing or whatever the call all the time.
Yeah, but that's it. It's more layers. Like we know the story, we know how it ends.
Mm-hmm.
We know that it meant more than just a hockey game. Like, yeah. No, we got all that. But hearing the different perspectives, like this is what I've always wanted. I've always wanted the documentary that has the behind the scenes footage, that has the players actually talking about their experience rather than like seeing that experience told through somebody else. It is really good. I'm enjoying the hell out of it.
And no, Stevie B, I'm not a spy. Okay,
No,
I'm
you're
not
a
a
spy.
spy.
No,
No,
that's
I'm
fine.
not.
That's fine.
I'm just a man with an opinion in a
Okay,
radio show.
comrade. You got it.
Easy.
He's Jesse. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. Jesse hates America.
That's not true. That's not true.
Do you believe in miracles? Yes. That doesn't move you at all.
No, because I've heard it a million
McClanahan
times.
is there. The puck is still loose.
All right, dude. All right, fine. Wow.
Nothing.
No. It did the first 5 times, but now
It turns out the thing about Rob McClanahan getting the contusion and then him and Herb going at it in the locker room, not a Disney thing, actually happened.
sick.
Steve Janicek, the goalie.
Oh yeah, you're tapped in.
Jenny's a hell of a goaltender, but we're not winning a national championship here, Craig. Like, yeah, that guy.
Yeah, that was solid right there.
Thanks. Met his wife at the Olympic Village.
I don't care.
It's so cool.
I don't care.
Jenny didn't play a second.
I don't care that you met his
Didn't play a
wife. I don't
second.
care. I don't. Let's talk about tanking. I don't care. I met my wife in sophomore biology class. Nobody cares.
I kind of do. That's cute.
Yeah. Nah. Let's talk tanking.
Did you guys sit next to each other?
Nah.
this go?
She sat in the table on the row to the right of me, up one.
That's adorable that you still remember that. So she's in an angle. So what do you do? Like pass notes?
Nah. I said a joke and just kept telling the joke in class. Class stopped laughing, but she kept laughing. So.
That's awesome. You're like, oh,
think I'm funny?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm funny.
And then we got married 13 years later.
There you go.
And you laughed at that. Want to get married?
Yeah. No, we talked about that in our little wedding ceremony stuff, all that.
He said, oh, she's still laughing. How do you feel about Adrian Peterson?
Yeah. Pretty good. Yes.
Yes. Adam Silver. He addressed tanking over the weekend. Didn't say anything about the fact that we already fixed it, but that's
Yeah.
fine. I think he's probably wants to keep it a secret. So he did say they've considered removing draft picks for teams that are tanking, saying you no longer are eligible to pick in the first round. That's one of the potential solutions. And as with all these solutions, there's holes you can poke in it. My issue with that is, what if a team's just bad at drafting? And they're just a bad team. You're going to start removing picks. That doesn't help. That goes against the spirit of what we're doing here. So I don't know how you would determine whether a team's tanking or not. Like a certain player.
I don't think you can do it that way.
Certain, like there's a criteria for like a level of player that now we're like grading players, and we're putting like okay, this player has to play X amount of minutes or else you don't get your pick. But now that player gets to go into his contract and go, hey, I'm this level of player that has to play this many minutes. I need to make more. Like that's a really, really sticky situation.
We're past the penalties part of tanking.
I agree.
We're way past it. We're not taking draft picks away. We're past the fines and all that. If you want to actually do something about it, you need to completely overhaul the system.
Hey, speaking of the fines real quick, did you see what Ben Golliver from the GOAT NBA pod reported?
What did he report?
That the reason that the Jazz and the Pacers were fined for tanking, the Pacers fined $100,000, the Jazz fined $500,000 for tanking. $500,000. Ben Golliver reported that Adam Silver did that because gambling companies were mad at the NBA. Because like over-unders get affected by these things. Game over-unders, player props.
Yeah, we're cooked, Kyle.
We're so cooked.
We're cooked. It's over with.
We're super done.
If you want to fix tanking for the integrity of the game and this and that, that's great. I could care less about Joe Schmo missing out because the Jazz decided to sit so-and-so in the fourth quarter.
That's what, okay, this is what I don't get. And I don't want to, this is not
It's
a big
part of the gambling.
I'm not a big gambling guy.
I'm
I'm not, but I get it for the most part. I was at the same station as Joe Fortenbaugh for a while. Like you pick this stuff up.
Yeah.
But shout out to my guy Joe. This is all part of it, though. At least I thought. I thought it used to be that, hey, the Jazz might sit their dudes tonight. That's a stay away for me. I'm not betting on the Jazz game.
Yes, we know what's going on here.
Right. Like that's what, I don't want to, I'm not touching that game with a 10-foot pole. But people do, and then they get mad, and they get mad at the companies, and then the companies get mad at the NBA. Like, no, that's stupid. That's dumb as hell. That's the bettor's fault. The bettor should know what's going on here.
Part of gambling.
Right. I don't look at a game and go, hey, that team is favored by 3 points. I'm going to take that team minus the 3 points. And then they get mollywopped 31-6. And I go, wait, hang on. That team didn't scheme the way I thought they should. I'm mad now. Like, no. You made a pick. You should have stayed away then if you didn't feel great about it.
Yeah. It's just we've reached a point now where it happened really fast where just gambling is here and these betting companies are here and it's kind of overtaken sports a bit.
It's ridiculous.
Like they're in the room and they have a say now.
Yes.
Like that's just part of it.
This is always the logical track this is going to follow.
Yeah, there was no like, oh yeah, we'll keep them at bay and just kind of work with them and things like that. It's like, nope, they're here and they have just as much of a say as you do now.
And probably more.
Uh-huh.
And that's really disconcerting. Like I get it. And especially when like Giannis is a shareholder in Kalshi, which is a prediction market app. And that's where like everything is on the table.
Yeah.
And Giannis is a shareholder, and Adam Silver handled that and said, no, it's a minuscule share from what I understand. It doesn't matter. But yo, Giannis was out here talking about, well, I'm sorry, not Giannis. Somebody probably from Giannis's camp is out here going, yeah, he's going to leave. He wants to leave either by the deadline or this summer. It's time to move on. Da-da-da-da-da. You're seeing, okay, the Heat are the favorite. Oh, nope, Minnesota's the favorite. Oh, nope, Golden State's the favorite. And there's all this money coming in. And like, well, nope, didn't get traded. Oops. And now all of a sudden, he's out here going, what did he say? As of today, I'm committed to the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, all right, man, I don't believe you. I don't believe anything he has to say now because I have a hard time believing that this shareholder in Kalshi, regardless of how much the share is, I have a hard time believing that Giannis isn't going to do whatever he can to try and drive money to that company.
Well, that's how businessman works, right?
Right. So it's
just the world we're living in now.
It's so gross.
Yeah.
That's not that was a sidetrack from the tanking thing. But there was another report out from Joe Varden at The Athletic that the NBA could consider abolishing the draft entirely. And that sounds kind of insane on the surface because that's just how players get into the league as they go into the draft. But I think it's the logical conclusion to where Adam Silver wants to go with his league. Adam Silver loves the European soccer model. Loves it. And we've seen that with the inclusion of the in-season tournament.
Yeah, shout out to the FA Cup of the NBA.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's hey, here's this tournament in the middle of the season. It's trying to just drum up some interest, and it's something different. Adam Silver wants to follow that model. And I think if Adam Silver had it fully his way, like money's not an issue, TV rights, all that stuff, like none of that's an issue. I think Adam Silver is trying to put the NBA on a course, and this may not happen in 10 years or 20 years or 25 years. But I think I think Adam Silver is trying to put the NBA on a course where the NBA follows the European soccer model in terms of player acquisition as well, where it doesn't go through school anymore. The NBA, every team has an academy that is effectively AAU. And if there's if Jared McCain at 10 years old is ripping it up at his middle school, and the Sacramento Kings want to go, hey, Jared McCain and Jared McCain's parents, would you like to sign with our academy? And he goes, yep. And now Jared McCain is just in the Sacramento Kings system. Or maybe there's a player in a different, I just pick Jared McCain because he's from here.
Yeah.
I think that's the way Adam Silver wants this to go. Again, maybe not next year or in 10 years or in 20 years. But I think that's the path he's trying to get the league on by getting it out there that, like, yeah, abolishing the draft is very much on the table.
So what do you think they do? What do you do next year then? Because it feels like, do we think a change is coming already? Not for the draft, this upcoming draft. Like the lottery and stuff will be here, but just 2027, I guess. Yeah. So like is because I feel like if you change it to something, you're gonna have to stick with that for a while, no?
I don't think it would. I don't think this is something that would.
Man, abolishing the draft really feels like it. Not extreme, but just how do we get to this point?
Well,
because other like you said, teams in like soccer teams in Europe, that's just the way of doing business. So it's not weird to them. So it's why that's not necessarily extreme. It's just a different way of doing things at this point. It's just that's tough. Like I said, how do we get to this point finally?
It would take a while to implement because you couldn't do it overnight. And I don't think you could do it without the CBA. This would have to come up in the next collective bargaining agreement. But there would have to be there's a lot of hurdles financially on how much can a draft pick make. Is it literally you can just offer them like a max rookie scale contract or rookie scale extension out of the gate? Or is there a maximum dollar value that you can give that player and now you have to go recruit that player? How does it count towards your cap? Because teams the reason you can't just go, okay, we're doing it now. 2027 draft, it's starting. There's no draft. Everybody is just eligible to sign. Everybody's a free agent. Is teams would have to start maneuvering their cap differently. They would need to you might have to change what the salary cap structure is. There would be a lot of hurdles to address for sure, but I don't think it's out of the question. It adds a different layer of team building for sure, but it would also incentivize the opposite of tanking. Because if you're Darren Peterson and let's say the Sacramento Kings have this type of year, you're like, I don't think I want to go there. I want to go to the team that's won some games. I want to go to, okay, so maybe the Thunder don't have the cap space to bring him in. Maybe the Spurs don't want to use that cap space on him. But the Rockets go, hey, we need somebody that can score like that.
That doesn't really help the teams that need to get better, though.
But it could.
Yeah, but it's like, how do the Kings get from out from under that year then? How are they supposed to get better if they have a tough year like how they had this? Let's say, yeah, like that plan is implemented, whatever. And they have the tough year that they did this year. How are they supposed to get better if, yeah, like it's not necessarily Darren Peterson's fault. He can go wherever he wants. Fine, fair. But like, how are the Kings supposed to, I guess, get better?
I think the reality is that not every team would. But what the goal is to incentivize teams to push to the middle, right? To incentivize the Kings to, okay, couldn't sign any of the top 5 prospects this year, signed a couple of guys in the 20 range, but now, you know what? All right, Domantas Sabonis is not being traded. Domantas Sabonis is going to play. He's going to play a lot. And Keegan Murray's going to play, and he's going to play a lot. And you're trying to put together as many wins as possible to try and make yourself as enticing as possible to another team. Or to a draft prospect. Now it wouldn't be a draft prospect, just a prospect, a free agent. The problem there then becomes trades. And what do trades look like when draft picks aren't on the table? And that's where, like I said, that's something you'd have to work out in the CBA, where do you have like allotted salary slots for rookie contracts, and can you trade those salary slots? You say it's like the international pool money, right? In MLB. You have X amount of money that you can spend on international players, but from what I understand, you can also trade those international dollars. Could you do that? Like I have $30 million in rookie cap space. Can I trade Domantas Sabonis to the Raptors for I don't know, $15 million in rookie salary cap space?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like in Europe, or it doesn't have to be Europe necessarily, just outside of the MLS. It's like, yeah, you're paying fees for players rather than a straight player for player swap.
Right.
Maybe it's kind of going that way rather than, yeah, we'll trade you this player for that player. Like,
sure.
No, it's just we'll give you $40 million or something like that for that guy.
Yeah, we're not gonna solve the problem here today on ESPN 1320 as much as good as we are.
But we are going to talk about it.
Yeah, that is That's the kind of conversation the NBA is going to have. And that's why when you say like abolishing the draft would be extreme, it's like, yeah, for sure. But the NBA is currently looking at a product where 8 teams are sitting here in February going like, yeah, we're actively trying to lose.
There's a fixed draft kind of get you to where the NFL is, and where it's just worst record picks last or whatever, and maybe you limit tanking to the last couple of weeks of the season, like kind of how the NFL does, or do you think it's just still a problem?
You say worst record picks last?
Yeah, the worst record picks first. Excuse me. Like the worst record is the first pick. It's
Yeah,
the NFL
I've seen-
fixed system where like maybe like we talked about the Raiders tanking, but in reality that was just the last 2 weeks of the season where they like, oh yeah, we can actually get the first pick. Like, do you maybe go that way? Does that fix tanking?
No.
Where we
I don't
see it
think
for
so.
like a smaller amount of time rather than, hey, it's February, like everyone's locked in, you're not playing.
No, because the hunt there is then just for draft picks. Like you would still see the same thing. You might see a team like Milwaukee look at it and go, hey, you know what? Whenever Giannis comes back, we might be able to push for the play-in, so we're going to try as hard as we can to win games until then. You might get 1 or 2 teams like that. But for the most part, it's going to be, all right, can we track down the Kings? And if you're the Kings, there's extra incentive like, hey, we got the number 1 pick. We can't blow this.
Yeah.
It might push more teams to the middle, but I just don't think it would. I think you'd see the same 5 or 6 teams trying extra hard to lose.
I just don't know what the fix is then. Like you just really
Getting
have
rid of
to
the draft is a good
Yeah,
one.
honestly, you might just well, that's the thing, like you joke, but you might just have to do something along the lines of that. If you just want to completely just rid your league of tanking. Because if you look at the NFL, I don't think teams in MLB tank. I think they just choose to not spend money. That makes sense.
MLB has so many other problems.
Yeah, so I don't think that's theirs. But like the NHL, I'm sure teams tank and all that stuff. So it's kind of like if you're gonna get rid of it, like you're gonna need to reshape your league. Then I think not completely, but just the way you do the draft and the way prospects come into your league now.
No, it would. It would be a massive undertaking, and that's why I don't think if this is going to be a thing that happens, I think we would hear about it multiple years out. We would hear in 2027. All right, the last NBA draft is 2029. And it allows teams to gear up and start to figure out how they're gonna maneuver. And the other thing, like I said, is I don't believe the league could do that without adjusting the CBA.
Yeah.
So it may be until the CBA is up. Speaking of baseball, real quick, and labor disputes, baseball is going to shoot itself in the foot again, dude.
Yeah.
So Tony Clark, the executive director of the MLB Players Association, is stepping down, and he's also under federal investigation for basically siphoning money from the Players Association to himself.
Oh, sick.
Super sick. We are careening toward a lockout to the point that it's not even like a question.
No, just enjoy this season.
Writers are now like, when the lockout starts in December. And dude, it feels like baseball is finally gaining some momentum in the national conversation in a way that it hadn't in the last 10 years.
It was the most I've probably watched the MLB listen to on the radio in a long time.
Yeah.
Not just for my team, the Red Sox, like literally just with any team, anything that was on.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like there's so many interesting players and teams, and there's a juggernaut in the Dodgers that everybody wants to see lose. And I think that it's as interesting as the sport has been in a long time. And this is exactly what happened. 1994, sport at the height of its popularity. Player strike cuts that season short, and baseball didn't really get back until 98 with the Sosa McGuire home run chase. Shout out to steroids, save the sport. But I don't know that there would be any coming back from it at this point. If you go into a lockout this year where you are bleeding into next season and you're cutting next season short, and then even when you do come back, it's a weird shortened season, and God, you've lost all this momentum, and people are now talking about, oh, the NFL draft is coming. Oh, the NBA draft is coming. Oh, NFL training camp is starting.
Just never get back on your right foot.
Yeah, you're never going to be, I shouldn't say never. It's going to take you a long time to get back into the conversation.
Yeah.
But it feels like we're careening toward that. And it sucks because I think the World Baseball Classic is going to be awesome. I think that's going to gain the sport a lot of attention. I think specifically here in Sacramento, I think the A's are going to be awesome this year. And I think that would be really cool for the city. And it might just not matter after this season. A, because the A's might go to Vegas early, but B, because the league might just pull the plug. It sucks. And I don't know that there's anything to do about it because we talk about the NBA potentially abolishing the draft. MLB's whole thing is trying to implement a salary cap.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a way bigger undertaking.
Yeah, I hate it. It honestly just feels like the owner's choosing not to spend money.
That's it.
It's
bailing out owners.
Yeah, don't cry to me about the Dodgers when everyone else can spend that money. And not necessarily to that level, but you don't have to be the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Colorado Rockies.
That's it.
Where your payroll is $75 million. There's no reason for you not to be around $200 million. The Cincinnati Reds, I think, came on hot to the end of the season or whatever. They're playing well, and their payroll was about $150 million, somewhere along the lines of that. You don't have to have this insane payroll to compete. Baseball is not a sport where it's oh yeah, the Dodgers are going to win the World Series every year. Maybe they
almost lost it this year.
Yes, they'll get to the playoffs, all this stuff. Yeah, they have a great team, but it's just baseball is not this. Where it's best team with top payroll wins every year. It just doesn't work that way. It's why the Mets haven't won a World Series and who knows how long.
Oof.
Yeah, so
86?
86. Shout out Bill Buckner.
Damn, that's my bad, dog.
It's fine. It's fine.
I didn't mean to.
It's fine.
That.
It's fine.
I'm sorry.
That doesn't hurt the way 2003 does.
Oh, okay.
But it's just. Yeah, for me, it's bring up the salary floor and just be an owner. Spend some money. Spend some money for this team that you bought so you can win some ball games. But now we've reached the point in sports where owning a team is more about making money, and that's what it's about. At least in the MLB.
I mean, it always. I mean, that's.
It's less about winning. It's always been a business, but now it's less about winning. There's less. I don't even want to say.
It doesn't feel like winning. Winning doesn't.
It's not winning a World Series is not at the forefront anymore. It's not that's not the top priority. I feel like for teams, at least for these owners. For these owners, yeah, not enough.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Dodgers, and I do think there's something that can MLB do something where they stop the deferred money thing. Can you take that out of the equation? Can you penalize teams for spending over X amount of dollars, which I already do. There's a competitive balance tax. But the problem is what you said. It's not about how much the Dodgers spend. It's how little all these other teams spend.
Mm-hmm.
Miami, Oakland, or the Sacramento, Pittsburgh, all these teams that just notoriously don't spend a ton of money. That's the way, way bigger issue. And I don't know how you fix that when those guys who don't want to spend money are the ones making these decisions.
Yeah, if you're going to do the salary cap thing, that's fine. But there has to be a salary floor too. Because if not, it's just going to kill the game altogether.
A salary floor would matter, I think, much, much more than a salary cap would.
Yeah.
Because all that does is put a cap on the amount of dollars the top teams can spend. And now players are making less money, which I don't think anybody's here for. But we're heading toward a lockout in baseball.
Yeah, enjoy this season.
And that sucks big time. All right, that's Jesse. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. We mentioned Christian McCaffrey earlier. His huge year might be horrible news for the 49ers. We'll tell you why next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320. Wait for it. Sacramento Sports Center.
I was about to jump in there.
Thanks. Right back.
What's going on, Chatty House? What's up, Michigan? Chris? No. Yeah. My Medica took a bad loss this weekend. That was probably the most annoying part of my weekend. They just couldn't play connected at all or anything like that. They're just not good enough. They need players. What's up, Weezy? All right, relax, man. I will ban you from the chat if I have to. No, wait, one more week. I'm gonna have to wait though. I'm gonna have to wait, I think. So I'm gonna need you guys not to spoil it for me. Nah, Stevie B, what is that? Didn't this weekend, that's damn sure. Yeah, I was texting my dad. This is the first time in a while. It's like going into the game. It's like, yeah, America's probably not going to win. Like, Chivas are just a better team right now. Shut up, Kyle. It's serious stuff we're talking about.
Okay, well, I was just talking to Bill, our general sales manager.
Oh.
And
Shout out, Bill.
And he went, have a good weekend. And I said, yeah, man. Just stayed inside. I did a lot of reading. I finished The Shining by Stephen King. And he goes, oh man. And I was like, yeah, I'm not a horror movie guy, but it turns out I might be a horror novel guy. And he goes, well, have you never seen the movie? And I said, no. And he goes, how old are you? And I said, 35. And he goes, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. I said, but you would be appalled at the number of movies I haven't seen. And he goes, oh, okay. He goes, I have a friend like that. I have a friend who hadn't seen the Matrix movies until really recently. And I went, I don't know if you guys remember, not a big fan of the Matrix. I watched it for the first time. It's fine. It's just a fine movie. And he goes, yeah. He goes, man, red pill, blue pill, man, I love them. And I was afraid he was, because I said, yeah, I just watched it for the first time actually recently too. And then he said that, and I was afraid he was going to ask me what I thought.
Yeah.
I was going to lie.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's a big boss. I'll lie to Aaron and Bill.
I respect it. I respect it.
Nah, because I was walking in here, I would have gone, yeah, it's fine. I'd be like, I gotta go. I gotta show.
Oh, yeah, no, we're talking about a game, so I thought you were saying, oh, that was close. Talking about the game. Like you were sarcastically talking about the game we were talking about. So no, it's all good.
You brought up Chivas?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have no idea.
Yeah, no, that's good.
You could tell me anything about Chivas and I would believe you.
Yeah, they suck.
Yeah, they do.
Chris, the Devers, they're like Bregman not coming back doesn't matter. They salary dumped Rafael Devers, bro. Like they're stupid.
That was tough.
I saw they got rid of Kyle Harrison recently too, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, untradeable, absolute legendary pitcher, Kyle Harrison. Do you know how many times? Oh my God, I'm so sick of you people.
He just pointed at me, by the way, guys. He pointed right at me.
I'm so sick of Giants fans telling me their prospects are untouchable, and then that prospect being ass.
Yeah, they all turn out to be ass. Too, all of them.
They're the Gary Brown All-Stars.
Yeah, I'll never forget the day Danny Fry was. Oh yeah, Joey Bart's getting called up today, guys.
No, it's a big day. I got Joey Bart's cousin's niece on.
I think Bryce Elder is going to be good.
Sure you do.
He's probably going to suck.
Yeah,
Joe.
can't trade him. Untradeable player.
I wouldn't. I definitely said that about Kyle Harrison. I'm not going to lie to you.
Everybody did. This is not. I wasn't.
No, I know.
Calling you out. I was calling Giants fans.
No, well, I am a part of that, fan. So I'm definitely in there. It's all good though. Yeah, Luciano was a letdown. I was pretty excited for him.
30 seconds. Luciano, Luis Matos, Elliot Ramos.
Ramos is good.
Is he?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
He's gonna be good this year.
Okay, Hall of Famer.
I did not say that.
He's gonna be good this year. Every sports fan ever.
Hey,
he made an All-Star game.
He made an All-Star game.
Good for Elliot Ramos. Bryce Eldridge. Oh, who's a?
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Welcome.
Hayden Birdsong.
Joe, who are your favorite?
Kyle Harrison.
Who are your top 5 favorite Giants prospects that didn't turn out to be good?
Gary Brown.
Well, we just named a lot of them. I would say I was excited for Marco Luciano for sure.
Everybody was.
Man, you're kind of putting me on the spot here. I'm gonna go more recent though, definitely. I think Hayden Birdsong. I still, you guys are just
no. Joe thinks they're gonna tell. Yeah, Joe, get out of here. Joe, get up. Joe, go take a lap. I'll take the studio and back. No, go. You're done. Yeah,
dude.
I think he's still no, Joe. They don't. That's the whole point. That's the only reason why I asked. They don't. They don't have anything left.
I wanted
Christian McCaffrey. talk.
I
coming.
Yeah.
wanted Joey Bart to do well. I think he had
Everybody did.
big shoes to fill, so
Yeah.
that was disappointing. And then, yeah, we'll end it
my
there.
my favorite thing. And to catch people up on the radio, thank you so much for listening.
Yeah,
At the
thank you.
break,
Shout out.
we were talking about all these like Giants prospects who had, because the Red Sox just DFA'd Kyle Harrison.
I think they traded him
Released
to
him?
Milwaukee,
Traded
I
him?
think.
They just got rid of Kyle
Yeah.
Harrison, who was once this like untouchable prospect in the Giants system. And I started whining about how many of these prospects I've heard Giants fans over the years say were untradeable and untouchable. And every team prospect hugs. Like that's just every fan prospect hugs. That's just a part of being a baseball fan. But we started kind of going down that path of all these different players
Yeah.
over the years with the Giants who were going to be awesome. Can't trade that guy. And then it turned out they were not very good.
I read it's actually so funny you bring this up. I read something this morning. I thought it was ridiculous too. Bo Davidson, one of our top prospects, in quotes,
Our top prospects.
one of the Giants' top prospects.
Grow up, Joe. Come on, be a professional.
It was a graphic, and underneath it said Barry Bonds Jr.
Oh my
I-
God.
I-
that guy
Oh, Hunter
stinks.
Bishop? Hunter Bishop was one.
He's still in the. How old is he?
He's got to be like 28 now. Hunter Bishop's older than you think.
Shut
Oh,
up.
we are cooked.
Poor Joe.
How old's Hunter Bishop now?
He's 27.
Oh, yeah.
No.
That's a lifer right there. What did I just see? It says Joe being dedicated to players that never made it warms my James Wiseman truth or heart.
Hey, this guy gets it.
Yeah.
This guy flat out gets it.
Brett Wisely.
Oh.
Shout
Oh,
out
man.
Deion Jordan. If you would have just made him an outside linebacker, he would have turned out great.
Oh, who was the cat that they traded to? Was it Tampa Bay? Christian.
Well, they had the dude that went to the Astros. That was actually pretty good for us. He ended up being their center fielder.
Marco.
S-
Dubon. Mauricio Dubon.
Yeah, Dubon.
Big Mauricio Dubon guy.
He was fun.
Well,
Who
shout
was
out
that?
to
Christian something. Third baseman, second
Okay.
baseman, maybe.
shout out to
Christian
Giants.
Arroyo. Thank you, John Bowles.
Shout out to Giants failed prospects.
Okay, I remember him. Yeah.
Anyways, that's Jesse. I'm Kyle. Joe's over there. Christian McCaffrey.
Yes, the other Christian.
I have some deep
The
concerns.
better Christian.
I have some deep concerns about the 49ers running back situation this year.
What are your concerns, Carl?
He had 450 touches last year as a 29-year-old.
Is that right on the dot?
450 on the dot. Yeah. 413 in the regular season, 37 in the postseason.
Shut up.
He's the 10th player since 2000 to have 450 plus touches in a season. That's regular season and postseason. DeMarco Murray had 497 in 2014.
Fell off the face of the earth after that.
Eddie George, 488 in 2000. I'm not going to go through the whole list of numbers of players, but DeMarco Murray, Eddie George, Saquon Barkley, Larry Johnson, Edgerrin James, Amon Green, Arian Foster, Curtis Martin, LaDainian Tomlinson, and Christian McCaffrey. Those are the 10. Since 2000, have 450 touches in a regular season and postseason. That group averaged 469.5 touches in 17.8 games. So 470 touches they averaged in 18 games.
Such an insane number nowadays.
Ridiculous. It's also kind of insane that that's happened 10 times since 2025, but twice in the last 2 years. In the era where the workhorse back is kind of going away, we've seen Saquon and McCaffrey do it in consecutive years. Here's the difference in touches by those players in the season immediately following their 450 touch season. Keeping in mind, Curtis Martin is the only player to do it anywhere near 30. Christian McCaffrey turns 30 this year. DeMarco Murray, the year following his 450 touch season, 260 fewer touches in 15 games. Eddie George, 136 fewer in 16 games. Saquon Barkley, 136 fewer touches. He played a full season, 17 games.
Killed my fantasy team.
Larry Johnson, 188 touches after his 450 touch season. That's 299 fewer. He also only played 8 games. Edgerrin James had 175 touches, 299 fewer, 6 games. Arian Foster played 8 games after his huge year and had 317 fewer touches. You get the point. LaDainian Tomlinson, only 38 fewer.
Yeah,
Still
he's
played
one of the
16
5
games.
greatest running backs of all time. So he can be the outlier here.
He also had more scrimmage yards the following year, the only player to do it, and more touchdowns.
Again, one
The
of the
only player
5
to do it.
greatest running backs to ever do it. Shout out.
Difference in scrimmage yards. DeMarco Murray, 1,500. I'm going to round for the sake of numbers. Eddie George, 900 fewer. Saquon, 1,300 fewer. Larry Johnson, 1,500 fewer. You get the point. LaDainian Tomlinson, 198 more.
So good.
It's ridiculous.
I'm going to watch his highlights next.
Touchdowns. Let's do touchdowns next.
Yeah.
DeMarco Murray, 8 fewer touchdowns. Eddie George, 12 fewer. Saquon, 11 fewer. Larry Johnson, 15 fewer. Edgerrin James, 15 fewer. Arian Foster, 18 fewer.
LaDainian Tomlinson broke a record probably.
+2.
Oh, my gosh.
They average 11 fewer touchdowns, 1,100 fewer yards, and 6 fewer games.
So what you're telling me, Kyle, is that we should all prepare for a down year from Christian McCaffrey, because that's what the evidence of past years says about past running backs who have gone through this kind of season.
Yeah, and it's also like you can tie this directly to Christian McCaffrey, who the 2 previous years that he led the league in touches. I want to get specific numbers for you. That's not what I wanted to click. That's annoying. The previous 2 years that he's led the league in touches, he's played 3 games in 4 games. In 2019, 403 touches, led the league. 2,300 yards, led the league. He was a first-team All-Pro.
Every more reason for the 49ers to go out and do what we said earlier and get the offensive guy, get the offensive playmaker.
Played 3 games in 2020.
Yeah.
2023, Offensive Player of the Year, 339 touches for the 49ers. That's just the regular season, by the way. 21 touchdowns, led the league. First-team All-Pro. The next year, he played 4 games. Bilateral Achilles tendonitis, knee injury.
Be ready for the down year. At least that's what everything in front of our faces tells us and what Kyle tells us.
It is jarring. Like just this pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And you could shrink this down to 400 touches and it's the same deal. Tons of guys get hurt. The production dips a ton. It's just kind of the nature of the sport and the nature of the position. Not to mention that Christian McCaffrey is 30.
Yeah.
Turning 30 in June.
The fact that he's even kind of made it this far for a running back, I mean, he's kind of a tier above the rest in terms of careers and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But running backs don't play this far, and they're not as productive this far into their careers anymore.
No.
So, like I said, just kind of going back, like, yeah, you need to go out and get that Justin Jefferson type of wide receiver.
Well, and I think not to try and make this, not to try and take this beyond the scope of the conversation we're having, but I think not only what you're talking about, going and getting that receiver, but I also think you have to overhaul what your offense looks like. Because if you're going to lean that heavily on Christian McCaffrey, if your offense is going to be that Christian McCaffrey centric, where when he comes off the field, it's like, well, don't know what we're going to do now.
That's the thing. It doesn't have to be this year if you make the right moves. There's only Christian McCaffrey centric because everyone got hurt. Brandon Ayuk was nowhere to be found this year. Ricky Pearsall couldn't stay on the field. Juwan Jennings, like we said, is just not that guy. And you can only do so much with George Kittle. It's like, yeah, you kind of had, like, that was the thing with the 49ers. You had to give the ball to Christian McCaffrey as much as you did this season. Otherwise, you're probably not winning 12 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he was, 5th in MVP voting this season?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, like, you had, like, that was just 4th, excuse me. So, you just had, out of necessity, you had to give him the ball that much this season. Next year, I don't think that's necessarily part of your offense unless you just didn't address the needs you have offensively. Like, what happened this year should not have to happen again next year. And if it does, then that's probably more on John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan than anyone else.
I think it's scheme related, though.
Like,
the reason Christian McCaffrey plays so much is because they can't do the same things that Kyle Shanahan has addressed this. He said it. Again, this is not me grinding.
Well, yeah, but maybe he's not getting 450 touches next year, and it's more like 380 or something like that.
But history tells us he's not going to get close to that.
Yeah.
History tells us he's looking at like 250.
Well, yeah, you can't plan
for if he's lucky.
I don't think you can, but that's a tough way to do it because I don't think you can plan for Christian McCaffrey to get hurt. I think you can plan to like limit his touches of anything.
No, but that's it. That's what I'm saying is right now, the reason Jordan James, Isaac Guerrero, Brian Robinson didn't play a ton is because they can't do what Christian McCaffrey does for the 49ers offense. And what Kyle Shanahan is doing scheme-wise is contingent on teams reacting to Christian McCaffrey in a specific way. That they don't, in a way they don't react to Brian Robinson, in a way they don't react to Isaac Guerrero. And so how do you Christian McCaffrey proof your offense? Where if he leaves the field, it's not a disaster for you.
Get not this guy exactly, but you get the Justin Jefferson, you get the T. Higgins, the AJ Brown. You got to get one of those guys.
But can you? But again, I want to go stick at the running back position.
Yeah.
Can you say don't give Christian McCaffrey as many touches? Can you be in a space? Because I don't think they scheme up. He had 129 targets. I don't think they schemed up 129 targets. It's just checkdowns. It's easy. He's open. Can you find a player? Or can you alter your system and again, I think it would be finding a player because I don't think you're going to make this many changes to your offensive scheme. Can you find a player that you trust in those spots where Christian McCaffrey can play 60% of the snaps? Can you find a player that you trust to be on the field for 40% of the snaps in a game?
That's, I don't want to say unrealistic, but like that's just, you're not going to find that guy, I don't think. If you're looking at the running back room.
I'm not looking for somebody as good as Christian McCaffrey.
No, not as good as Christian McCaffrey, but just that can even maybe give you 80% of what he gives you on the football field. Like, I just don't think that guy's available for the 49ers. And I guess we can talk about what that means for them, but I don't think you're going to find that guy. I mean, maybe I'm looking at it right now. Maybe it's Kenneth Gainwell.
I don't think he's leaving Pittsburgh.
You don't think so?
But he's the type. He is the type of player. Yeah.
Yeah. He had 73 receptions this year. It's like he's kind of that prototype or whatever. Going down the list, I'm not sure. Like Austin Eckler's old. Najee Harris is not that
coming
guy.
Coming off an Achilles.
Javonte Williams, Travis Etienne. They're just not those type of running backs. So, like I said, like if it's not
Etienne might be
maybe, but if it's not Gainwell or Etienne, it's just like I don't think you're gonna find that guy. And what does that mean for the 49ers at that point? Then
that's exactly what I'm getting at. Can you put together a passing attack with the receiver we've talked about? Can you put together a passing game that isn't so contingent on the running back, that isn't so contingent on George Kittle?
Yeah,
like that's gonna be the big challenge, I think, for Kyle Shanahan this season. And like you said, you don't bank on Christian McCaffrey getting hurt, but I think it would be foolish to look at the last 25 years of this.
Or just not be prepared for it, I guess.
That's it. Not banking on it. You're banking on 17 games from Christian McCaffrey. You're hoping so, but if him getting hurt or him being less productive comes as some kind of surprise, like, you're doing it wrong.
He's not, I guess, what you want or expect. But how do you feel about J.K. Dobbins? He's not the receiving back or anything like that.
I'm gonna go back to what I talked about with Tyreek Hill. I don't want any action.
Yeah, he goes against everything. He's always hurt.
Can't stay
everything, but he can run the ball a little bit when he's healthy. But yeah, all right, we're out on that one.
Like, forget the EMF thing, right? Forget the electrical substation thing for a minute. Let's pretend they practice on the moon. All right. That doesn't work because there's gravity stuff there.
Silly comparison.
Let's pretend what
a joke.
What a silly guy. Let's pretend they practice right down the street from us, and there's no electrical substation.
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins is still a massive injury risk.
Oh yeah.
I don't want anything like that.
Yeah, it's just these other names just don't excite me at all.
Brian Robinson can go. A person who covers the 49ers told me when they acquired him, hey, Brian Robinson has no juice. And I went, nah, dude, Brian Robinson's a good player. Nah, he's juiceless.
We're all
no
holding
juice.
on.
Sans juice.
We're all holding on to those couple of years where he was great on our fantasy teams because he was a waiver wire pickup.
That's
what we've all been holding on
100%.
to. Those years are long past.
And he had a couple of runs this year where you're like, oh, he lowered his shoulder and
still got it. And it's what is it? Little big league. That's a seeing eye single.
And then on 2nd and 3 against the Seahawks, he gets 2 yards. Like, brother, can you fall forward one time? Not bitter. It's fine. Derek Carr, you noted.
Yeah.
Willing to come back and play,
but
only for the opportunity to win a Super Bowl. I think that means he's ready to be backup.
Oh, he's ready to be backup.
Yeah.
If that's the case, fine. You know what? Yes, come back. But if you're like, yeah, Derek Carr, I got this accent or whatever, even though I'm from this part of California where I don't know why people talk like that.
Bakersfield.
Yeah, it's from Bakersfield. I don't know why people talk like that. But all right. But he's like, yeah, I want to come back and I want to lead a team. No, you're not doing that, pal. You were never.
What team
not
is
that
calling,
kind of quarterback.
What team is calling Derek Carr?
To start?
Yeah.
The New York Jets. Don't laugh. I'm being serious. Wait, you want Brady Cook? Tyrod Taylor?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Derek Carr can start for that team.
Mike
He's
White
talked about
anything?
Where's Mike White? He was the Dolphins quarterback at one point a couple years ago. But point being, like, yeah, he's talked about Aaron Glenn, Derek Carr. Like, there's that has been put out in the atmosphere. Like, Derek Carr likes Aaron Glenn.
Yikes, dog.
Yeah, I like what they're doing. I got Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall.
To win the Super Bowl. Breece Hall, the free agent. Niners should sign him.
I wonder if the Jets bring him back though.
They should if they're bringing in Derek Carr.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Should the Vikings call?
I don't want to have a serious conversation because I might be like, yes, they should. Like, hey, like the Vikings could make the playoffs with Derek Carr.
I don't think we can sleep on the fact that Kevin O'Connell doesn't like JJ McCarthy. I think that has to be noted. But again, that's more, I think, of a Mac Jones.
Did the Vikings make the playoffs with Derek Carr? See, we were making jokes, and now we got the Vikings in the divisional round.
All right. You have $1,000
No.
bet
Oh no.
on the Vikings to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You get to pick. They trade for Derek Carr or Mac Jones. Who are you picking?
I'm gonna go Mac Jones.
Nah, me too.
I'm gonna go Mac Jones.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Mac
Come on.
Jones.
I think you have to. He at
Yeah.
least played last year.
We played well too.
Yeah. I don't know if Derek Carr's healthy.
I think
I don't even know if he wants to play football anymore.
I don't want to say I think Mac Jones can do what Sam Darnold can do, but I think he can do a level of that. Or
That's
maybe
what
it's
I
not
think-
getting
that's
into a
why-
Super Bowl, but I think you can win ball games if that's what he's gonna play like.
That's why I think, and that's why I think the 49ers are going to get something substantial for Mac Jones. Substantial, I mean a day 2 pick or better, or a day 2 pick and a day 3 pick. I think they're going to get something real for him, as obscene as that sounds, or as insane as that sounds, because 2 years ago Mac Jones was terrible. I think copycat league teams are going to look at what Sam Darnold did in his career arc, and they're going to say, well, Mac Jones is a top 15 pick. We have a Kyle Shanahan offense.
Yeah,
He can just run this.
there's just teams that that are in that position right now too. Like you look at the Steelers or the Falcons. I think there's another team out there that we've discussed. But point being, it's just you're kind of just teetering the line. You
Mhm.
haven't been able to find your guy. You have good players
Mm-hmm.
around your team and all that. But you're just waiting for a quarterback not to mess it up for you.
And can you get
Mac Jones is
can
kind
you-
of that next in waiting player. We don't know if he's going to be that, but he's just kind of next.
Could you bring him in, give him a reasonable extension? I'm talking like 2 years, $50 million with 40 guaranteed, 35 guaranteed, whatever it is, and make him either your quarterback or your stopgap option. Like I think there's a lot of teams that are going to be willing to do that.
Kyle, and we here. What's good, baby? What's good? What's good? Hey, shout out to the crew that was hanging out last night, or this weekend at least. I saw you, Michigan, and Drew Down, and whole crew out there, man. Looks like y'all had a good time. Zabo, and everybody.
What up? What up? What up?
Scooter, what's happening? What's up, Cole? What's up, Cole? What's up, Cole? Zebra, what's happening? Dr. David, what's good? The other James, what's happening? Let's get that jump logo down. Here, boom.
Tony Edwards, what's up, baby? What up, though?
Warren, what's happening?
Go, I don't know nothing about what's going on with Devers, to be honest with you. They're trying to get me to lock in to spring training, but not yet. Spring training is entirely too long. It's borderline awful. I know it's probably cool to like go, like I want to go at some point and spend a weekend there, but it's February 17th. Opening day is like April 1st or something like
Mhm.
that. The hell they need to be doing down there for all that time? Spring training should be 2-3 weeks max.
What's up, Jesse?
They play a bunch of games that don't mean nothing.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Jesse?
Oh, right on, Tony. I appreciate you, man. I got a cool Valentine's Day story to share. Yeah, I ain't told my partner about this. I wanted to tell him on the air. It's a good one.
Uh-oh.
It's a good one.
Here we go. March 25th against the Yankees. Still a month away. More than a month away. 3 weeks max.
Don't forget we grabbing dinner if we get in the top 5 pick. Okay. All right.
I think you should make your dinner arrangements now. They're going to be the worst team in basketball.
When Adam said, we don't know if there's a difference between how bad the team at 30 is versus the team at 22. I was sitting there like, Adam, the fuck we don't.
You should have said 29.
Like, we know. We can assure you Sacramento is not part of the problem. I was telling Kyle a second ago, I don't think I didn't realize I'm sure we've talked about it. I didn't realize Daniel Jones was a free agent. Because he was just a 1 year, right? Wow. Good for him, but also, that's tough.
Loki 100%. Not going to do that because AJ didn't look good against Arizona or Kansas, but I still think he's amazing. You know, Michael, he's not as active. He actually sounded a little better than I anticipated him sounding. He sung "What About Us?" At least his first verse on it.
They didn't do. Did they do
great,
any
actually.
KC JoJo stuff? Because I don't think they did at Thunder Valley.
Yeah, they did lately.
And JoJo wasn't there when I saw him in Vegas. They did lately.
Mhm.
Oh, that's good.
KC still got it.
Did
KC,
they do? They didn't.
Well,
do
he got
late-
it back.
They
I don't
didn't
think
do
they did it.
lately. I don't think they did either.
Wow.
They definitely didn't do it in Vegas.
I made up my mind while I was there. I'm just always going to see Jodeci. This is what it is.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Whenever they're in town or if I'm in Vegas, there is no, I've already seen them 10 times. No, I'm going to go see them 11 times. Oh, Loki. I mean, Iowa State, tough. It's a tough team, man. Boys get at it get after it on the defensive end. Kingston looked really good.
That was fun. Even I was tapped into that.
Yeah, that was a good game. That was just a flat out fun game to watch. Good stuff.
Yeah, them J. Cole tickets is kind of nuts, Cole. Casey was just telling me about all of the added dates.
How am I seeing this guy's tweets? I thought he blocked me.
Who?
Peaches.
I thought you were talking about Warren Sapp.
Richard Sherman.
I don't need to see this guy's tweets. I don't need to see his thoughts. Giannis crazy, bro. Giannis a fool. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 added dates for this Cole show.
I could be wrong. Where is Zabo? Zabo going to AEW. I think Willow Nightingale is here today. I'm pretty sure she's coming in to do Abe's show.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We are number one one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What it do, baby? We let them ride one more time on the hot side. What's good? What's good? Welcome in here.
More air horns, more birthday air horns. Happy birthday to the GOAT. To the GOAT. To the GOAT. Happy birthday. Happy 63rd birthday to the GOAT.
You got a farm or
The
something?
greatest ever do.
LeBron's birthday's in December.
He ain't the GOAT. That's why we
Is
talking
today
about the
Tom
GOAT.
Brady's birthday?
That's why we talking about the GOAT.
Well, your
Talking about the
goat
greatest ever
was
do.
in the news this weekend.
Man, people so thirsty, man. They dead wrong too.
Your goat was in
They don't
the
e-
news this weekend.
They don't
I
even know the whole
Jesse,
story.
My goat ain't never been in the
Oh,
news for
well,
that.
no. I saw an explanation. I don't know. Yeah, like, hey, leave Michael Jordan alone. And he's all
Epstein
right.
files.
No, hey, no, Michael,
Hey.
all right.
Hey.
He was trying to shake some ice out. That's it.
Okay.
Man, that's
Yeah,
Brody.
hey,
That's
hey,
Brody.
yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, he
Hey.
out here winning chips everywhere.
He really
You know what I'm
is,
saying? He
man.
winning chips everywhere.
Looked like he was gonna cry again.
See, that's what I love about Michael Jordan is his competitiveness, like, is second to none. And like LeBron isn't. I don't question LeBron's competitiveness at all. It is not close to Michael Jordan. There are few athletes, people on the planet whose competitive level is anywhere near that of Michael Jordan, and it's one of the aspects that makes him so crazy, man. And I guess this is just a segue right into the show. We'll do the introductions just for purposes. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway,
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
and we are live alongside EP.
What are you doing with
Show
him?
number 2 for the EP here. The competitiveness of Michael Jordan might be the thing that Victor Wembanyama most closely emulates. And there was a lot of talk about All-Star Weekend and the All-Star Game and USA versus the world and all of these different things. And no matter whether you watched it, no matter whether you read about it, no matter whether you listened to somebody talk about it, it all went back to one person and one person only. And that was Victor Wembanyama. Anthony Edwards is taking his MVP award, talking about the impact of Victor Wembanyama on, not the game, but the tournament, the festivities, the
being out there
competition.
playing,
The competition that was All-Star Sunday. And when you go back to, Kenny watching the end of that Netflix doc that we can never remember the name of, but you should have just called it Steph Saves the World, Steph Saves America. That end where it's like, who are you talking about? And he says, everybody. This is it. Like you saw for the second straight All-Star game, Wemby be upset about something that happened on the floor. You heard for the second straight All-Star game, Wemby talking about basketball IQ decisions being made in an All-Star game or in some sort of All-Star format of a game. And look, don't get me wrong. Like what went on this, fantastic. Like it was enjoyable, whatever. I don't care nothing about that. I'm talking about Victor Wembanyama. And when you talk about potential faces of the league, when you talk about leaders who people in this league will follow, that's the LeBrons. That's the Michael Jordans. That's the Kobe Bryants. Like it or not, that's the Allen Iversons. Those are guys that people in the league will follow. Victor Wembanyama has shown for 2 straight meaningless All-Star seasons, All-Star games, All-Star weekends, that the league, even its best players, will follow him. And that was the biggest takeaway from this weekend. Talk about Michael Jordan. You talk about Michael Jordan winning chips, going everywhere, winning. All Victor Wembanyama wants to do is win. And there is nothing for me to take away from this All-Star weekend other than Victor is the face of the league.
Mm.
He is the one that everyone, from Anthony Edwards to Darren Peterson to AJ DeBonsta, they're going to follow his lead.
I mean, I see the same thing. I see, and what Wemby did on Sunday, what he tried to do last year, what he's going to do moving forward is he's going to tap into the competitive nature of everybody around him. And the thing about it is, I don't think he's going to do it because he cares about the league that much. He is just, we keeping score. There's a competition. I need to prove that I'm the best.
Yeah.
That's just what's in his blood.
Yeah.
That's what's in his DNA. And if you come along for the ride, that's cool too. If not, I'm going to embarrass you. And that's just what it is. So like when everything you said is spot on, but Wemby, like, that's not even my concern. I don't care if I'm the face or if they follow or not. Right. This is what I do. And if they don't follow along, I'm going to embarrass them. I'm going to have a good time along the way. And that's when you tap in to the competitive nature of a guy like Anthony Edwards, who ironically was one of the most vocal guys in recent memory about how he didn't care about the All-Star game. Right. He thought it was stupid. Yeah. He wasn't tripping off it. He wasn't doing that. But one thing Ant is he's super competitive. He's super competitive. And once somebody gets those juices flowing, he responds to that. And that's what we saw on Sunday. Wemby going out there playing like he did. That got Kawhi going. You know what I mean? That got LeBron going. It was a certain level of leadership that's been lacking from this game for a while now. And I love LeBron James, so I ain't trying to, come at LeBron no type of way. But for the last few years, LeBron he's the guy. He's the face of the league. He heavy is the head that wears the crown, literally, for King James.
Yeah.
But he has approached the game and the weekend like there's so many other things he'd rather be doing than be around. And that has festered into the perception of the weekend, to the way the other players go about playing that weekend. And that's I ain't been getting with that from LeBron, man. Like, I don't like that. Like, this is part of the responsibility. And he's been that for the league for a long time, but it seems like he's tired of it all. All right, man, we'll move out the way then. And let somebody else do it. And Wemby's here to take that mantle from him. And like I said, if that leads to other people participating, great. If not, I'm just gonna stomp you.
Yeah,
like that's his mentality.
It's not my problem. Like, if you're not gonna follow me, that's not my problem. But when you have someone who is willing to lead like that, and you don't follow, you look stupid.
100%.
Yeah, you look bad.
100%.
And when you're the likes of, it's just, forgive us. This is just what we sound like, man, now. It's just not. We're just gonna have to deal with this.
I sound like I smoke a pack a day.
Yeah, at least. In the studio, when we just breathe the same air. If you're not following what he's doing, you're gonna look bad. Especially when you're, and obviously he didn't, but when you're the likes of Anthony Edwards, right? When you're when you're the talent that is Jamal Murray, when you're the talent that's, Darren Peterson is going to have these moments ahead of him. AJ DeBonsta is going to have these moments ahead of him. When you talk about the Dylan Harpers and the young players in this league, when you're De'Aaron Fox, and we all know De'Aaron don't want to be there. If you're not following what he's doing, you're the only one who's going to look bad. And it feels like a lot of people recognize that yesterday. Yeah. And if the league recognizes it and says, here's our approach to the All-Star game next year, whether it's identical to this, whether it's a traditional 5-on-5 where it's USA versus the world, or we get a more traditional All-Star game, we are going to put Victor Wembanyama front and center of everything that we're doing. I don't care what the votes say. Victor Wembanyama starting in the All-Star game. If he misses out on it, we're going to fudge the votes,
right,
or stuff the ballot box, because he's going to be front and center of what we're doing, because 8.8 million people tuned in to watch that game. Now there's a lot of television caveats to that. It was obviously NBC. It was on multiple networks. It was on multiple platforms. Perhaps most importantly, they had the Olympics leading into it. Doesn't matter. People didn't leave. They were there for it, and it was competitive enough that they didn't turn it off. And the reason it was competitive is that big boy in San Antonio.
100%. I thought they did a great job.
They did.
Everybody involved, man. NBC's production, the guys out there on the floor. I thought everybody did a really good job. I wasn't expecting that. Maybe that has something to do with how great I thought it was because the expectations were so low. But I thought they really played. That moment in the third game or third quarter, whatever it was called, from Kawhi, where he just lost his mind. I mean, that's one of the all-time all-star moments.
Yeah.
What did he get, 13 straight, 15 straight points?
I think he was the only one who got MVP votes outside of Anthony Edwards.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's the all-star game,
moment,
but it was one of the great all-star game moments I've seen in recent memory, man. So it goes to show, and we'll talk a lot about the NBA and these players. Full disclosure, I am a basketball NBA stan. I love the NBA. I love the NBA. It is fantastic. I love this game. All right. I love it. So it doesn't take much for me to appreciate like what they do. But I think when they play, that's the best all-star game. Like what we saw on Sunday, that level of playing, it doesn't have to be playoff level, but there was some resistance on the defensive end. There was some big shot making. There was some talking back and forth. I love baseball's all-star game. It's great. But I think when they play, when they decide to play in some capacity, basketballs is the best. Basketball, because they go back and forth. Kawhi, Anthony Edwards, De'Aaron Fox, Wemby, LeBron, Tyrese Maxey, Ant-Man, all these guys, they're going, oh, he scored. Let me see if I can score on him and all this other stuff. It's the best, man. And all they got to do is give 50 to 60% effort, and it shines.
To me, it's the most exciting sport. With football, you can't play this. You can't play football in an all-star form. It's dumb. It's far, far too dangerous, and it's not worth it. Obviously, you can get hurt playing basketball, but the risks are very, very, very different. Basketball is the most exciting game, and when you have the absolute best players playing it at the highest level, it is the best to watch. It's just you usually get the best players not playing at a very high level. And a lot of people have in recent days pointed the finger at different individuals, from LeBron James to Nikola Jokic, to the old heads, to the Euros, to all of this different thing. And I could tell you this, it was pretty glaring watching this stuff because I didn't watch any of it live. I wasn't going to watch a second of that live. But I did read enough to where it was like, okay, I'm watching all of this. I need to see exactly what this was about. Oh, Kevin Durant might have a point. Because there's a lot of there were I get it. It's like a running gag, but no one seems to care that Jokic doesn't really like basketball. Right? It's just kind of a bit at this point where Boogie asked him, like, that was one of the ultra viral moments of the weekend, was Jokic fielding a question from reporters, realizing the reporter was DeMarcus Cousins, and DeMarcus asking him, would you rather win, all of the MVPs, or would you rather all of your horses win the races? And without even like thinking, he was like, I'd rather all my horses win the races. And like, there's not a lot of there's a famous, Jesse will know that there's an article in The Athletic somewhere, if you search it, I think it's The Athletic, where if you look for pre-draft stuff on Jaylen Brown, it says he's really, really smart. And he's so smart, he might be interested in other things. Like, he's so smart, he might not love basketball the way that people whose singular focus is love basketball. It's like, this guy loves books, and he loves reading, and he loves studying. And like, can you imagine that being a criticism of an individual? But no one cares that this other guy, who is so great at what he does, is just like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to go to the championship parade. I don't want to be interviewed because my team just won a championship. Truthfully, I don't want to hold this trophy. I want to go home. And I think it really registered with everybody when his horse did win. And he's holding that horse and he is just sobbing because he's so happy his horse won. And it's like, that's cool. That's what he loves. I'm sorry he has to waste his life playing basketball for a living because he loves that. But when it comes to this type of format, man, you're not suited for that. And it shows with him. Like Jokic he's not going to win the All-Star game MVP. He is going to go through the motions, answer the question, smile, and try to get the hell out of here. And it did feel like maybe it's because maybe it's because KD pointed it out and I was watching it. It absolutely could be that. But I was watching it and I saw it.
Well, yeah, because it was there.
Right.
It was right there, and it's been there. Like you think back to the way him and Luka played the last couple of All-Star, like that's what they've been doing. And Jokic, I am a believer that to a certain extent, you have a responsibility to build the league up, to prop it up, to make sure that it's on the same, if not higher than the level it was when you stepped into the league. So you look at LeBron, KD, Steph, or whatever. You guys are the best players. You guys have an era. It's your generation. Are you lifting up the game? Are you helping lift up the game? For the most part, they have. We've talked about this before a number of different times, and we'll talk about it, I'm sure, today too. I do have a problem with these guys acting like All-Star Weekend is such a burden. And to do anything All-Star Weekend is like pulling teeth. Like, oh, I got so many engagements. I get it. But you know my line. You getting around LA is not the same as me getting around LA. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know you got NBA cares and oh man, I don't want to do this. You got the media thing where after the practice, dog, you got the media there for 10 minutes. It's not like you got 2 hours and 10 minutes of questions you got to ask.
Yeah.
It's 10 minutes. Let me say these little canned responses and I move on with my day. But that's part of the gig. I'm really not like, you know me, I'm not the type to be like, you make a lot of money, so you got to do this and that. But in this case, you do. Jokic, you about to make part of making $200 million is showing up for the All-Star game and All-Star weekend and being active in that and making sure that you're elevating the game and, you know, putting it in a spotlight where, yeah, the stars are there. The stars are shining. Same with LeBron, same with Steph, same with Luka. Like, that's part of why you make so much money. Not just because, I only show up when it's game time. That's not how this works.
I think there's also, and this is where in my past experiences, the league can be really bad with this. It's like, this is a massive star-driven league. And it's not always all-stars that are doing these appearances. Ask people to come in and do this stuff, right? And don't have, you know, De'Aaron Fox, for example, because he's the closest thing we're going to have to an all-star. Don't ask De'Aaron Fox to do 4 different appearances over a 2-day stretch across Los Angeles or 5 different appearances. Like, spread it out. Like, you can have other people do that. You can have Fox do one. Maybe Fox has got to do 2. He's got to do the one with the kids. He's got to do the NBA cares one. Like, get Dylan Harper out here. If you want San Antonio, like get someone else. Get one of the young guys out here. There's enough stars in the league where you could spread this apart and guys don't feel like it's such a burden. I think they've allowed, you know, the All-Star game is really festive. You know, we heard about the influencer thing that Adam Silver was doing, and I don't know if DeMarcus Cousins was an influencer, but certainly his part in the media was a highlight. You talk about viral moments from the weekend. Another one was Steph's media session. They do kind of need to get those under control. They need to be a little bit more organized because it's not like it's the Los Angeles media. It's not like it's you know, Bill Plaschke in front of you or you know, those guys. It's or Ramona Shelburne. It's like all of the media from everywhere who travels to cover their specific play. Like Jason Jones was out there. Trysta Krick was out there. They both joined us today. It's people from all over the country going there. And it's like, oh, This is my I never get to talk to Steph Curry.
Mhm.
I'm going to go talk to Steph Curry. And Steph goes to start his media session, and he's like, whoa, we got to raise our hand or something. Like, what's happening? Like, we can't all talk at once. And then you get the flip view of Steph, who is surrounded by reporters, and it looks like the Super Bowl. It's like, all right, let's get this under. And I saw that video an hour after the NBA saying on the nose, yeah, LeBron James is not going to media today. So don't even bother. And I was like, oh, okay. Now LeBron traditionally holds his own thing, and it's a little bit more controlled than the other All-Stars. Now you got to do that with Steph. You've got to be more aware of, like, this is going to happen with Wemby. Wemby's going to show up next year in Phoenix, and there's going to be 500 reporters around him. You're going to have to find a way to keep that loose, fun, let's go viral format, but allow it to be a little bit more comfortable for these guys to where they're like, no, oh my God, get me out of here. Mm-hmm. Like, the NBA does have a responsibility in all of this, and their game is growing fine, right? They've got these massive television deals. They've got these massive streaming platforms that they're on. I don't think we got to it last week, but like, there could be more streaming packages on the way here in the very, very near future that we'll talk about as the days and the weeks go by. But the NBA, I'm with you in the sense that players have an obligation here, but the NBA has to do its part to a certain degree to protect their players not protect, that's the wrong word, but to, kind of take care of their players here as to what's supposed to be a down low key kind of fun week for everybody.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's things that they can put in place.
And there are exceptions to that, by the way. Just one interruption, because I just realized I said Phoenix. Booker's going to hold a heavyweight next year.
Yeah.
The guy who's Kawhi, the guy who's I couldn't figure out why I was seeing Kawhi everywhere. Well, that's why he was talking to
Chris Haynes.
He was talking to Chris Haynes.
Yeah.
He's doing all that. Like, when did Kawhi start doing this? And then it realized the guys, whoever's home market it is, you carry a very, very heavy burden when the All-Star game is there, and that's going to be Book next year. Mm-hmm. Book is going to carry a very heavy burden for that All-Star game next year.
And I'm all, like I said, with all due respect to these guys, and you've been at multiple All-Star weekends, seen what these guys go through and do. Man, it's 2 days, man. Nobody asking you to do this for 2 straight weeks. Yeah. It's 2 days, and the one thing I know you've been in those seats, so you understand maybe a different burden to it, but I can't wrap my head around. Kenny Caraway going to All-Star weekend, getting around the city is a hassle. It's not the same for LeBron, KD, and Steph. You get in the back of that Sprinter and you sleep or you eat or you do whatever, and they get you where you're supposed to be. You're there for 20, 30 minutes. Maybe you got to do 20, 30 minutes 5 times. I get it, but it's not the same. Like,
I got you.
You can go do that, and then it's okay.
It's also a constant state. I'm not trying to stall these guys out. I'm just drawing on things that it's a constant. You're constantly on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, not that a lot of these guys aren't really nice guys and personable and all of that stuff, but there's a big difference to being nice and pleasant and then like I'm on, because this person I'm meeting, I've always told, like, there's no one better at this than Magic Johnson. The first time Magic, it's Magic, but he makes sure when you meet Magic Johnson, and I guarantee you, anyone who's ever listened to this, who has had the opportunity to meet Magic Johnson, Magic has made you feel like you are his guy. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not like a casual. And I think Kobe Bryant was like this. I told the story last week about LeBron James, because I believe LeBron is this way too. And Magic, I think, has set the standard for how this goes. All of those people that you're talking about, going from here appearance, this appearance, that appearance, that might be the only time you ever meet All-Star A. Mm. And All-Star A has to make sure you remember that experience forever. I'll never forget my first interaction with Magic Johnson, because you can't convince me. I cannot pick up my phone and call Magic Johnson right now because of that singular interaction.
Yeah.
Because he's so good at it, right? He's so good at it. And that's one thing that I hope isn't lost with some of these guys.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And it's sometimes it's hard to like, okay, you're on, get in the car. All right, settle down. We're going here. We're going here. We're going to the next spot. Okay, get back up. Let's go. You go do it again. Get back in the car. And then maybe you go back to the hotel and it's like, all right, now you're with Sprite. You're in the Sprite booth or whatever for All-Star Saturday night.
Mhm.
And I, yes, it's not the most difficult work. It's not, Scooter out there building a fence in 100-degree heat. But it's
Scooter.
but it's also, it's different, right?
Yeah.
Like it can be taxing.
Yeah, for sure.
But you're right.
Eh,
Like you're 100% right. It's
and
not 2 weeks.
Yeah, and it's just it's part of the gig. You know what I mean? It's part of I'm just a big believer in leaving things at the very least the same or better than when you found them.
Mhm.
And I think these guys have done a great job their careers.
Mhm.
This isn't an indictment on LeBron, Steph, KD, their career. But once again, LeBron for the last handful of All-Star games has acted like it's the worst thing in the world. And guess what? Everyone else has been like, yeah, this is stupid.
And that's the problem with he's a crotchety old man. You know what I mean? Like we've talked about it earlier this season, where like LeBron's media sessions now are just like good days and bad days, and sometimes he just sounds like an angry old man, and sometimes he sounds like he always sounds like an old man at this point, but sometimes he just sounds like a happier old man, and that's probably not the guy you want to follow anymore. And that's not a knock on LeBron. Like I get it. But when you're the age of Steph and KD, yeah, maybe you're in the old man club out there and it's just like done 20, 21, 22 of these. When you're Anthony Edwards, it's like, oh, okay. I see what this kid over here is doing.
But
all
look,
right.
But look, even to your other point too, they talked to Luka, I think, during one of the games. They're like, oh, Wemby was upset after the game winner. Like, what was going on? He's like, oh man, I don't even really know. I wasn't really paid. I don't care. Man, get out of here with all that, man.
But Luka's a guy who doesn't get it.
And he should be
Luka
held to the fire like KD did to
absolutely,
him. Him and Jokic should be.
Luka calls courtside fans out by their name.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like, bro, Luka's a basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
That's what, with all due respect to Luka, he's done there's nice little videos of him petting kids on their head who he's run into. Like, he's not like a horrible person.
No, not at all. Yeah.
But I don't know that I want Luka Doncic to be my ambassador for the league. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
We'll come back. We have a lot to talk about. I'm very anxious to tell you about our Valentines.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
It was spectacular. Yeah. It's going to have to wait a little bit because Trysta Krick's going to join us. Trysta, it's Trysta Takes America. She was in LA. She was at the Super Bowl. She went to LA. Somehow, I think she wound up at the LSU South Carolina game.
Yeah.
Now she's back in LA, and she joins Zelo and KC next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, I'm going to bring TK in here because we're right on time. TK, if everybody could look in the camera real quick, because I think two of Morgan's favorite people are on the screen. So if you look at the camera, you see Morgan's got her Elsa dress and crown on today because it's her birthday. It's her birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, let it go.
Yeah. So
happy birthday, Morgan.
What up, Morgan? Momo.
Everybody in the chatty house.
Say happy birthday to Morgan.
Birthday. Yeah.
Holly, where are you at, Holly? Do you want to say hello to Momo? Where are you at? Come here. Did you say hello? He said, woof.
Yeah.
Woof.
That's dog for hello. Yeah. See, David Jackson. Look, happy birthday. See, everybody's wishing you a happy birthday, Morgan. And the two people she's most excited about, KC, her favorite person, and Trysta Krick, her second favorite person.
Once again,
I'm second. Wow.
Yeah, well, you're not seen as much.
The best whistler I've ever seen, to be honest with you. Every time I say, I'm like, you got to give me a whistle one time. I'm jealous of her.
Come over to the house because she's either whistling or singing. At all times, she is whistling or singing.
you guys are here. This reminded me.
Hey, I'm not a big fan of your little shirt there.
Oh,
Yeah, little homie got an attitude problem.
no, she does not.
That
She
shirt is
does.
fire,
I'm
too,
not.
by the
I'm not a fan. Little homie got an attitude problem.
Why? Because she cried and put the 4 up?
Did you see the guy?
Wait, who is that?
This is Flage.
Yeah, nah, she got an attitude problem. She need to fix herself.
What'd she do?
Nah, we talk about it later.
Did you guys see the guy who did the South Carolina LSU reenactment?
No.
I don't think so.
Look at, I'll just show you the visuals. All you really need. Look at this guy. Watch what he I don't know who that is supposed to be. Well, let's SC get another shot. Look at Kim.
Who can guard Tessa? Who can guard Tessa?
What she say to that referee?
That fucker cost
Yeah,
all.
well, I'm
My bad, Morgan. Don't. My
That
bad, Morgan. My bad. She watching. My bad.
say cost me a final. That cost me
She
a
said it
final
cost me
4.
a Final Four. So get outta
10
here.
years ago. 10 years ago. She didn't forget.
Unpopular opinion. Kim makes.
I love Kim. I love Kim.
The hell out of me. I'm not saying I'd follow Kim where she goes.
Listen.
She entertains the hell out of me.
She's kind of like one of those figures where you know they're toxic, but you just do not care. Like they just provide hours of entertainment. And you know that they're problematic as hell, but like there's just something about them. They're like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I know, but like it's Kim. I mean, I get it, but it's Kim. By the way, 16 straight for Duke.
16 straight. That's right. Took down North
16 straight
Carolina.
for Duke. And Kara just continues to sprinkle the world with wisdom. You never know how long your season of adversity is going to be.
Bars.
Every day you wake up and you say, am I out of it? Am I out of it? You're either in the season of prosperity or a season of adversity. And you don't get to choose.
All right, we're back here. It's the marathon, 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. Steeler and KC with the homie, Trysta Krick, Heat Check Podcast. Let her shoot. First of all, congratulations also on the success of the Daily W. I'm not sure how old the Daily W is at this point, but that Instagram account has blown up in ways that I'm not sure you were prepared for to happen this quickly.
No, not at all. It's less than a year. It's younger than Ollie. I believe we're sitting there at 9 or 10 months, something like that. Just hit 50K, 53 million views in the last 30 days, which is just an absurd amount. The Olympics somehow have provided an incredible amount of growth. I'm just really grateful. I'm grateful to be. I don't know if I said this to you guys. Maybe I did already. But when I saw Renee Montgomery, she said that what we are doing is a critical component of the ecosystem of women's sports. And to that I say, like, I'm just grateful to be the hater in the chat. That can provide that layer of truth that it makes everyone a little uncomfortable.
You're like the W yourself. You just grew so fast. Hopefully you don't handle things like the W, but you grew so fast you weren't ready for it. And now look at you, big time, man.
Except for we have our costs in check a little bit more than the W. We have our balance sheet a little bit better than the W. So
real quick, because I'm super doom and gloom as far as like a work stoppage with the W. A lot of people look at the fact that they talked, I think last week or maybe the week before. It's like, hey, that's all right. Maybe I was really down on things, but the fact that they're communicating gives me a little hope. Do you think we'll see basketball on time? Because I don't.
I don't. I've been saying this for 15 months. No, I don't. I just don't think that the W itself is really open to shifting what they believe they should give away. Well, it's not really giving away. They don't see the players as partners. Otherwise, they would not want to mess around and play with them in the media like they have been. So I see that. I think the W sees the players as labor, not as partners. They see them as costs. They don't see them as the asset necessarily. And that's a real shame. And I think like Tasha Cloud's been very vocal. Nafisa Collier's been very vocal. Even Sophie Cunningham has been very, very vocal, just in terms of like, they're kind of effing around with us. And they're not really coming to the table with anything meaningful in terms of the revenue share. And if that continues to happen, I don't know how you will get to the point where you don't have basketball that gets delayed.
Yeah, I saw something the other day where I forgot who it was, but one of the ladies was like, I mean, yeah, we could probably get somewhere on all this other stuff. Like we can get there, but if revenue sharing, that's first and foremost. If that don't change, then none of this other stuff matters. I was thinking the last proposal, they like had some concessions the owners did, or they're like, oh yeah, we'll do that, or we're open to this.
Give me free league pass.
Oh, that was crazy. But it's like, all right, that's cool. Like revenue sharing still the same in your eyes? Okay, well, we don't really have nothing to talk about. And yeah.
That's it. That's so problematic for this league. It is so bad for this league. But it's good that college basketball is jumping off, and you were at one of the marquee games of the season period. So just real quick, want to set the schedule for everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Super Bowl Santa Clara, down to Los Angeles. Car breaks down somewhere in Bakersfield.
That's crazy.
Still didn't get
true story.
It's true story. Car break the day we talked to her last Tuesday.
That's what I'm saying. She was
I
like,
think actually you guys
caused
caused it. My car probably wouldn't have broken down if I didn't sit by the edge of the freeway. I was like, damn, I could have been an hour further south if I wouldn't have pulled over for an hour for this damn hit.
That is kind of good old deal on KC's fault. Yeah. Low key. Damn.
Low key, no, it's low key Alamo's fault. I knew that car was on some BS when I got it, because it was like, and you're like, oh man, you're up the hills and it's kind of,
oh my gosh.
And I'm like, maybe it's just not in gear, maybe it just needs to be, to put it into like drive instead of manual drive, or how they have these like newfangled like little gears that you can do with drive, like it. And so I put it. I kind of like wiggled with it, and it kind of acted right. It paused. It acted right. And so then I had some problems on the freeway a little bit, and I was like, oh, maybe it's the wind. It's the wind is blowing me around. Maybe that's what's going on. And then all of a sudden I'm pushing on the gas, and the speed is just going from 70 to and I'm pushing hard on the gas, and it's not doing anything. Semis are beep, 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 beep. And I'm like, I need to pull over. Pulled over the left side of the road, turned the car off, turned it back on. Maybe there's just, I don't know. I'm trying to finesse it. And it's like engine light on, please service immediately, power reduced. And I was like, well, I am screwed. And I'm in the middle of nowhere. Thank God I'm by a rest station. So I just waited for all the cars to leave, and I'm like scooting across the freeway at like 15 miles an hour. Ooh, scoot. Parked into the rest area, and then had to go through the whole process of trying to get to a rental car company. This is at 5-6 o'clock at night, so all the rental car companies are closed. I had to get to Burbank to the airport because they have like a 24/7. It was a mess. Anyway, keep going. That's what happened.
Sound like a mess.
Well, she eventually made it to LA. And then at some point, and I'm not really sure when, you got to the LSU South Carolina game.
Then Saturday morning, took a 6 a.m. flight to New Orleans. Here's the funny thing. Get to the rental car company Enterprise. Like I said, my other car's with Alamo. It's Mardi Gras, peak Mardi Gras. I get to Enterprise. I'm like, I'm good. I booked this car a month ago. I'm good. They're like, hey, yeah, Miss Krick, yeah, we got your reservation right here. Yep, everything's good. Everything's except for really quick. It looks like, could you correct us if we're wrong? You have another rental car out. I go, yeah, I'm still using it. I'm gonna be in LA another week. Yeah, so yeah, I am. And they're like, yeah, see, that's not gonna work. You can't have 2 rental cars out at the same time. I'm like, excuse me, what? Yeah, you can't do that. We're not gonna rent you twice. It's just not. And I'm like, but I'm with Alamo. And they're like, yeah, we own Alamo. We also own National. So any of those ones is a wrap for you. I'm like, well, what do you recommend? We're like, we recommend nothing because everybody's completely sold out. I'm like, this is just the rental car saga of hell. So I have to call an Uber. The Uber's not allowed to get to the rental car place. The rental car place is 30 miles from the airport. And I'm like, dude, we got to figure this out. My girl, she came through and snuck in to it. And I had to like Mission Impossible, me and Ollie, into the area. And then the people, they're like, you ain't got no, you know, because it's Louisiana. They'll tell you right now when you're out of pocket. And I'm sprinting to the car in my slide.
Oh my gosh.
We're getting out of here like a random bank heist. And we got down, and then she drove me the 80 miles from New Orleans to the pretty penny that was from New Orleans to Baton Rouge.
This is the trip from hell.
But I'm still
you got a hell of a basketball.
I'm about to say you still made it though.
Still made it. Got down. The game was late, so that's why I took the 6 a.m. I was like, if anything goes wrong, I don't want to miss this game. I got a ticket from a booster. I got the credentials, but I got a ticket from a booster that just so happened to need to sell it right away. And so I'm in the season ticket section 111, like I think row K. So we are right in front of Kim, like right behind the bench. And I got down there 3 hours ahead of tip, walked around the campus, took a bunch of video. It was just so inspiring. It was the time, right? You've got NBA All-Star going on and nobody cares. You've got game day on the location. Thousands and thousands of people are packed outside, just parlaying. They got the Louisiana hot sauce little bottle. They're doing their thing. It's huge. It's just so much stuff going on. It was so cool. And then you get down into the arena and it's like, have you ever been to that arena, D'Lo?
I have not.
So I don't know if you guys have ever been to Barcelona, but there's this place, Google it, Chatty House. It's called Park Güell. And it's this and there's another place that's in Barcelona by, I think, Salvador Dali as well. The way that it's designed is like surreal, almost like the cement is like dripping the way that it's built. It's the Pete Maravich Center, and they put a little a blueprint of the arena on the t-shirts they gave away called the Deaf Dome. And I don't know if you guys watched the broadcast, but Holly Rose said it's the loudest women's environment she's ever been a part of, and it delivered, man. Not an empty seat in the building. I checked Game Time and Ticketmaster to see if anybody was giving seats away or selling seats right before. No, it's a nope. Try again. We'll put yourself on a list. You'll get notified. Nothing. Nobody was scalping. Nothing. It was like, if you don't have a hot ticket, you're out of here. I stayed at this hotel that was almost like the school hotel. It was on campus called the Cook Hotel. So you're seeing BCS trophies in the hallway. You've got plaques of everything. They got a full-on impressionist painting of Joe Burrow. You're like, this thing is crazy. They got a team store in the hotel. It was wild. I ran into Kim Mulkey's money manager. She's like, not for nothing, but, her husband leaves the scene. So she's like, love the name, let her shoot. That's a great name. I low key manage Kim's money. And I'm like, I get so into it, y'all. That I'm like, I turned into Brian Kelly,
TK was like, I'm glad that you like the show.
I was
I'm going to have a new episode coming up soon.
All right now, I got you. Yeah, you going to tune in now? Are you going to tune in to our YouTube family show? It's a family.
We lost Trysta. That's terrible. We lost Trysta.
I bought a bunch of merch. I was in there like swimwear, indoctrinated by LSU. And I hate
And
the
all
football
of that,
program.
and all of that,
Just to get an L.
and my girls won. Those are my girls too.
Listen, here's the thing too.
Shout out to my girls, man.
Your girls, you're crazy.
Sure.
The thing that's wild is like I didn't realize. So we kind of have low-key adopted LSU as our team for college basketball this year, me and Sarah. And like the more you like LSU, and again, I don't know any LSU fans. I've never been down there, but like the more you become a fan, even from afar, the more you just cannot stand on. Like, I hate her. It's like, she's so smug and so, And so I'm sitting with the fans.
The idea that an LSU fan is looking at their head coach.
Now, Kim is the one.
Looking at an opposing head coach going, oh, they're so smug.
So I'm talking to like season ticket holders. And I'm like, where you guys at on Dawn? Oh, can't stand Dawn. Like,
I'm not surprised.
They wear the boot sweatshirts, the custom ones, and you're like, God, you're gross. And my Uber driver, she's like, her aunt was one of the original LSU boosters and was there during the Simone Augustus days. And like, it was just chef's kiss, bad result.
Okay, to be clear, you made it sound like that was the Bob Cousy era. Simone Augustus wasn't that long ago.
Well, but like they were there even before, like in the 80s.
Oh, okay.
Like they were like some of the original boosters.
Simone
was, think about her in college.
Simone probably was 20 years ago.
Man, that's crazy. You wouldn't even think that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's like she said BCS a second ago. Is somebody listening going, what the hell is a BCS trophy? Yeah.
Back in the days where Les Miles was eating grass.
Les Miles. Oh, man.
Yeah, man. South Carolina came in there and handled business, though. You know what I mean? I like LSU, too, though. That's my school, too. I like
Listen,
LSU.
Medina electric slid all over that joint in there. She was traveling her ass off, hit her free throws, 17 rebounds. I felt really bad for Flage. She really balled out, just those 2 free throws. Well, she missed 4 free throws for the game. But, man, the hate.
Fundamentals.
That's my girl, too. Don't talk about her. That's my girl, Flage.
I love Flaw.
I assure you, I will talk about her as I see
I love Flaw.
That's my girl, Flage, man.
That's my girl. But the we want to love you, but we can't love you for Malaysia is so strong. Every time she touches the ball, everyone's like, man, stop. Like, you better not. Like, that's the energy for her every time she has the ball because she stays effing up.
Damn.
Ideal situation is both teams get their ass kicked when the tournament gets here. So we'll see what happens.
By who?
Once that arrives. UConn, UCLA.
Well, they will.
Texas,
that will happen.
Duke, I don't care. It could be by Baylor for all I care.
I don't know what's going to happen with LSU.
It won't be that.
It ain't happened to South Carolina. They get into the Final Four again.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
That ain't gonna happen till that.
I didn't say win in the tournament. I just said in the tournament.
They will though too. They will.
When did you get back to LA?
Sunday night. I flew.
Okay, so you didn't go to the game. You didn't do any All-Star festivities.
I went to a boardroom event. I went to like the stuff around the All-Star. Thursday, Friday. I did a live stream with the guys from Players Choice, who I think is Shaq's show. They're great. That was really fun. They did like a 3-hour show in downtown, which I drove out for. I had a lunch with somebody that has a sports book potential branded opportunity. So it was mostly business. It wasn't really a lot of NBA content making stuff that I did.
Did you? I mean, obviously, like what happened.
I watched the All-Star game itself on the plane.
Were you surprised that it played out that way as far as their effort, the competitive nature of it all?
No, I think people need to be there. I'm a big believer in healthy shaming, and I think people are sheep at the end of the day, and all it takes is one person to say, all right now.
There she goes, Louisiana Trysta.
All right now. I'm going to embarrass the hell out of you if you don't play. So if you want to do that, fine. But I'm going to dunk on your ass. I'm going to block your ass. And just know that I am Wemby, and this is now going to be how I come every single All-Star weekend. And if you're with it and you want to look dumb and you won't compete, then you're going to get your asses beat. And that's just what it's going to be. And I think Wemby's the first superstar since Kobe, probably. Maybe I'm wrong. But since Kobe was playing, that's like, no, I'm taking this dead ass serious. And that encouraged Ant to take it serious because he's a competitive guy. And once you get embarrassed, even if you weren't planning on trying, the competitive juices flow. I wasn't intending to come away from Louisiana talking about, all right now, but you get swept up in it. You know what I mean? It takes over you. We are human beings that want to fall into the pack a little bit and fit in. And we don't want to be the one that's like such the outlier. And so embarrassment, I think, sometimes can just come from one person. And once I found out Wemby was like, no, I'm taking this serious.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, well, I don't know who's going to show up. But I mean, LeBron showed up. KD showed up. Kawhi. I think there's a real case that Kawhi is maybe the best player on the planet right now. Like he's just, and if it wasn't for aspiration, people would be talking about him as an MVP, and those 15 in a row put the exclamation mark and the stamp on it. So it was great to see.
Adam was funny. They was asking him about Kawhi and aspiration. He's like, I don't know. I'm not even in charge of it. We put someone else in charge of this.
I'm not
I
familiar.
don't know. I've got none to report.
I'm not familiar with the day-to-day. That's a firm and invest.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Nothing.
I don't know.
I got nothing.
He's the worst.
Oh, no.
He's the worst. I think we're all getting to a point where it's like, this guy.
He's not the worst, but he has had a rough 6 to 8 months. Like it's from the aspiration stuff to the highlight league and the television deal. Now he's, attempting to navigate the tanking thing. Obviously that was kind of I guess the highlight. We were joking on Friday. We've never been more eager to hear an Adam Silver press conference than we were this weekend, and how he was going to address these tanking fines and how he was going to address this problem that the league is facing right now. And he talked about it and addressed it, I guess, as best as he could. And there were two things that were very, very clear in listening to Adam Silver talk, TK. One, changes are coming. They are coming, and they are coming relatively soon. Two, they have no clue what those changes are. Absolutely none. There are changes coming. They just don't know what they're going to be yet.
Yeah, and the whole relocation thing too, which we'll get to in a second. But yeah, I think that the level tanking has been obviously Portland egregiously tanked a few years ago. It was anyone with a stub toe wasn't playing. But I think the whole we trade for players that we never intend to play for the rest of the year that are all-stars is a new layer of this. And we are putting guys on minutes restrictions, but we're just going to sit them out the entire fourth quarter. It's just so, I don't know why it's more egregious or why it's more of a slap in the face. And maybe it's just a we hate Utah thing and Danny Ainge thing. But I feel that everyone collectively were like, no, this is where it ends. This right here, we need somebody to do something. Whereas OKC, sat out Shea at times, right? They traded for Al Horford and sat him. They traded for Kemba and sat him. And they clearly were in a rebuilding phase. And like I said, Portland did this and San Antonio did this. San Antonio was just bad. So not for nothing, Sacramento is getting zero ire, right? It's like they would like to be better, but it's not really tanking. And so I think that it's clear that something has to change in terms of whether that's a phantom date that changes every year where wherever the ping pong balls are right now, like it's locked. Or
that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
That'd be incredible.
Like, could you imagine
random lottery day?
30th? Yeah, like today is the day that you're locked in.
And it happens like during an NBC game, like a siren goes off.
It's over.
It's lottery day. Oh, that'd be incredible.
They kill it with that though, because like I don't know what. It's almost like steroids, right? Like the cheaters will always be ahead, and we talked about this last week, and Damian brought it up. Eddie brought it up. I think they're 100% correct. I mean, the nature of basketball, the stakes are too high. If you're going to have a draft, stakes are too high because one player can change everything about your franchise, about everything that you've got going on. So if they said, hey, random lottery day, all right, we just ain't going to win until they say that day. We'll start November 2nd.
No, they'll never announce it until the end. They don't announce it until it's time for the lottery to happen. You don't know how many ping pong balls you have until the end of the season.
Because I'm going off lottery as far as like record. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm just not gonna win anything. Because I don't know, maybe that day was December 21st.
Yeah, maybe you have to win at least 20 games in order to get the top of the spot, right? Like there's a lot of different ways you can play it. And maybe wins after this date, now it flips. Like the more wins you have from February 1st to April 1st, now like that ends up helping you get more lottery balls, ping pong balls.
But do we have to have a lottery?
No, we don't. But the question is,
that's something Casey and I were trying to work through last week, like abolishing the draft, having an open market. Obviously there's challenges with all of this stuff. There's challenges to not having a lottery. There's challenges to having a lottery. There's challenges to having an open market, and why it goes back to what I said about Adam Silver a second ago. He is adamant there are changes coming, and they don't have a clue what they are.
What do you guys think as a small market team? Because obviously Portland falls into that too, and you guys know I'm a Portland fan. How do you guys feel about the idea that the lottery could go away and that small market teams forever will just be at a disadvantage?
Well, why would they be at a disadvantage? Like, in what scenario are you talking about? Are you talking about the draft going away in like an open market?
Yes.
See, I attempted to lay out a case for this last week where it's no different than college basketball in my mind. It's no different than the NIL. Like you have an open market. And sure, you feel like, everyone's going to want to go to Kansas. Everyone's going to want to go to Duke. They're going to want to go to Michigan and the heritage schools. Or in football, they're going to want to go to Ohio State and LSU and Alabama. But in reality, like those teams, they might get their quarterback a year before this hot new quarterback becomes available. And we use the example of Darren Peterson. Why would you want to go somewhere if it was an open market this year and play? Why would you go to Indiana? Like, why would you go somewhere where there's another point guard or perhaps a New York where there's a Jalen Brunson? There's allotment and there's money that has to be figured out how this works into the cap and how someone who signs, I guess what would be considered a lottery pick or a first round pick or uses that money the year prior and how they can use it the following year. Again, I feel like in my head, there's ways that it could work, but they don't pay me nearly enough money to.
No. And I also think that there's a real case if we are going to do a lottery to smooth it between multiple years like the WNBA does. Right? It's not just this last year. It's how have you done the last 2 years or 3 years smoothed out as an average so that there's not a scenario where the Dallas Mavericks can get the number 1 overall pick. You just went to the finals. I'm sorry. No, like we're going to put that year and this year together and the other year where you went to the Western Conference Finals, or I think maybe that would have been the Derek Lively year, where like all of those three together get blended. So that you don't get a team that just happens to be bad like the San Antonio Spurs were when they got, Tim Duncan. It's like, no. You just got injured. You're not a bad team. You don't deserve to get Victor Wembanyama, Steph Castle, and then Dylan Harper. Like, no. And so I think that's a part of it. I think there's maybe a world where the top 5 teams that have the highest lottery odds, they then get those top 5 picks get to choose where they get to go, right? Like oh yeah, like all 5 say that the number 1 overall pick is Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama, out of these 5 teams, you get to choose where you go. And then maybe if it's a trash culture and you're not looking like you're building anything for the future, then you're going to get the 5th pick, or you're going to get some sort of penalty for the shenanigans.
I was thinking about this over the weekend, and one of the things that I thought about, because I'm with the NBA, sports in general. I mean, you see the NFL too. I don't know if the markets matter as much as people make it out to be, as far as like the NBA aspect of it. This is with the internet and everything else like that, it's not the biggest thing in the world. LaMelo, Ja, those guys were, viral all the time. They're in Charlotte and Memphis respectively. But the one thing that maybe I would worry about is if Darren Peterson, or even AJ DeBonster are there and it's a free market. What's stopping Nike to say you have a $20 million kicker in your contract if you're in one of these 5 markets?
The league.
What can the league do about that?
You work with, like, the league the Nike and the league are a partner.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're using Nike as an example,
Mm-hmm.
but Nike and the league is a partner, and you'd have to say, hey, we can't have market influenced contracts for the current state of our league.
Mm.
How you navigate that, because that I would have to be implemented with New Balance and the rest of the sneaker companies as well. The one you would be able to police the best is Nike, because they would have the most to lose out of this. But you'd still have to put it in place with the other shoe companies as well. I mean, there's the long run Kevin Durant Golden State thing,
Mm-hmm.
where, go infiltrate Under Armour's market with Steph Curry there, and we'll make it worth your while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The answer to your question is I don't know. I just feel like
the NBA can also be a gangsta and say, yeah, if you do that, if we find out you've done that, then like no New Balance shoes on the court anymore. Like, or like you get fined. Like something. And I think there's probably some other rules around tanking. Like, we've decided Utah's an egregious tanker, and they have been.
And that's the thing too. Kenny and I joke, like, so what if they win? Like, what if the Utah Jazz win the lottery? Then what?
I mean, I don't know. I think if that's the case, then I think Adam Silver needs to put the change in place now, right? And maybe that's you can't go over the luxury tax. We're taking away 2nd round picks. You're not able to. You're hard capped already, or like you can't, like all those things when you're over the 2nd apron. Maybe if you tank, you're at the 2nd apron rules. That's just where you are. You can't make trades the same way. You can't do the same things. Like, you want to get AJ DeBanza? Cool. He's going to be in Siberia. You probably get him for 1 contract.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you take away their bird rights. Maybe, like, there's a lot of levers.
Right, now we're talking a little bit. Like, those are major financial consequences.
You can't extend him early. You can't give him more money than any other team. Like, you're just like every other team. You just got him for the first 3 years of his deal.
I think all these are great suggestions. The Mark Cuban did say something that was, I think, the crux of all of this.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ticket prices.
Mm-hmm.
If Utah, Sacramento, Washington were doing this,
Sacramento's not tanking. They just suck.
They're just stink. But if they were doing the same thing and you could get a $20 lower level seat, like just going to Ticketmaster, I don't think fans would have that much of an issue. Or if there's a refund available to season ticket holders because of, where you are in the standing, that's pie in the sky. But like, that's the issue. The season ticket holders are like, I spend all this money.
I don't think so.
I don't think it is either. I think Mark's got a point, and we have discussed this. I wholeheartedly agree about you're doing such a disservice to your fan base. Adam's worried about partners.
Well, the other thing I was going to say,
that's it.
We can't have a peacock game and it be the tank off. Like, how about this? If we deem you're tanking, we're taking you off all nationally televised programming. And next year too. Like, you get to you're just a league pass team now only. And you don't get to participate in the revenue this year.
Oh, that's the part right there. Yeah,
Well,
being off TV doesn't matter, but that last part does.
I was going to say as well that I think that's a fair point as well. The TV money is already what it is. Like,
no, but we can just take your piece and we're going to distribute it across the 28 other teams. And now their salary cap goes up and your salary cap goes down.
That money already done, though. I think when you talk about partners, it's the gambling. That's who's leaning on Adam, I believe, more than anything, because
the gamblers already know.
Well, they didn't know what they didn't know that Utah Orlando game. They're like, we good.
Sure.
Oh, this is what happens now, Adam. Yeah. This can happen. We have the number at this, and then these guys in the middle of the game.
Joey Fingertips is calling Adam Silver. Yeah.
These guys in the middle of the game decide to completely flip everything, and we lose X amount of dollars.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he got a call from Joey Fingertips, but
he got a call from somebody.
Yeah, I think that might play a factor in it more than any of this stuff.
No, but every year the salary cap changes based on the basketball related income of that's projected for the next year. And so sometimes you get bigger spikes than you thought, and sometimes you don't. And so if whatever the TV revenue is that's distributed across teams, if you penalize a team for tanking by taking some of their money away that will funnel into their salary cap, where salary caps are not split equally across all of the teams, there's a lot of different rules and mechanisms that you can do and push on. And then now all of a sudden you've got $30 million less to play with, and you're at the second apron. It's a problem.
But we're ignoring the hardest part about all of this. It's D'Lo and KC. The marathon continues here with D'Lo and KC. Trysta Krick here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Of course, Trysta Krick, the host of the Heat Check podcast, Let Her Shoot podcast, and the creator of the Daily W. You have to prove intent. And like, how do you prove intent? Like, it's not to get, but isn't that the difference between manslaughter and murder? Like, proving intent. And like, if you're Adam Silver, you have to prove, like, sure, it feels easy. Like, you might look at Sacramento and say that they're tanking. We are watching this basketball team. Now, are strategies changing here in the last 2 months of the season? Yeah, that seems to be pretty obvious. This is a team that is in position because they are a bad basketball team. They have not done what Washington has done this year. They have not done what Utah has done for the last several years, and they haven't done what Brooklyn has done for the last several years. So you have to prove the intent of Utah, Washington, and Brooklyn is different than Sacramento just being really, really bad. I don't know how you do that.
I think it could be like porn, where it's like, you know it when you see it, right? Like, you don't have to prove it to the, like, that's what they say. How do you know if it's porn or not? You just know what it is. You can just tell that's porn. And so I think, like, maybe there's a group of people that are like watching specifically, right, for tanking, just like flopping, right? Like, we watch it and there's some subjectivity to it, but we can all agree that what Brooklyn is doing, what Washington is doing, what Utah is doing over the course of years has been aggressively, strategically tanking. We can't prove it, but we know it is the case. We know it. And people around Sacramento, the energy, people who are in that building are going to say different things than the people around Utah. Like, we just know we're throwing it in. When I was talking to somebody who used to play for Utah, they're like, I would come to practice and I would just be like, well, everybody knows the way we talk about the game, the way we frame it, how we practice is not in the service of trying to get better. We know that we're losing on purpose.
Oh, here's the other killer about it, though. If I'm one of those teams, one of those organizations, if I am a Sacramento, a Portland, a Utah, like, how else am I supposed to get better? Like, how else, if we go to the open format of these rookies can choose wherever they want to go, how else am I going to get better? How else am I going to get top tier talent?
Well, that's what
Recently,
Damian was saying though, is like, why would a guard want to play for a team that already has an elite guard in his place? There's only 30 spots. And if you think you're that dude, you'd much rather go to a place like Sacramento than you would to a place like New York.
Why wouldn't I go to Chicago though?
Because they have
Well, if
50,000
it-
guards already.
But it's all those quote unquote media wise bottom 5 markets. There's probably always going to be a better option.
Yeah, I guess I guess the H.A. DeBonsta went to BYU. Like
They
that's
paid
not
him the money though.
no, and that's what I mean. Money is a factor in
Mhm.
this. It's just you as a basketball team have to determine how to use it.
Mm.
Like, and again, I don't have all of this like figured out, but money does play a factor in all of this.
Yeah, maybe rookie scale contracts no longer exist, and they're just a free agent like you would pay them. Maybe you were paying Darren Peterson
Oh.
the max year one.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous. But I get what you're saying. But now you're as a, like, everyone would have offered Wemby the max, right? Everyone would have, but maybe use your example, Chicago, Sacramento, and Brooklyn. Well, Chicago doesn't see Darren Peterson as a max. So Brooklyn and Sacramento do.
Mhm.
Well, what's the best option for him with max level contracts? But now whoever he goes to, they've got a max level contract on the books and they have to navigate the salary cap. Darren Peterson gets hurt, knock on wood, first year, and that basketball team is a lottery team again. They don't have a max contract to offer a player next year because they used it on Darren Peterson this year. I don't know. Again, this is all just hell,
Team building
college
becomes a lot
basketball
more.
doesn't even have these rules, and we're trying
Yeah.
to create them.
Yeah.
College football doesn't even have these rules, and we're trying to create them. They're
No,
like, no, this is just a better quarterback than the one we paid $10 million last year. Let's bring him in.
meanwhile, not for nothing, there's a lot of chatter from the powers that talk about and push on the league about shortening the season as well. And I mean, there's now for the first time, I've heard like 4 or 5 shows be like, we need this to be 65 games and not 82. And anybody who says that the reason that they're keeping it at 82 is for anything other than profit is lying, because the games don't mean as much. Tanking, you've got that issue, you've got injury, load management stuff. On top of that, maybe there's a way to change the season structure and then change like another way to incentivize teams to play harder for longer. Because if the season's only 60 games and you go 10-10 to start the year, you're like, well, we could maybe be a playoff team. Like the variation or range of outcomes to become a playoff team becomes a lot more random than it does when there's an 82 game season.
They don't need to shorten the season. There's nothing wrong with 82 games.
I think you're in the minority of that thought.
Probably so, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with
You're a
82.
sicko.
These next 3 days or whatever kind of whack. Like, I love college basketball, so I'm okay, but like, what, we going almost a week in between NBA games?
Yeah, between regular season games.
That's
it's a
not
week, yeah.
not necessary.
If you started in Christmas and let the college football and NFL season simmer, and you gave some sort of runway for WNBA to have basketball by itself for the postseason, then you could end up giving college basketball a little non-con time by itself as well. And you could go Christmas to June instead of October to June, and it would be the same cadence.
But why are we doing it? What's the crux of why we're doing it? 'Cause
People
these guys
don't care. That's why, because people don't care about these regular season games other than you.
That's not true. I mean, there's 15,000 in almost every arena for all these games.
Okay. I think you need to stop thinking about attendance being the number one indicator whether people care. It's what people are watching on their devices and on TV that matters much more to these teams because of how much revenue is flowing to them in these TV deals.
So if I'll put it to you like this, if the season were to end at the end of February, you think the Kings, Jazz, Wizards ratings will go through the roof?
What?
Like, do you think just because there's less games that all of a sudden their ratings will go through the roof? No, they're not watching because they're not any good. It don't matter if they're playing 82 or 52 games.
No, but even the good teams aren't getting watched. Well, like let's take the bad teams and the bottom feeders out of this. But Celtics, Lakers on a Tuesday, or say on a Monday night going up against Monday Night Football is gonna get crushed. And if it's not going up against football, it's gonna. What was that?
That's a bad indicator. Nobody beating football.
No, but if you don't ever have to compete with football and your season begins after football, then that helps a lot. And if the games are more meaningful, then people are going to care more. That's why we watch more in the playoffs, is because there's some sort of stakes that are higher. 82 games are like, what are we doing? Like they're all sort of jumbled together. You can barely figure out anything. Wow. And so when the games are less meaningful, I think ratings are going to go down as a result of so many other things that you can watch and be interested in.
I'm in, you're right. I probably am in the minority now. I actually like basketball. And I think a lot of people who watch, who cover, don't like basketball. They like storylines, they like stars and all this other stuff. But I have no problem because I like basketball, watching basketball. Like I don't if it's game 47, but I'm recognizing I'm in the minority. I'm in the minority. I recognize that. But that's also the crux of this. Like we got a lot of people that don't like we talk about this all the time.
No,
they don't
for
like
sure.
basketball.
But that's the thing. I mean, a lot of these people don't even like sports. But but that's the thing. That's who you're catering to.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of like Adams. We're a highlight driven league. Like that's part of what he's referring to. That's where the NBA is so far ahead of other sports leagues. Is they've embraced that stuff a lot more. Baseball's been so slow to do that, which is why it's been difficult for them to gain younger fans. Football has finally started to adapt to it. The NFL has finally started to do that, adapt to it. But the NFL has be part of it. And there's a fine balance here, so don't mistake what I'm saying. Part of the reason the NFL has been slower to the highlight stuff is they hold their games at a premium.
Yeah.
But there aren't very many.
1 of 18.
So it's a lot easier to do.
1 of 12.
Right. And I'm not saying shorten the basketball season to 18 games. Right? You know what I mean? Like there's a fine line between the two. But I think part of what KC is saying, the length of the season is part of what creates storyline fans or star fans, because attention spans can't last for, October to we'll go to April.
Mm-hmm. Like my son, for instance, he ain't watching no games, whether it's 82 games or 52.
Sure.
But he gonna know what's going on TikTok. He gonna tell me about all these high schoolers, all these rookies. So like shortening the season for that generation, which Adam was talking about, is not gonna make them watch more. They'll just won't watch for won't know nothing going on with basketball for November and December. And then they'll pick it back up in April.
I'm going to tell you this. That is very alarming for the sport. If there's no way to get kids to watch full games, then we are witnessing a severe decline of a sport that we love.
They don't watch full games of anything.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
They don't watch full games of anything. Like, I don't know what the NFL is doing, but
the NFL, that's not their audience isn't young.
There's that too.
Their audience is older, wealthier, more concerned. Like watch the commercials. Like you could. That's who they're talking to.
The generation.
They're not talking to Reese.
The generation. They're not watching.
Hell, they're
games.
barely talking to Jesse. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like
right. Yeah, they're not like it's not exclusive to basketball. Mm-hmm. Like it's music. Like they ain't listening to long songs.
Mm-hmm.
It's
like
it's like nobody's watching any of this stuff.
Nobody wanted 24 tracks from one of the dopest artists in hip hop.
Right.
Hey man, even me. Hey man, shorten this disc up, dog.
Which why he shouldn't have said it that way or even at all. But I understand what Adam is saying. Adam is saying like where we do numbers is on these highlights,
Yeah.
on House of Highlights and all this other stuff. Like, that's where we do crazy numbers.
Yeah.
And that's how people are consuming the game.
I
More
think
than just sitting there and watching whatever. They don't even have cable half the time.
I think too, trying to find ways to market the game, to tune in even for the first quarter or the fourth quarter of a game. I don't think the NBA, as much as we give the NBA credit, they allow the media to dictate where the hype and the storylines are. They don't necessarily lean into what they want us to be excited about. They're very protective about building these storylines in a way that I feel they did better in the David Stern era, when you had them decide, we are crafting early bird magic and we are going to lean in. I don't think they lean in enough to like Wemby and Chet. I don't think they lean into like, I think these American players, like low-key, kind of hate these global players. Like, think that they're taking their shine away. Think that, oh, we're much more skilled, much more athletic. The game is really our game, and they're kind of like flipping it and reversing it. And everybody says they're the MVPs and they're much better. Like, there's not enough, I feel like, built drama in like real ways. There's like fake drama. But I think the NBA could do better at making marquee events out of basketball, where we're like, oh, this is the one. Like, this is the one. Every week there has to be like one. And I think it's also because of how many damn rights holders they have. Amazon, NBC, ESPN, Netflix, this, that, TNT has their own thing. It's like, it's too much, dog. Like, we really kind of need to consolidate here. And maybe that's not the best way for the NBA to make as much money. But in terms of the growth of the game and the premium product element of the game, I think you'll be able to sell that inventory for more.
Well, I'll say this, as I'm now Adam Silver's representative here. He talked about this, I think, last year, and I think he was right. It's too much. SGA is great. Let me tell you why he's not really that great, because he doesn't do this on defense, and his Vazorp is really this. And to be honest with you, when you strip down the numbers, it's really not that good. You know, whether that's the young sabermetrics people, whether that's Chuck and Shaq talking about how somebody
talking like that.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know.
there's all in the way society is today, and it's really prevalent with basketball watching. Is they're quick to tell you how somebody really isn't that good. We talked about it with LeBron. Remember when we brought this up? Well, let me tell you, LeBron actually really isn't that good if you really look at the numbers. What? Like, he's fantastic. Is he perfect? We talk about, are they looking for a perfect player? What player do you like?
About that's been our conversation all year, whether it was with Trey, Ja Morant, different players that we talk about, is like every article is why this player sucks. And there's I mean, you can have valid concerns about like an individual, but these sources, front office, coffee boys are all quick to like tell you, oh yeah, no, this person's not good for this reason or that reason. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So why am I investing in Ja Morant or Trae Young, who are two potential, like kids love, young fans love both of those players.
To be honest, if you want to solve this problem where these narratives go away, you get rid of the salary cap. Period. Here's why. Because all of these conversations are in regards to how much we pay them. In the grand scheme of a pie, can I win with this player given the financial constraints that the league puts on me? Because if there is no financial constraints, then we can enjoy whatever Trae Young does and however much money he makes. Because you're not giving anything up by paying him. There's no sacrifice that you're making by allowing him to make $60 million. And so, am I feedbacking on me because of me, or am I feedbacking because of this internet?
I don't know.
No,
We
no,
hear you
sound
great.
good.
You
straight.
cooking.
You straight.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. So if I'm having no sacrifice for LaMelo or Trey or Anthony Davis or any of these players that the analytics nerds don't like, it's all in regards to what value am I getting for him? And can I put myself in the GM shoes and build a roster with this player that can win a championship using the money constraints that the CBA allows me? And that's why players like Trae Young get broken down and torn apart, is because of that lens. And if that lens wasn't there because the money element didn't matter, then we would be able to celebrate these players a lot more.
Oh, that's a great point. That's a great point. At the same time, just celebrate the players. Like it doesn't have to be, everything doesn't have to be in the premise of championship, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Like Trae Young, he can have problematic aspects to his game, but man, he can shoot. I love watching him dribble, his vision, all this other stuff. Yeah, there's a lot that you got to put around Trae Young, and you got to draft well because you paying him type dollar. You need to draft the right guys on that low contract to make it work with them. But hey, he's still a pretty damn good player. Don't nobody ever really say that no more. It feels like they'll be like, no way. But
TK, great stuff. This was like our own State of the Union address.
It was, wasn't it?
Better than Saturday.
It was better than Adams. It was better than Adams.
No lawyers here. We're just telling you the straight up, no chaser. Adam was crisscrossing and he was Euro stepping out of the way.
He kept looking past the prompter and the lawyers were going, no.
That's when he would go, when you get back on track.
Yeah. In all honesty, guys. We appreciate you, TK. Great stuff as always, my friend.
Love y'all. See you from Portland next Tuesday.
Love you back. Oh man, we didn't even get to talk about Dame Lillard. Lillard. Dame. What Dame did was that was pretty fire. I loved it. So I got a story to tell you. It's not about that. It is where I saw that. It's about Valentine's Day.
Okay.
And we've got a busy show because obviously we just had an hour with TK. Got Jason Jones. Dr. Luke Wood is going to join us. So we've got business to attend to today. Mm-hmm. But I have been looking forward to telling you the story of Valentine's Day all weekend, and I'll do that. And we'll talk the Sac State news as well before Dr. Luke Wood joins us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That was fire.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Right, Willow's cute.
You guys still trying to debate whether Bob Brown is real or not? Bob Brown says he's real, so that's what I'm going to go with. I'm not going with the fact that he's 6'5". Oh, man, hey, Michigan, hey, man, on your trip, man, we're going into Lafayette, West Lafayette, wherever the hell they play basketball in Purdue. About to slap them boys up. That's what we do. We're the number one team in the nation. That's what we do. Let's slap them boys up. I forgot his name. His name is Braden. Braden something. I like the point guard at Purdue, though. That boy can play. He can hoop. And he's going to be a problem tonight. How was your guys' Valentine's before we get into the story? How everybody have a good Valentine's Day? Telling you guys, I don't feel as bad as I sound. I'm okay. Who had sushi? Oh man, y'all was at Sky River, huh? That's a good look. It's a real good look. Sky River, man. Boy, when they get that stuff together over there, I mean, they already together doing their thing, but when they get everything in place, it's about to be over. Because I sure did go see Jodeci the other day, and that was a long drive back to the crib with some crazy rain on the way back home. Well, Leezy, I think that's kind of Dame's point, and he's correct. I mean, somebody would, like, circumstantially, there's going to be a situation where they're like, hey, this is the best place for you, whether it's money, whether it's opportunity, all that. From everything that I've heard, 2027 is when that should be ready to go.
All right, man. As I mentioned, great stuff from Trysta Krick there, by the way, during the marathon. We've got a lot of business to attend to. Sac State's move is official. They're headed to the FBS. We're going to talk about that. Dr. Luke Wood is going to join us coming up 1 hour from right now. The president of Sac State is going to join us, and I have questions. And I know Dr. Wood is going to be prepared to answer them. Jason Jones of The Athletic, he was out at the All-Star game this weekend at the All-Star festivities. He was talking to De'Aaron Fox this weekend. We'll talk to him coming up in about 40 minutes. And then there was football news. And I want to ask you whether any of this news that happened over the weekend got you excited at all. Valentine's Day obviously was Saturday. It's going to take on a much different tone next year when the Super Bowl is played on February 14th. And I had told you I was responsible, and I knew, whenever we have things to celebrate, we celebrate Q1227.
That's right.
It's a special restaurant for one. It's an amazing restaurant. Period. End of story. We've spent so much time there. We've become pretty close with Chef Q and his amazing wife, Pastor Tamara, and so whenever we celebrate or have moments or milestones or really go up, we try to go to Q1227. It's also December 27th is Grandma Rita's birthday. Grandma Rita is someone that Katie was very close to, probably closer to than anyone in the world. It's also why I proposed to her on December 27th, 12/27. 12/27 is Chef Q's birthday. Just tying all of that stuff together. That's why the name of the restaurant is Q1227. But I had told you I was trying to be responsible, book the reservation well in advance, but there were only 2 slots available. I think it was either 9:30 or 10, and that's essentially when the kitchen closes, or it was 4:30. I know Katie well enough to know 4:30 is the move. That's what we're gonna do. So we, I made Valentine's Day fun. Made her breakfast, laid out little charcuterie board, some champagne, all to get ready for a 4:30 dinner.
Yeah. It's old school.
Yeah. So we get there. So we get to Q, and it's our first time there since their bar has opened up. Previously, they just had, I think, maybe beer and wine, and they hadn't gotten their full liquor license. They now have it, and they're serving up amazing cocktails. Our favorite server, Lewis, was there. He was walking us through because he helped curate the menu, and so we're sitting down and we're just really taking our time. We're kind of talking to everybody who the people that we know, because it's Valentine's Day, so everybody is there in full force, and we're sitting here. We have a great table, and I'm looking I'm watching this person walk in, and I tap Katie. I was like, hey, you see that gentleman under the mirror? Like right in front of us. She looks over. She goes, yeah. I said, that's Jerry Manuel. Jerry Manuel used to be a manager in Major League Baseball. He's very close with Dusty.
Yeah.
His son, David, is a baseball instructor here in California. Great dude. See him at Kings games all the time.
Mm-hmm.
His other son is Jerry Lorenzo, the creator of Fear of God.
Mm-hmm.
And it's him, a woman who appears to be his wife, who later learned it very much so. And then there's another woman whose back's to us. And I was like, oh, all right. And I was like, God, I haven't seen Jerry in a long time. I'd like to go say hello. It's just going to be kind of awkward. And I look to the door, and here comes big Gus Armstead.
Shout out to the dog, Gus.
Gus walks in, and that's his wife who was sitting across from Jerry and his wife. So it's Gus, Mr. and Mrs. Armstead, and then Jerry and his wife, and that's their Valentine's dinner.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, that's terrific. Gus is the icebreaker. Gus, I'll know. Gus will know. We know each other. Gus will know me immediately, and then maybe that will make things a little. Oh, Jerry, we met a long time ago. Blah blah blah. Right, and so let's not do it right now, but I'll make sure we do it. Let's please do it before the food comes out.
Yeah.
So we're sitting here, and we're talking again, just taking our time, enjoying drinks, the food that's coming out, and I look up and Mark S. Allen walks by, and we kind of like lock eyes, and he's like, hey. And so it becomes this big thing where we're dapping up and we're talking for a few minutes. He's like, hey, and obviously he knows Katie really well, the stuff he does on the wake up call. And, Mark is incredibly important to my career. And he's like, hey, I have some people I'd like for you to meet. When you have an opportunity, can you come over to our table? We have the long table over here. Yeah, man, of course. So we sit back down, and we're unclear of like, well, when is the right time to do this?
Yeah.
And we don't have any food out. We just have our drinks, and a couple minutes pass, and it's like, well, it looks like I don't really know. Like, let's just go say hi to Mark now, or let's go meet who Mark wants us to meet, and then we'll go sit down.
Yeah.
It's a good sized table. Like it's a good party over there. So we go over to Mark. Mark introduced us to his wonderful wife, and then just a sea of like Mario, the owner of Mario's Toast, is at the table. We meet him and his wife, and I'm talking to this fantastic woman named Angela, and I'm working my way around the table, and I get to the last person. I know who this person is. I know who I'm talking to.
Mm-hmm.
And he's 82 years old. No, don't get up. It's great to see you. And he's like, yeah. How are things at the station? And I'm like, amazing. He's like, yeah, it's a really exciting time, isn't it? Like, this is really exciting. And I'm like, yeah, it is. And he kind of nods. He goes, I listen to you guys. I like you. I watch you a lot. And I'm like, oh, okay. So again, fantastic group of people.
Yeah.
Go to sit. Angela, and Angela will play a big role in this. Go sit down. I was like, hey, did you hear me talking to that gentleman? He goes, well, no. It's like, it's okay. Do you know who that was? She goes, well, yeah, that's Angela's husband. I said, yeah, that's Fred Bolitnikoff.
Oh, snap.
Fred Bolitnikoff was in like Super Bowl III.
Oh, snap.
Fred, if you're listening.
Who knew he was? I didn't know he was out here in
Fred
Sacramento.
And Angela live in Roseville.
Wow.
And no, I had no idea that I mean, clearly I expected him to like be here for like maybe something with Mark, but I wasn't, hey, what are you doing here? It's just like, I was more like thrown by him. Like, how's the station? Like, oh, he knows who I am. Oh, he watches this show. Okay. So Fred, Angela, if you guys are listening, we appreciate you.
Hall of Famers all
so
over
much.
Q12,
So I didn't know until, and so of course Katie makes friends with everyone's wife. Jerry's wife, Mrs. Armstead, Angela Bolitnikoff. Angela comes and sits at our table for a while.
That's
and
crazy.
That's where I learned that they lived in Roseville. She was telling me this story about how her and Fred were turning into the new Nugget on Blue Oaks in West Roseville, and how someone got out of their car and went, "Freddie, I love you." And it's like, oh, that is just terrific. Fred Bolitnikoff, just the nicest man you'll ever talk to. They have a foundation that they had to start for like such horrible reasons, but they've made the most out of it. And, then it was like, okay, we're up. There's no food out. Let's go see Gus and Jerry.
Yeah.
Walked over at Gus's back to me. So I kind of put my hand on Gus and he was like, "Hey, where's Kenny?"
No.
No. We talked for a minute, and of course, again, Katie becomes friends with the wives immediately, and Jerry kind of nods as if he sort of remembers who I am, and then so our night gets stretched. So we're at Q for a while now, and Gus and Jerry wrap up, and they come over again, and Gus tells me, he's like, "Hey, I've been talking to Kenny. I got an idea. We got to get this thing together." And he's like, "Hey, man, just say less, and whatever you need from D'Lo and KC, we're all in." And Jerry was like, "Hey, it's great to see you again. You guys are doing great work." And turn around, and there's David Garibaldi and his party and his wife. And David comes over.
in the building.
David comes over, and I haven't seen David in a handful of years. Obviously, he did that painting of Katie down the hall. And it's like, yo, and we hug, and like the whole thing kind of like starts all over again. And I think we were there for about 3.5 hours.
That's almost like a that's almost like a sitcom or a movie.
It really is. It really was kind of it was pretty amazing. Like there was a moment where we sat down, we were like, this is pretty awesome. Like it's very cool, because David isn't someone we spend a lot of time with. Mark, these are all people we know really, really well.
Yeah.
They're just not people that we spend a ton of time with. So it was really cool on Valentine's night, one, to see all of those people in Q.
Yeah.
And Q, of course, Q is the type of guy who, we sat down, he sent an appetizer. As the night was wrapping up, he sent dessert to go for us. And I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't order this." And she goes, "No, Q wants you to have it." And it's like, it's just like that type of thing with Q. And he comes out and he's looking around. He was like, "We all got to get a picture." So there's a picture on maybe Katie's, one of our stories, where David and Mark and all of these different people, we all just gather together.
That's fire.
In his restaurant.
Yeah.
To take that picture.
That's fire.
It was dope, man.
That's a fire Valentine's right there.
It was a great
fire.
It was a really great night. And it was so cool to see like Jerry there, and then to see Gus come in with him.
Yeah.
And and then Fred Bolitnikoff
is crazy.
Fred Bolitnikoff telling me like he listens to our show, and John, if you're listening, John was just there with his wife, and he walked over when Katie, he was like, "Hey, I really enjoy your guys' show," and then just left. And like I thought that was the coolest thing. And it was like, man, what a cool night, man.
The Bolitnikoff Award winner, best wide receiver in college football, I believe.
That's correct.
I believe, yeah. That's crazy. Man got an award after him.
He is, man. And
when I say he got an award after him, I mean he's got an award.
The boy got his own award.
That is fire. What a night.
Yeah, it was a great night. And we got to the car, and she goes, "You got to talk about this." I was like, "Oh, I know. I can't wait to tell Kenny." I was like, "This is great."
What a night. I'm telling you, that's a sitcom. That's an episode on a show. All those heavy hitters in there, all them celebrities in there. Come on, man.
It was just
that's
cool
an episode.
I thought it was really cool
in real life.
Because there is a moment where it's like Mark Mark, like, that's our city. David, that's our city. Jerry, like what Jerry's done in Major League Baseball, what Gus does for the community.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of a cool, like, yo, this is our city. And like even Katie, like, yo, this is our city.
Yeah.
This is fire.
That still trips me out to this day. I'm a noob when it comes to this type of stuff. Like I remember when I met Marcus Allen. Oh man, this guy, he a legend out here.
Mhm.
You know, I grew up listening to this guy. I grew up seeing him on TV. Like he a legend. I respect the legend. He's a legend.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and when I met him, I was like, "Hey, Kenny Caraway, I know who you are. I listen to you all the time." I'm like, what you talk about, Marcus? What you talking about? You listen to me all the time. What are you talking about? Still trips my mind to this day. This day.
I told Mark the Blockbuster story, which I think I know I've told on this show before.
Mhm.
I told him that story and how like him and Ebro were so like influential to my career. And he goes, "Oh man, you've never shared that with me." He was like, "I've always been so intimidated by you because you always have this really serious look on your face. And you were kind of like difficult to approach back then." And he goes, you know what seems to have changed that? I go, "Yeah, I know." And he points to Katie. And he goes, like, "Your whole expression has changed since being with her." But he was like, listening to that story, like, makes me want to cry because a year prior, he had taken his then girlfriend to they had met at like a Blockbuster.
Mhm.
He took her to the last Blockbuster that was in existence, which is in like Oregon or something, and proposed to her. That was on Valentine's Day the year before. So I'm telling him the story about the grand opening of Blockbuster on San Juan and how influential that is in my radio career.
Yeah.
And he's telling me how influential Blockbuster is in the relationship that he is in now
crazy.
with his wife.
I tell you, man, it's crazy. It's a beautiful thing.
It is,
Beautiful
man.
thing.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
What a night. My Valentine's was not that eventful.
Well, your eventfulness took place the next night.
It did. I mean, it's just a whirlwind of like 3 days, but yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad Valentine's. It was just like, yo, we got the kids. We had to clean up because Terrell in Baltimore's in town, so we had to make sure everything was good. So I was not a Q1227 on Valentine's Day.
Wish you were. You were about the only one who wasn't. Yeah, great night. Love Katie. That was just terrific.
That was awesome.
Absolutely.
That was an awesome story.
Let's talk to TC here to transition us because we got Jason Jones coming up at the top of the hour. TC, what's good, baby?
Hold on real quick.
Oh, sorry. My bad, TC. Sorry.
I had to take you off Bluetooth. You know, I got to.
It's all good.
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Hey, listen. Hey, D-Lo, my bad, bro. I didn't know you was. I knew you was busy, obviously. A good man on Valentine's Day, but I hit you, bro. I'm in total wine. Oh, well, let me bring it full circle. I text D-Lo about Baker Family Wine because I wasn't listening when he said it was in, I believe, in Bel Air in the stores. So I'm chasing around Total Wine on Arden for like 30 minutes looking for this Baker Family Wine because I want that special, right? Couldn't find it. That's when I shot you, D-Lo.
Mhm.
And you said, "I don't think so. It's there." So I said, "Man, I'm not going to chase around." So we ended up selling on some Italian rosé. It was nice, though. I like that. I'm not real big on the rosé, though, but this little Italian was nice.
Okay.
So,
I don't even know what that is, but all right. All right. I'm glad you're good.
It's called, it starts with an L. I mean, I don't want to butcher it. It's not Laporta, but I got the name for y'all tomorrow, man. I'm going to get out.
Hey, TC, you can't go pick up the bottle of wine on Valentine's Day. You got to work days in advance, bro.
I get it.
Come
you
on,
know
man.
what?
I help you. I got you, brother. I got
back
you.
at it next year.
I got you.
I'm not even a wine drinker like that. I just
That's
want.
okay.
I want to step out. I want to step out on
I feel you.
Valentine's.
I
That's
got
all
you.
of us.
You'll be back at it
Nothing wrong
next
with
year,
that.
man.
Yeah,
You'll be back at it next year.
For sure. But listen, Doug Christie, I'm gonna call it right now. Doug Christie gonna be the head coach, bro, for the next decade. And you know why I say that? Is because I believe with these draft picks and these young cats that's here, they ain't gonna listen. They gonna feed into what Doug is giving, and they gonna ball out. And the organization is gonna see that. They ain't gonna have no choice but to keep Doug because he gonna coach right. It's about these young cats coming in and believing in Doug and playing for him. The old heads, I'm not really caring about. It's about the young generation, bro, and they believe in Doug. That's all I got.
Italian rosé make you a little delusional, huh? That stuff is strong. Hey, I'll say this. Terrence, I hope you're right.
I hope he's 100%.
I hope you're 100% right.
I hope so.
Here's the problem that I was thinking about legitimately today. I don't think anything can happen over the course of the next 2 months that's going to matter. Like, you don't want to win, right? And I'm talking to the fan base in a very general tone here. You don't want to win. And I understand. I get it. We're here. We'll finish the job. I got it. I just don't know how you can get anything out of Maxine Renault's play. Neek, name your Keegan Murray, for God's sake. Name your favorite player, your favorite young player. I don't know how you can get anything substantial out of that when they're losing. I feel like you're doing mental gymnastics at that point. Like, no, I know we won 2 of the final 28 games. Woo, but Neek, really? I don't think that's going to happen. And because I don't think that's going to happen, it goes back to something you said. You said this a while ago, which is such a shame. Whatever they think of Doug isn't going to change. Whatever is going to happen with Doug next year, they probably already know. They almost certainly already know. And I mean, they haven't even sent out. They haven't really even confirmed the Zach LaVine thing. Now that could be timing, but we haven't gotten an email. We know Chris Haynes reported it. We know Jason Jones had a report on it. Jason Anderson had a report on it. They have said nothing. So I've got a lot of questions headed into what I think will be their return to practice tomorrow.
For TC's scenario to even have any type of chance of happening, once again, I hope that he's 100% correct. I hope that Doug Christie is here for the next decade and then some, because something worked out. That's my dog right there. So I want to see him get that opportunity. But for that to even be remotely close to happening, it's going to happen with, one, him staying on as the coach next season, and 2, these young guys and then the young guys they draft having an insane season. I'm not saying winning necessarily, but it has to be competitive. It has to be, they're shocking people left and right, with them being in every game and winning some games. Like, it is a massive undertaking, in my opinion, for what would need to happen for him to be here for more than next year. So he'd have to, whatever they decide, whatever the reasoning is at the end of this year, keep him around for next year. And then some of the young guys he has on the squad right now, and then this next draft class, man, they got to perform like crazy.
Yeah.
Like crazy.
We'll talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings as the show rolls along here. I know our schedule has changed in recent weeks. We're now live 2 to 6. If that interrupts your work schedule, you can always watch the show on demand on YouTube. And, of course, subscribe to the podcast. Fred watches on YouTube. You want to be like the great Hall of Famer, Fred Biletnikoff, watch on YouTube. Download the podcast also. Fred didn't mention if he downloads the podcast.
No, he does, though.
That would be great. It would be great to it also makes me really want to straighten up my act to know that Fred Biletnikoff is listening. So we'll talk more Kings as the day progresses. Remember, we got Jason Jones and we got Dr. Luke Wood coming up at 4:30 for what's going to be a really interesting conversation, because Sac State is headed to the FBS. They're headed to the MAC. It's the Mid-American Conference. And the details of this move are becoming public, and they are expensive. And it has left people asking a lot of questions. We're going to ask those questions to the president of Sac State when he joins us. But Sac State football is now an FBS school.
A glorious day. A glorious day. And I know first and foremost, everybody knows I'm a big supporter of Sac State athletics. But when I say this stuff, that doesn't mean everything that they do or anybody does is perfect. Nobody's perfect. But I feel like I saw the vision for what Dr. Wood and AD Mark Orr had for this university. And from the start, my outlook has always been go for it. Why not? I'm born and raised in this city, just like D'Lo, just like Luke Wood, just like Mark Orr. With all due respect to coaches and presidents and athletic directors that came before these guys, Sac State athletics has never been relevant in this city. Never. The football game was a complete afterthought. Basketball, because of the Ness, was always looked at as a joke. Since I was a little boy, to when I got to high school, to going up. Sac State, and once again, no disrespect to none of these people, because there's some talented players that have played all throughout all the sports at that school. There's been some great coaches all throughout every sport at that school. It's not a knock on them. It's just the perception of the athletics at Sac State. For somebody local, it's always been a complete afterthought. So when they had all these aspirations and all these thoughts of going to FBS and trying to build this stadium and build this arena and do all, sure, go ahead and try it. Number one, you ain't got nothing to lose. There's no fall from grace happening. Number two, at least for the first time since I can remember, somebody's trying to invest and grow the athletic department at this school, and looked at Sacramento State, looked at the city, looked at the university, and said, you know what? I believe you can be bigger than what you are, what the perception of you is right now. I believe in the university. I believe in the athletic department. I believe in the city and the community. And that's why I've supported it from day one. I'm all for that, man. Like, let's do it. The other aspect of this, me being like a big college football guy and all this other stuff, this is essentially the second high level professional team to ever be in this city. The Republic, those are pros, but there's a couple of different levels of pros in soccer. The A's aren't ours. College football and what it's become, FBS college football, that's the pros. That's top level collegiate sports that is essentially, in my opinion, the second professional franchise league that's come through the city now with them going to FBS.
Okay. I'm going to ask you and Dr. Wood both why. I'm going to ask you both why what appears to be in the neighborhood of $25 million, why this $25 million investment is worth it. Why it's good for the city, why it's good for Sac State, and why it's good for the young people who go to that school. And we'll do all of that in about 30 minutes when the president of Sac State joins us. Dr. Luke Wood will be with us coming up at 4:30. Jason Jones, the professor of the Athletic, he'll be with us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What y'all got going on, man? Everybody good? Good. I don't know why I didn't get my daggone juice last time. What was it 4 o'clock? 4, 5, 6. Okay. Y'all hang tight. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk to Jesse. Be back in 20 seconds. Where did y'all meet up last night? Yesterday, or was it the day before? Drew down. Whenever you were messaging me, where were you guys at? What's up, Jesse? You good in there?
Yeah, we're just working back here.
Okay. All right. Are you going through that training stuff?
Oh, I finished it yesterday or this morning, I guess.
Oh, okay. Because I still have the legal one, and this shit is long. I don't think I can take the vibes one until I take the legal one.
Are you talking about the 2-hour one?
Is that how long it is? Yeah, because maybe it's 2 hours.
You can do the vibes one.
Huh?
You can do the vibes one.
Oh, can I? Because it's not even on my. It's not even on my.
Oh, I don't know. It's on mine. There's like
dashboard.
a 2-hour legal one before mine, but yeah, I did the vibes one already.
Oh, okay. Have you done the legal one yet? I'm just trying to let this thing play and get through. It is a monster. I'm managing to answer all of the questions right, though. Shout out to my sister, man. She sent cupcakes for Morgan's birthday. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Oh, right on, Warren. Good stuff, man. Michael, they just started a Q happy hour. Like just started it. It's weekdays 4 to not weekdays. It might be Monday through Thursday, 4 to 6. Obviously, I was telling Katie, was like, we can't get into that, but I'd really like to one day. If you can get in there for the happy hour, man, do it. Do it.
Yeah, we try to figure out the ads thing. It's just you guys got to deal with it, I guess. It's just YouTube. I don't know.
Yeah, we have that. Yeah, I can promise you guys that is not us.
Yeah, we try to do something like, the best you can do is delay them for like 10 minutes.
We got to get Jason down there. Just camera ain't on. We bring Jason up now. What's up, Jay?
Oh my God.
Not much.
Do you have any other hats?
I have plenty of hats, but I'd rather wear. I mean, I wouldn't be.
This is Tuesday hat.
King's gear in this year. My God.
Hang on, guys. We're coming back right here. Hang on. All right, let's bring in the professor. Our man Jason Jones of The Athletic was hard at work in Southern California. We had spies all over the place. I had people sending me pictures of Jason Jones.
Man, y'all got to chill on that, man. It had been a rough couple of weeks between Super Bowl and All-Star, and I've been out eating my gains in the gym. I was like, whoa, that's me? I was like, yeah, I've been hitting the gym hard since I got back from LA.
How was the weekend down there? Obviously, we saw you talking to De'Aaron Fox. But overall, how was the weekend down there in LA?
Depends on what part you're talking about. I just thought it was kind of a weird setup in the sense that the game was in Inglewood, but hardly any events were actually in Inglewood. It's the thing I was going to. I mean, I was at one point I was in Watts, then I was in downtown LA, then I was
in Watts?
Oh, I'm working on this other story I'm working on with
What was
I wasn't just cruising hoods.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't just like,
Jones
hey,
was outside.
I wasn't in the Uber like, just take me to watch. Well, actually, I did, but but it's for Astoria. So was in Hollywood at one point. Yeah, it's a lot of these big events, kind of like with the Super Bowl. What makes some of these cities tough is just that everything is all over the place. But you get somewhere like New Orleans, it's not as a big of a city, but everything's right there. You don't have to go 30 minutes to get to something. Like I think for something I went to, it took about an hour to get there in the Uber, and it's like 15, 16 miles. So, but hey, I think there's some cool stuff going on there. It's just I just thought that the way it was set up just kind of felt weird at times. And I got, I'm from down there. I got a lot of friends down there. The one thing I kept hearing was it doesn't feel like All-Star. It just kind of feels like, it didn't feel like it, but I think part of it is just that, this was not a joint thing. This was the Clippers All-Star. So it was a little, that's why you didn't have probably as much, it wasn't in downtown LA where it's like the center is. I thought there was some missed opportunities with the NBA in this regard. I thought this would have been a great opportunity to highlight a lot of those local businesses that have been impacted by a stadium and an arena being dropped in that neighborhood. Hey, shout out these businesses. Y'all make sure you go check them out. It just kind of felt like, just couldn't really get a feel for it for most of the weekend.
Yeah, it's I would think that it's a little difficult with it being in Inglewood, even if it's down at Crypto. I mean, it's not like it's Manhattan, but it's still downtown LA. They got hotels, they got restaurants, they got places where you can go party. So you leave the game, you're staying in LA Live. Everybody's right there at the Ritz-Carlton in that area.
Yeah.
Like all that is still right there. Inglewood at the Intuit Dome, I haven't been down there in a couple years, but it's just the arena. There ain't no hotel.
Yeah.
It's
It's not like you can say, let's go to. I mean, well, I know some spots to go to, but I don't know if the NBA.
Go to the soul food place down the street, man. Come on, what's up with that?
I don't know if the NBA want to hit the spots I'm gonna hit. They might be like, oh, I don't know. Some of my colleagues would be cool rolling through Inglewood with me like that. Like, we going where?
You wrote about All-Star Saturday night. I get antsy when I see stuff on social media because I can't tell, especially when it's like TikTok and Instagram. I can't tell what's real and what's not. Was the arena really that empty?
For big stretches, yeah. Even though Carmelo Anthony jumped on Instagram to put the cap on my post.
Oh,
I saw that.
Melo came for you.
I saw that.
Melo, I was like, little old me. Melo was like, cap. I was like, okay, much respect, OG, but I can't really call him OG. We're like the same damn age, but no legend on the court. But I think part of the thing is that a lot of times when you're like in his role or you're like working for the league or the network, your experience is not what everyone else sees. And I mean, there was a point I was yawning on Saturday. Like, I don't know what that skills. Much respect. I don't want to watch Ron Harper shoot layups. It's just like
I don't want to watch Ron Harper do anything after he was talking stupid about LeBron James.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm like, oh, come on, man, what are we doing here? And the 2 o'clock. I actually think in the long run, the 2 o'clock start isn't terrible. The earlier start because you can get into your nightlife and your other events way earlier. But it just felt like, everyone I know down there were just like, I want to go, but doggone it, the stuff is way too expensive.
That's the
for what you're going to get. And then when you fill the arena with your influencers and all that stuff, and it's great to get them on camera, put it on TikTok and yay, blah 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 was here, but when you look around and you got a great story like Dame rehabbing and going into the 3-point contest. He shouldn't have been coming out there to like a half, whatever it was, empty, a third, whatever the numbers were. It was significant. Someone said they were trying to use the WWE Saudi Arabia lights.
Oh, jeez.
I'm like, and people were like, somebody tried to tell me, no, that was early. It was not early. Like, I have never seen a stadium clear out so fast after an event because, well, there weren't that many people there.
That doesn't work when someone was there. When the person who's recording is actually there, that doesn't work.
But telling me, oh, that was early. I'm like, no, it was. I was there. I was sitting there. What are you talking about? And then people were like, no, I watched on TV. It looked miserable in there.
So help me out because I'm gonna side with Melo a little bit. Now, the atmosphere and what actually happened, I think, are two different things. Like the atmosphere in the All-Star Saturday night. I thought Saturday night was fine. The 3-point contest was, I enjoyed it a lot. Once again, I made the disclaimer earlier. I just basketball can just roll across the court and I'll be like, that was awesome. Like, I love basketball, right? But I thought the 3-point shootout was fantastic. The shooting competition is whatever. Like, it's whatever. Like, it didn't bother me that it went on. And I thought the dunk contest was cool. Carter Bryant did some really good stuff.
The lowlights from the dunk contest.
Well, for Jason.
Imagine being Jace and your dad quote tweets about I haven't stopped laughing.
Well, wait, what about your boy? I died at this. Your boy Jackson Hayes with just the right hand tomahawk.
My man does better dunks in games. I'm like, did you really just like measure this whole thing out? To do a regular dunk. He didn't cock the arm back. He just went there and dunked. I said, "Oh God!"
I died at that. But I thought Saturday night was fine. Like, I didn't think it was like
what I wrote. I wrote more about the atmosphere than it was. Like I said, I thought I loved I think 40 and Johnson were having their own like Bay Area party. Right. I was not dumping. I was not taking shots at the participants at all. I just thought that type of. I even wrote about the fact that if you have this kind of environment, can you blame players for not caring about playing? Like, it's dead. Mm-hmm. You know, I think they did a better job. I mean, I had some other stuff to do on Sunday, so I didn't go to the game. I had some other interviews set up, but everything I saw, everybody I talked to, the environment was much better on Sunday. Mm-hmm. But to me, in my ideal world, Saturday night should be where it's just crazy in there. You know, you get that youthful energy from the kids, seeing guys dunk and all that. Man, they needed Matt McClung too, man. They should have brought him back.
But let me, because I'm a noob in this situation. I was my first All-Star Saturday Night Live last year, and what the big takeaway I had from that was, it feels like All-Star Saturday Night is a made-for-TV event. It's not the same in the building as it is watching it on TV. And I want you, Jason, you've been to a lot more. Is that always the case, or is that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what made this year different, a lot of times, it's made for TV. A lot of times on All-Star Saturday, the seats for the media would be put in a place where you couldn't even see the actual contest. You have to I was there in 2016. We actually got out of our media seats and went and stood somewhere else to be able to see clearly. It really is more made for TV, but I think that the TV presentation would benefit if the stadium didn't feel like people had just waken up from being out last night. Mm-hmm. You can't manufacture just energy. And, guys in the dunk contest are like, come on, Ludacris talking about stand up and looking at him like, who's this guy? Like, that was another thing someone said was like, you in LA, y'all got, but I'm like, I think Kendrick's been outpriced for them now. Right. I say, I don't, and
got YG.
I don't know.
No clientele.
I don't think that's. They can get away with the guy. We know that guy from Fast and Furious.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
they can get away with that. They can't get away with YG. I think that would be
and something safer.
They couldn't roll out Mac 10 You know,
jeez. Welcome to Inglewood, y'all.
yeah, they could.
Welcome, official Inglewood representative here back to.
Yeah, they couldn't. Yeah, they could. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked for that crowd.
To Jason's other point though, too. All-Star, I was watching this thinking the same thing because I saw empty seats on TV too. Man, All-Star Saturday night got to be more affordable, man. Like if you have regular people at All-Star Saturday night,
it's a corporate event.
It is, and they got to find a way to get more regular fans into at least. I'm not saying All-Star Sunday, that's different. Like you premium pricing, but Saturday night you got to get some of the more regular diehard fans in the.
I would have loved to have seen a situation where they were asking for seat fillers and stuff like that, but I would love a situation where you go to Inglewood High or you go to these high schools and say, hey, I don't know, X amount of kids with a 3.5 or better, you can get tickets to Saturday. And to me, Saturday should be a more family-friendly, kid-friendly event. I think that, for your younger fans, the fact they're at an NBA arena is just cool. They're not going to be tripping off of, LeBron ain't in the dunk contest. I think that if I'm the NBA, not that they care what I think, that's what I would do. I would make Saturday, that should be the fun day. That should be where you have all your youth stuff and you can highlight the community you're in. And that was my other thing. It didn't feel like Inglewood was being highlighted. It didn't feel I'm like, we're in Inglewood. We're not like this city. That city has its own history with the NBA. Obviously, it was the Lakers, but that's a basketball. It's not called the City of Champions because the Clippers moved there. That was a shot.
Well, I wonder how much of that, and that's okay though.
Shot,
but I wonder how much of that was, Bomber. I wonder how much of that was Adam can try to ignore this if he wants to. How much of that is the weird circumstances following the Clippers around right now, where they're
I agree with that. Yeah.
Let's just highlight LA, and that kind of encompasses everything. And we don't really need to focus on the fact that this entertainment complex is in a completely different area.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. Yeah, definitely. I think you said too, the NBA, you can think about this season, they've had the aspiration tree thing. You've got a coach who's not coaching because he's part of a federal investigation for the gambling stuff.
Man,
you got teams who were tanking so blatantly that they had to fine them, and those teams are probably like, so what? I mean, I think if fans had a reason to be turned off, this would be a season to be turned off. It'd be like, do we even know if we're watching anything real at this point? If we know at least 10 to 12 teams have no interest in winning games, and I know people want to jump on the players about, they don't try hard. You got teams purposely not winning. Like, like Utah said, okay, we can't sit Jaren Jackson in the fourth quarter. Okay, you're going to go have surgery.
Right. Watch this.
Okay. Oh, hey, yeah, and that because we're down. Someone's asking me, you think Zach LaVine's surgery is legit? Like, it's to the point now where people don't believe players are injured. I said honestly, the way they're playing, I don't think you got to have a guy get surgery for them to lose. They're going to lose. So I don't think that they would force Zach to have an operation to prove a point. But NBA can't ignore the fact this is all out there, that people really think they're watching a contrived product now. Before you could say, well, it was this, and this is making 2002. Those years look like, I don't even know how to describe some of this stuff. Like, I legit have little interest in a lot of regular season NBA basketball now, because it's about who's not playing. The other story of the weekend, the Clippers was posting about Chris Paul's retirement, like they didn't send him.
Oh, that was wild.
I missed that one.
They had a post like, "Thank you, CP3." I said, "What are we doing in 2026? We really y'all gonna act like y'all didn't send that man home in the middle of the night?"
They had a full-on goodbye post, and it was like, oh.
You already said goodbye once.
Damn.
We don't need this again.
That's a little dicey.
I mean,
We forget though he is the greatest Clipper.
Oh, no question.
There's
You
no
was
doubt
last room, though.
that they sent him. I mean, think about it. You don't break up with a girl and then like after you find out she broke up with her next dude, be like, hey, we had great times, didn't we? You don't do that. I mean, this was just weird. It was just weird stuff during that down there. Just weird. I blame the Clippers.
Well, I know. Yeah, that's on brand.
Somebody even said if you look at the signage, they said that they don't think that they put Luka or LeBron on any of their signage.
Good. Don't put Luka on there.
Man, be quiet, man. You just mad.
Luka don't even he don't even care. He's not trying to build the game.
Whatever, man. you can't even say that with a straight face.
No, I know he's definitely not trying to build the game, but he is one of the superstars.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, he's trying to. As long as he builds the game in crypto, I don't care what he do.
No, he'll shoot. He ain't gonna defend. But
hey, man, let's not do that. How many have y'all lost in a row?
That trillion.
I ran into a lot of Sacramento folks down there while I was down there too.
Yeah, I think
we've lost track. I think it's 14. Did you ask Aaron how he feels about the losing streak out here? Please
no,
tell me.
I talked to him about Sacramento. But whenever you see someone who used to be in Sacramento, it's like a cool reunion because, like, hey, you made it out.
You got out, yeah.
And everyone's like, everyone I ran into who had been in Sacramento just were happy they were in a better situation. Everyone I ran into, they were like, yeah, man, it was, God, we're glad. It's like a somebody said, because I asked De'Aaron a question like in the scrum, he like stopped, gave me 5 and all that. Someone was like, y'all are cool. I said, we trauma bonded, man. That's trauma.
Oh,
I said, we saw some stuff. I said, that's trauma bonding. I mean, I said, we couldn't help it. We went through some things.
Man.
Didn't know that would be the working title of this show, trauma bonding.
We're trauma bonding. Yeah. You try to stay positive and you go like, man, those teams have to sit players to lose a bunch of games. And here we are in Sacramento just losing.
We're playing 2 Hall of Famers and
we're playing guys and losing by 30.
I do want to ask you this real quick about the All-Star game. Excuse me. And what happened in LA, not feeling like the All-Star game. Do you think that it needs to venture out to other places? I know people crapped all over the Indianapolis one, but from everything we could tell, those people showed up because it was the All-Star game is in Indianapolis. Like everybody around that area is going to show up. LA, I think I saw somewhere it was like the 4th one in the last 15 years or something like that. Did the novelty?
I've been to at least 4, I think, in LA. Or I've been to at least 3 in LA.
Yeah. So do you think that maybe Adam Silver should revisit, Memphis getting an All-Star game, Sacramento, Portland, stuff like that, if you're worried about like attendance, at least fan attendance or something like that?
It's a tricky thing because one, the whole hotel thing comes up. Do you have enough room for everyone? I think obviously Indiana does, but I don't know if a place like Memphis does. That's part of it. And the other thing too is they want to reward teams like, Indiana and Salt Lake City and whatnot. But you also got to, you also want to go somewhere that the players and fans are going to want to go. So I think that's kind of part of the allure. But I also think if you put out a good product, people will go to San Antonio for an All-Star game if the product's good. I mean, I think it's more about the experience. And I would prefer if it weren't in cold weather places, just as me. I was at the All-Star game in Toronto where it was 1 degree. That wasn't, I was, but then I was also the one in New York where it was like 15 degrees. And, we had a good time, but it's, I think ideally you'd like somewhere warm, but the league also wants to reward teams that build new arenas, which is why it's weird that they,
no, not all of them.
Yeah. No, I guess except Sacramento. I guess they said we let the team stay there. You guys shut up and.
Well, look, we were going to let them use the Delta King for one of the hotels.
Well, that was Kenny's idea. To be clear, that was no one else's but Kenny.
They're like, you guys can.
That
They're
was
like
the damn Vivek.
the media hotel is going to be like in Folsom or. I mean, yeah.
Oh,
but
we
I
just
think,
determined everyone will stay in Napa.
oh, that was beautiful. I'm
Hmm.
like, you cannot say part of your selling point is Napa, like,
Yeah.
especially people in California were like, that is crazy. But if you're, and what I've learned from all my years of travel is that for whatever reason, a lot of people don't read maps. They seem to think California is really small. Like
They think California is LA.
They think LA and Oakland are like 15 minutes apart.
Mhm.
They're like, oh, you live in the Bay? I'm like, yeah. They're like, so what? I don't think you get to LA about an hour. I'm like, it takes an hour to get to what? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, California is, they think, oh, Napa's in Northern California like Sacramento. It must be about 15 minutes.
Yeah. Take me an
Yeah,
hour to
so-
get to Lafayette. That's the
Yeah.
LA you're talking about.
Yeah, they don't know, but I think it would be cool if Sacramento had. I think that would be one of the venues where you would get local participation if you don't price out the entire community.
That's the
with that's why I'm all in favor of, hey, Saturday night, give a bunch of tickets to kids and youth groups and stuff like that, and make them the type of tickets that you can't, like, they're not like, for resale. Like, this is an actual ticket you cannot now sell, unless I guess you want to go outside and sell it to the homie. But these tickets can't be on StubHub. These tickets don't get, even, I think in Sacramento would be ideal because the lower bowl is so big.
Mhm.
You could still get a decent amount of people upstairs, and it wouldn't look crazy. But hey, I think maybe the Kings need to do something like pay Keegan on the side with a tree deal, and then maybe they can get themselves an all-star game.
Maybe they should win a game on the road before we worry about the All-Star.
I don't
game.
think we're ever getting
You
All-Star games.
got more pressing issues. Like
We've got issues. Here. We've got problems. Jay, we appreciate you, man. Thanks as always for joining us.
All right, y'all take care. Get a new hat, Kenny. Get a new hat.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Get
You
LA,
get a new hat.
I got an LA Kings hat for you.
Goodbye.
Oh, that's nice.
It's got Tupac on the side, man. You'll wear it.
Tupac.
Jason, goodbye. Goodbye.
Let's see. Jason Jones, our longest running guest here on D-Lo and KC. 5.5 years, Jay, been with us.
Shout out, Jay.
We'll come back. Dr. Luke Wood is going to join us. He's joined us a few times. Hopefully this isn't his last, because I got questions. Now, hey, to be clear, Dr. Luke Wood is my man.
Yes, indeed.
But I genuinely I want to share in Kenny's excitement over this move to the FBS. I just need to be talked to like I'm 5. There are things I get and there are things that I don't get. And Sac State is making a massive financial investment into moving to the FBS. And I'm going to ask Dr. Wood what the payoff is for all of this. The president of Sac State joins D-Lo and KC next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Michael, unfortunately, the hotels have to be 4 and 5 stars. And I don't believe Sacramento has those. And I can't remember what the number is. I think it's a number that they specifically made up because Sacramento didn't there.
Was it like 13 or something like that?
It was a lot. It was like, I've seen the hotels they stay at, and they're pretty amazing.
For the update, Michigan handling business up 16 at the half. Yeah, I mean, we were up as much as 23 at one point, so we got to get that back up. Got to build that back up. I had a question on Twitter that ended up being a clear runaway. I'll just ask you guys. I think it's not a bad question, but it's like, no, that's an easy answer. So if you can get season tickets in a suite or a courtside, which one would it be?
Oh, we talked about this on the show.
We did?
Courtside. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
because remember, they're talking about where to invest.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, I mean, my opinion is, especially when you take someone, like, don't ever take for granted the experience of putting your feet on that floor.
Mhm.
Like that's special.
It's different.
That's
Yeah.
absolutely special.
That's different. That is unique to a basketball.
Yeah, and like, I mean, with the suite, like, how much are you investing in food? Like, how much are you, like, because that's the thing, right? You get all of the food and other than that, like, that's just a hangout spot.
Yeah.
Courtside, 10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10.
Jesse, you got that? You got that link? Oh, yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's and I don't want to be super dismissive of the suite. The suites are really cool. Just being in the suites is really cool. But if I had the choice, yeah, it's got to be courtside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with you. With you.
Cass, as far as I know, yeah, Eddie gonna be here on Friday. Lupe at Ace of Spades is really cool because I think he's only doing about 6 of those shows in the whole country. That's pretty fiery. For some reason, he chose Sacramento. 20th anniversary of Food and Liquor, which was amazing album.
Man.
Yeah, 6 shows. Sacramento, San Francisco, LA, San Diego, New York, and Chicago. I forgot Juby's going on tour. He'll be here in July.
All right, Dr. Luke Wood is going to join us here coming up in just a little bit. We're excited to talk to Dr. Wood about some of the changes ahead here for Sac State football, and they are massive changes. Sac State is headed to the MAC, the Mid-American Conference, and the price tag is out there. Roughly $25 million when you add all of the different fees and travel and all of this stuff together, but you have been passionate since I asked you in its most dumb form last week, why is this such a big deal? Because I use they have asked every girl at the school to prom, and someone said yes. And now they're off to a really, really expensive prom date, and they got the limo and the tux, and like they're going all out, but I didn't understand why them moving to the FBS was so important. Why was it so important for Sac State? And you have broken that down, not just today, but you broke it down on Friday as well. And we hope for Dr. Luke Wood to break this down a little bit for us as well when he joins us here coming up soon.
Yeah, man. I'm not as entrenched, anywhere near as entrenched in this whole thing as Dr. Luke Wood was, but just from the outside looking in, FBS is college sports, specifically football, probably first, basketball second, is a university's biggest advertising tool. And if you're trying to grow your student body, grow your institution, the most effective way is probably through your football or your basketball team. And basketball, they're working on that, I'm sure, or whatever. I'm not sure. I always wondered why, like, the basketball team couldn't be like a Gonzaga or something like that, but they got to upgrade facilities and do all this other stuff that has been said in the past. So I'm not sure why that one couldn't happen before. But football, it was never going to happen with the Big Sky. It was never going to happen in the FCS. And specifically, I think a lot of the reason why it's such an issue here locally is because there's just not a lot of football programs in California, because of the state-run institutions and even the UC system that abolished almost all of the football programs. You're forced in the FCS to go to places like Montana State, Idaho State, and not only does that not bring you notoriety on a national scale, but it destroys you locally. I've been a big believer for a long time. Nobody was running to East Sacramento to go see Idaho State play football. Now, if you brought Fresno State in to play football, that might be different. You bring San Diego State in to play football, that's definitely going to be different. And you're going to get on national TV as opposed to K-Max, which is ain't nothing wrong with K-Max. I got love for it, but it's super local. So I'm just putting myself in the shoes of Dr. Luke Wood, AD Mark Orr. They're trying to grow this institution the quickest way. I don't want to say the only way because I'm sure there might be other ways, but for sure the quickest way was to get your institution on those national stages.
Well, Sac State is going to have that opportunity. It's going to come at a cost, but they're going to have that opportunity. We'll talk to Dr. Luke Wood when he joins us coming up here in just a few minutes. My voice is just going to sound like this forever, so we're going to have to get that processing back that we had in that San Francisco
What
studio.
happened to you guys last week?
I don't
know.
I don't know, man.
I'm never stepping foot in that studio when you guys are both in there again, just so we know.
It's probably a safe bet. Like last week, I couldn't talk without coughing. This week, I can't talk without my voice just fading away. And I really sold in my house that, why I got sick is because I haven't been having my green juice every day. Now I'm going to Movida to get these green juice. It's not helping.
It's still early in the week. It's still Tuesday.
Yeah, but this has been going on for like a week and a half.
Yeah, it is not early in the week. We're late in the game right now.
Yeah, a little bit late in the game. Why this isn't FBS nor Sac State, let's stick with football here for a minute. The Dolphins of Miami released Bradley Chubb and Tyreek Hill. Let's start with Tyreek. First of all, Jesse, you've been calling for the release, the trade, the firing, the cutting, whatever of Tyreek Hill. This phases you.
Nobody listened to me.
Well, they listen now because that move has been made. Tyreek Hill is gone. However, my question goes to the individual sitting directly across from me, Mr. 49er himself. There were George Kittle remarks about a return of Deebo Samuel over Super Bowl weekend. Tyreek turns 32 in 2 weeks. Would you rather have him or Deebo on the San Francisco 49ers?
Deebo, without hesitation. I ain't Tyreek. Look, let me be consistent.
Okay.
What did I think of Brandon Ayuk after his injury?
That he was essentially a dead man.
And his leg was turned the right way.
Yeah.
What do you think I'm thinking of Tyreek Hill? No disrespect. I hope that he comes back and he's able to play at a high level, but I won't pay him to try. No, Debo.
No Tyreek Hill, huh?
No, not that guy. He's finished. He
Damn.
He would be lucky
You
to
know,
be.
every player that gets hurt in the NFL isn't done. I mean, Brandon
No.
Ayuk went a little crazy with all due
No,
respect.
Brandon Ayuk's not done. I just don't expect him to return back to where he was or really anything close to it. Tyreek Hill is finished. That was a catastrophic
nasty.
injury for an older wide receiver.
Yeah,
If he was 23 instead of 32, I'd be like, oh man, he'll play again, but he'll be 40, 50% of what he was, let alone 32 years old, relying on speed. Nah, I mean, that's a hard pass for me.
Yeah, Debo's the easy answer, but also I'm kind of with the Chatty House. I hope that that's not their options right now between Debo and Tyreek.
Oh, I don't think that it is. I was just asking in relation to.
No, but I hope that's not what they're thinking. Like, oh yeah, we can go after Debo, we can go after Tyreek. Like, I'd go after Debo just because you'd be a wide receiver 3. Tyreek, like Kenny said with his injury, and he's not really a team player or anything like that.
They got to get in the draft. Like, you've got to get your age. You've got to get younger. Yeah. Like, and you're not going to do that by signing a 32-year-old.
You got to get in the draft, but also it's like your top guy has to be a top receiver in the league somewhere else. Like, you have to trade for someone, I think.
All right, we'll get back to this conversation here coming up in just a few minutes. Let's bring in the president of Sac State, our man, Dr. Luke Wood. Dr. Wood, what's happening, baby?
Hey, I'm good. How you brothers doing today?
Great,
man.
Great.
We good. We good.
Not as good as you, man. I know you're feeling real good.
I guess. Tell me. I got a lot of questions. Tell me why this move.
Cool. I got a lot of answers.
Okay, I love that. I love that. Tell me why this move to the FBS is such a big deal.
Well, we are the first university in the West Coast in 57 years to be able to make this transition to FBS. It's that hard. It's that difficult. There is a system in place that's designed to ensure that this doesn't occur. And as you all know, we tried to go in one direction through the FBS independent route, and that didn't work. And we were fortunate that the MAC saw our value. They saw what our community represented, and they were willing to do it. So it means that our students get to compete at the highest level of D1. It means that when you have a student who's attending a high school in Rancho Cordova or Sacramento or West Sac or Folsom or Elk Grove, that they don't have to feel like they have to leave their community to be able to play at the highest level D1. They can stay home and compete at that highest level. It means that our games are regularly broadcast on ESPN, on Maction, and CBS Sports. It means that we're in the EA Sports video game. It means that the visibility of the university is different. It means that overnight we have transformed ourselves from being an FCS school to being at the highest level of collegiate football. We can play any team you can think of now, and that can be a normal practice for us. Whereas before, we were limited generally to, one FBS game that we were lucky to get a year. So we're excited about it. It's great for our community. It's going to be a big economic impact to our region. It's going to be a financial benefit to our campus. But most importantly, it creates the best possible opportunities for our students.
Can I hit one follow-up real quick? You mentioned the financial benefit to the university. Numbers are out there that are when you add them together, they north of about $23 million. What is the return of investment for Sac State and its students on that?
Yeah, so first of all, you're right. The numbers out there is $18 million entrance fee and a $5 million transition fee. The $5 million transition fee, everybody's got to pay. That's not special. The $18 million is what our transition was. I think it was 12.5 million for North Dakota State. So we're, both us and North Dakota State have basically said that we have to invest in ourselves to invest in our futures. And also, I think it's pretty safe to say that, how much was it by the Kings? And to keep the Kings, how much are the Kings worth now? How much will it be to make a transition like this in 5 years? Cost is only going to go skyrocket, and because of level of benefit that's associated with it. And so it's an investment in our future. So it is, and I can acknowledge that, $18 million entrance fee seems high when you say it like that. But when you think about that, some campuses have offered for $200 million to enter power conferences, right? You've got to put in context, right? We're not. This is something that we have 5 years to pay, and we're doing primarily through guarantees. There's no student fees being used, no tuition dollars, general fund. We've got game guarantees. We've got other contracts that we have in place that are bringing in revenue. And this was a very careful analysis we did to make that it was something that not as being something that is will be something that we'll be able to easily be able to handle. But our forecasts show that we're going to be able to generate revenue in pretty short order here. So we're very appreciative to the MAC for giving us the opportunity to prove this market. As you all know, the only top 20 media market in the country without an FBS program. But today, that's not true no more. That in and of itself is the statement of how big of a deal this is and why so many individuals work so hard to keep us out of the country club.
Dr. I just want to give people a quick heads up. We recognize that Dr. Wood's internet's a little rocky, but we're very much probably been using it. we're very much in the play through it category because we can still hear him and understand him. So we're good.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Casey. Sorry.
I didn't realize that my internet was rocky. You want me to try to go upstairs?
If you have the ability, if you have the time, that would be terrific. If not, man, we'll just keep rolling.
Let me try to do that. Give me one moment.
We appreciate you. Thank you, Dr. Wood. Yeah. We appreciate you. We'll take you off the screen right there, Dr. Wood. Working out to make sure that this conversation is as good as possible.
Yeah, man. I mean, good questions, legit questions.
I don't think he's happy with me. That's my man.
I don't know. I mean,
that's my man.
It's conversation.
Put some context on it, D-Lo. No, go ahead, little media guy out here. Why don't you add some context, pal? That's why I took your seat at Dr. Taylor's retirement ceremony.
That's a true story. That really happened.
Probably has no idea. It's like, hey, what's he doing here?
One of the things that when Dr. Wood comes back that I want to ask him is, and what I think.
No, let's get Dr. Wood back in here. You can ask him directly. Appreciate you, Dr. Wood.
Right. You got to tell me, is the internet better now? It's got full bars now.
Crystal clear. They're saying we look like twins.
Crystal clear. Okay. Hey, I know you might. Every time I see you, I was like, man, we must be cousins.
Yeah. Get that frequently.
Dr. Wood, so one of the things that I'm a big college football fan. I follow the sport. I follow the maneuverings of realignment and all this other stuff. And I think I understand the urgency for this move to happen right now, because it really does feel like if you're trying to get in to this FBS party and this country club, like Dr. Wood talked about, you better do it now.
Because the door's closed.
It's closed. And in a handful of years might be too long. You know what I mean? It might be a couple years. Get in now. And I think that was the thinking behind your urgency to do so is, hey, if we don't strike now, we might not ever get a shot. And it might cost us maybe $5 to $7 million more dollars than we want to. But the time is now, or else we're never going to have an opportunity. Is that kind of accurate?
Yeah, I mean, we felt like we had to go, and we had to go now. We felt like a great sense of urgency, and I can say I'm not alone in that. I've talked to a number of FCS presidents who are looking at making this move. Everyone feels the same way. You've got to go, and you've got to go now. And if not, being able to get into, the club is going to be a lot harder. And, realistically, a lot more expensive. Just remember, the NC2A transition fee used to be $5,000.
That's
They
crazy.
moved it up to $5 million to serve as a deterrent. I would not be surprised if they can reevaluate that. I don't know if they will, but I wouldn't be surprised because people are concerned about that.
How does this, if at all, affect the various stadium things that we have going on with Sac State?
Internet.
So hold on, they just turn the music on behind me. Give me a second.
Y'all know this is the president of the university, right? This is you can't go playing music behind the president of the university.
I was like, oh my gosh, come on. All right, we got no music behind me. We got quality internet. Let's go.
We are good to go.
Hey, just so you know, this is all on brand for D'Lo and KC, so it's just fine, baby.
All
It's
right,
just
cool.
fine.
Your question
stadium
again.
deals. How is this FBS move, if at all? How does this affect the various stadium deals that you guys have been working on as of late?
Oh, it doesn't really affect it. I mean, we've been working on stadium for some time. And it's important to remember that the stadium was a project even before I got to Sacramento State. President Nelson basically had a plan to rebuild the stands on campus because those are temporary stands that were built over 30 years ago. They were never meant to be there this long. We've done a lot to reinforce the stands and make it so that they continue to be safe for our fans. But it's not an ideal situation, and they're near end of life. And so we've always known that we've had to replace the stadium. The question is, it was not about if we needed to, but when and where. And so what we've done is, we're partnering still with Cal Expo. We've completed pretty much all the evaluation studies that we need to do to have an understanding of where the stadium is at in terms of condition and what is going to be needed to take that grandstand that's there that was the old horse racing track and turn it into what we want to see is in terms of vision for the future. And so I'm looking forward to reconnecting with them now that we're at that stage to figure out what the next step might be. But in the meantime, no matter what, we're making changes to our stadium on campus in preparation for next season. So we're putting in, modular locker rooms for the visiting teams, visiting AD/president box, adding in some new end zone seating, just continuing to make renovations like you saw with what we did last season, continuing that to make sure that we're ready for FBS. And we will be ready for FBS for 2026. And I also want to say that what I just said is no different than what I've been saying since June or before that of last year. I've consistently said we're going to be playing an FBS schedule. I've consistently said our stadium is going to be ready for 2026 to be able to play in for FBS. And the interesting thing is that no matter is that there's a lot of people who didn't believe that we could do this, and there was a lot of doubt, and as a result, I think there were some people who were surprised to see the MAC. But I'm excited because I know what this represents for our community.
I mean, I want to check with you and see how you're doing right now, because this was a long, crazy
He's drinking
road.
coffee at 5 o'clock. How do you think the man is doing?
This was a long, crazy road for you in the last 18 to 24 months. And, you're very ambitious. You're very forward thinking. You're very optimistic in your thought process of growing this university and the athletic department and everything. And that wasn't always received.
And he took a lot of criticism.
Absolutely. I was just saying that wasn't always received very well by people who doubted you and doubted Mark Orr and doubted the university as a whole. And today you're a very classy man. You're a doctor, for crying out loud. So you're not gonna stun on them a little too much, but you got to be feeling good after everything that you've had to go through for the last couple years and being able to achieve your goal for the university, at least one of them.
It was a big goal. I think that the doubt in some ways made sense because of how hard it is to do. The doubt made sense because it hadn't been done in 57 years. The doubt made sense because NC2A had already rejected our FBS independent. And at the same time, I always felt confident that this is what we were going to be able to do. You know, we wouldn't have put out a statement saying that we'll be playing the FBS schedule in 2026 if we hadn't been confident that it was going to come through. We wouldn't have made renovations to the stadium last season if we didn't think that it was going to come through. We wouldn't have engaged in revenue share and opting into the house settlement and hiring a coach like Zoe Carter if we didn't think that it was going to come through. So everything we did showed that the right things were taking place in order to get there. But the criticism was that we weren't doing it the right way. And, you know, I think, you know, I applaud North Dakota State, you know, when, you know, how many 10-something championships, national championships, but Sacramento State didn't have 15 years to wait because, again, this door was closing. So, you know, we were a case study in disruptive marketing. People were, you know, basically didn't like that we were being bold. They didn't like that we set out a bold vision and we believed in our vision. And I'll say, I mean, admittedly, this is the hardest thing that I've ever been part of, by far. And that's saying a lot. Like, I'm a kid who like lived in my car when I was in college, went 2 or 3 days at a time without eating. I'm, you know, someone who hasn't had it always perfect. And when I say this is the hardest thing I've ever been part of, unquestionably, it's the hardest thing. And it wasn't because of the task at hand. It was because we had people, even within our own community here in Sacramento, rooting against us rather than rooting for us. And that was the hard part, because, you know, I'm rooting for everybody's Sac. I don't know if you caught that, but they
I see you, Dr. Wood. I see you.
Right. And I just feel like within this own community, we don't always believe in ourselves, you know. But I also had to think back to, like, when my twin brother was running the campaign for Golden One, there were people who doubted that it was worth doing all this to keep the Kings. It was worth, you know, building DOCO, that it was worth doing everything that it was necessary to get the campaign through the city. But I think we can all say that if it wasn't for DOCO and it wasn't for the Kings, downtown would be disastrous. And it's the best thing that we have going in this city. So now we have the second best thing going in this city. We essentially have now 2 pro teams plus the A's for a period of time. And that's what this is. For those who don't understand what just happened here, Sacramento just basically got another pro team. That's what the level of football that we're able to be at now. And you know, they shouldn't expect that everything's going to transform overnight, but within the next, you know, several years, it's going to be different. Imagine when the whole city comes alive and shuts down for Sac State football. Imagine when every local city is holding tailgates or holding watch parties for Sac State football. Imagine when you can't walk down the street without seeing every single person with a Sac State t-shirt. And there's already, like, we've already been changing that. President Nelson started to set that in place, the culture of believing in ourselves. But I think that we've continued to elevate that to the next level. And I just want to paint the picture of what's happened within the past month, just in the past month. In the past month, we became the first institution in 57 years to go FBS in the West Coast. In the past month, we became the first university to truly have a meaningful partnership with their local tribal community to have uniforms that aren't worn for one game, but for the next 5 seasons for football and men's and women's basketball with designs that honor their culture. With our partnership with Wilton Rancheria and Sky River, we made an agreement and received dollars from Meta, $50 million to help jumpstart our campus downtown. So I'm going to just say, I just want to just wonder out loud to the community, at what point do we say to ourselves, maybe instead of doubt, we should be saying, let's get behind this because it's time.
Dr. Wood, we're proud of you. We're anxious to see how all of this unfolds. Who's first? Is Ohio State coming to town?
Yeah, bring those bums from Ohio out here, man,
Bama,
so we can smack them around.
We get watch out for Michigan because they cheat. Like, we bringing Michigan in here. What are we doing, Dr. Wood?
All right, so here's what I would say. Now I got teams I want to play. Right, I'm gonna keep it real. But we got, I know you've all heard me say this many times, we got the best athletic director in the country. Mark Orr could be anywhere he wants to be, but he chooses to be in Sacramento because this is his city. And so I'm going to let him, not let him, it's his responsibility to determine the schedule. Right. And I, at the same time, I'd love to see us play an HBCU. Cause we do get to play, as a FBS program, we do get to play, one FCS team a year. I'd love to see that. But I'd also love to see a day where we play an Arizona State, where we play in Notre Dame, where we play in Auburn. Like, why not?
Yeah. I can't wait, man. Congratulations to that whole team over there, man.
Yeah,
you guys did something special, and something, like you said, that hasn't been done in a generation in this state, and it's never been done outside of the Kings in this city, man. And we're all from this city, sons of the city, born and raised here, man. Thank you, Mark Orr.
The Light Skin Coalition.
Yeah,
Sac
man.
State.
You guys did it, man. You guys did. I can't wait to see what's ahead, man, because this is exciting. This is some exciting stuff.
Yeah, man.
So I got a question. Y'all gonna be at opening game?
Oh, you already
man.
know that. We
Come on, say
told
less.
Coach. Yeah,
Say less.
we already told Coach Carter was going to be there. We're also expecting Hammer to be there because we've been debating on how much time Hammer can perform, and I think Hammer's got some time in him. So we need to make sure we get the stage back, get the setup for the old heads like me. Let's get out there and do this right.
I got to admit, there's nothing I want to see more than to see Hammer out there. So I'm hoping that happens. That would be great, don't you think?
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
We'll be there. No question about it. No question about it. We appreciate you, Dr. Wood, man. Thanks for making some time for us. I know your phone is probably going crazy today.
Yeah. It has been, but you know what though? I'll say this. You've been seeing like some of the folks at FCS country saying to their schools, saying, wait, Sac State just did this. North Dakota State just did this. Why aren't we taking this serious? And so I would say to all the schools in FCS country, particularly the great programs like Montana State, South Dakota State, Tarleton, we look forward to seeing you all on the other side.
Look, hey, Dr. Wood's so nice because I'd be talking crazy right now. I'd be talking crazy to Montana. I'd be talking crazy to the Pandas.
Look, my man, first of all, stop trying to get him in trouble.
I'm gonna do it for him. I'm gonna do it for him.
Let's get Dr. Wood off the screen.
I'm getting all the panda emojis and everything. I'll do it for him. I'm talking crazy.
We're gonna let you go before Casey gets you in trouble, man. We look forward to talking to you. And again, congratulations.
All right. Appreciate you, brothers.
Wood, yes, sir. Always. That's our man, Dr. Luke Wood, right there, president of Sac State, the FBS school. Jesse, this hasn't happened in our new time slot, so tell me what you want me to do. You want me to keep going? What do you want to do here?
We should probably break.
Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got a strong hour ahead. We've got to talk Kings basketball. We got the victory lap on the way. Man, what a Tuesday it's been here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. shit.
What a day. What a
Jason
day.
and Trysta, Dr. Wood, everybody on point.
Oh, thought he made that. Now I'm getting clips of my son's basketball game. Yeah, you better make your free throws. Better make your free throws. We ain't missing no free throws out here, big dog. I ain't having that. Leave that follow through up. Oh my gosh, he missed the second one. Come on. Yeah, Montana coach. Montana coach ran from the grind. He ran from the grind. He couldn't boss these kids around no more, so he ran from the grind. Hit the bricks. Y'all just don't know. I'm gonna keep it professional. I saw some wicked stuff. I saw some wicked stuff from these people on the internet from Montana and at that game, man. And at that game, I was like, oh, like the way they behave just isn't the internet. This is real life. I'm talking about coaches. I'm talking about Montana coaches. So I got no love for them. I got no love. I never will. The players are really nice. I met some of the players after that game, man. Good young men, really good football players. Handled business that day. End up beating Sac State. Salute to them. But yeah, man, some of them coaches, man, that was crazy. That was crazy. Oh, come on, Leezy. You know the vibes, baby. You know the vibes, Leezy. Roddy, man, I'm not talking crazy either, bro. I'm really trying to. What's up with Arizona, man? Did Cole Pete didn't play on Saturday, huh? What's up with him? What's going on with Cole Pete? Texas Tech, good team too. That was a good win by them. I'm saying, man. I'm saying. Well, I'm with you, Pookie. And Jess, welcome back. Big sneakers up. I think
What a day, man.
What a day.
Trysta had the State of the NBA address. Jason Jones sharing his experiences from All-Star Weekend, and Dr. Luke Wood, fresh off the announcement that Sac State is headed to the FBS, joining us for a very lengthy, at times tough conversation. There's probably still a lot of unanswered questions, as he noted and was not afraid to admit. It's going to take time. But this is a big deal for Sacramento. the schools that are going to come through here to play Sac State is going to be pretty amazing. And I really hope that this city turns out to support this university the way I know that administration is envisioning.
Yeah, even down to, like, we joke about the Alabama's, Ohio State's, Michigan's. Like, that's a pipe dream, to be honest with you. Like, I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Yeah.
But
We're just being a little silly there.
right. But look, man, you can do a home and home with Fresno State. Like, that's going to be, if that were to happen, like if you did a home and home with Fresno State, you know how many Fresno State alumni are in this area and would show up for that game and bring that type of energy, let alone what Sac State would be bringing to the table. San Diego State, the same way. You'll see games in the coming years where Sac State will go down to take on UCLA, go down to take on USC, maybe go up and play Oregon, Washington. And in certain situations, because you see, I always think of like Ohio State, right? And how in Michigan, and how they play the quote unquote directional schools, which are the schools that are in the back, the Western Michigans, Miami of Ohio's, all this other stuff. Once every 5 years or so, they go to those schools. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's not out of the realm of possibility that USC comes to Sacramento. You know what I'm saying? Like, Arizona comes to Sacramento to take on Sac State. And this is just, I know it's still collegiate, but at the very least, this is, if it's not quote unquote professional sports, this is big business sports. And we've entered the realm of big business sports for the second time in this city's history, man. And I can't wait to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I don't want people to like misunderstand. There is risk that comes with that. The turnout not there.
Not to interrupt you, but that's what the eat a little crow on the A situation last year.
Yeah,
I was like, yo, it's gonna be 14,000 every night.
Yeah,
and it wasn't.
It wasn't.
And to be
14,
right? And to I'm not trying to blame anybody or tell anybody how to spend their money, but it got to the point where I had the question. Everybody's like, Sacramento's it's a pro town. It's a pro town. Are you? Are you really? Like, we got to ask that question now, and we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's I think there's and we had to learn this. You and I both. There's a difference between leasing something and owning something. And it turns out that the Oakland A's, the Las Vegas A's, the not Sacramento A's turned out to be a very high-priced lease. Sacramento is ours. Sac State is ours. The Hornets are ours. That's ours. That's not a lease. That's not rent with the option to buy, like that. That, much like the Republic, that's ours. Much like so many people fought for the Kings. Like, the Kings are, for good or bad, that goddamn team is ours.
Yep.
Good, worst team in the league, bad, they're ours. And that's what Sac State is. That's a big difference between Sac State, and that's the biggest difference to me between Sac State and the A's.
Yeah.
The A's, people caught on pretty quick. Not only is it not ours, you hoes are charging it like it's ours. You're charging us like it's ours. You don't do that.
Yeah.
Nah, but what about there's no, we were talking about return on investment with Dr. Wood. There's no return of investment with the A's, the Athletics, whatever they're called. There's no return of investment. All you're looking for is it's a one-night stand. Yeah, let me go see the Yankees. Yeah, that's because that's all you're gonna get from me. Let me go see the Giants when they're here. Let me go see the Padres. That's it. I'm out. Like, I'm not giving you. And it really became eye-opening when all those season ticket holders were mad. Y'all did this. Like, what did y'all think? And like, I'm sorry that it bit you, but that's what you like. People lose on investments all day. This was a poor investment. And with all due respect, like, I read the market wrong too. You read the market wrong. We had this totally wrong. Yankees, Padres, all of the big boys. Okay, there's your money. Outside of that, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You know, the Sac State situation. I've always looked at it where I think a lot of people were unfair and just downright disrespectful to Dr. Luke Wood. And a lot of times I try to judge people on their character and their heart. And Dr. Luke Wood is a great man. He is a really good man. And absolutely. And his one thing that he was trying to do this entire time was better the university and better the city. And whether you agreed with whether or not he should have been so aggressive or boisterous or whatever, that's fine. Was never any ill intent, never malicious towards anybody else. It was, how can I make this university better? How can I make this city better? And that's why I was like, I'm with that. I'm with that. Go ahead and try it. We talked about it earlier. Go ahead and try it. Do whatever you feel like you need to do within reason. You know what I mean? And I think he did that. And some of the vitriol that came his way, I thought was unwarranted and uncalled for with how people calling this guy out of his name routinely. Oh, yeah. And that's the nature of society nowadays, but that's a part of society that I don't like.
That's politics in 2026.
Yeah. Yeah. And
it's politics for the last 10 years.
Absolutely. And I'm happy for him. I'm happy for Mark Orr. I'm happy for guys like Andy that I know over there.
Oh yeah.
You know, all our guys over there, man, that are trying.
They care about this city. They care about that university.
Absolutely. And they're doing everything they can to just make the experience of either attending a Sac State football, basketball game, volleyball game, or if you want to enroll into the school, making it the best experience you can have. Yeah. And I can get behind that. You know what I'm saying? Whether it works out the way everybody wants it to or not, we got no control over that. But the intent was always to make the university and the city the best it could be. And I'm happy that they were able to achieve this and get this kick started.
Yeah, me too. He's gonna take some lumps though. Like just because the move is official doesn't mean the lumps aren't coming. We talked about the entrance fee. We talked about the different fees in the upwards of $23 million that the university is going to have to pay for this move. Mm-hmm. He understands. I know he understands that they're going to take some ridicule for that, because not everybody has the time to sit down with him and ask about the numbers like we did. Mm-hmm. When you're making TikTok videos and Twitter videos and Instagram reels and all of that stuff, you're not sitting down with the individual who was a part of the meetings that made these financial decisions. So he's going to take a lot of ridicule for this, but it is up to him. It is up to Mark Orr. It is up to that university, and it is up to their alum, that fan base. It is up to now Coach Carter, who we hope to have later on in the week. Mm-hmm. And that's another thing, man. Just again, not to obviously Sac State's our partners, but like let's not like gloss over what this university has done over the last handful of years. From Brennan Marion to Mike Bibby to Coach Carter now, they have made some amazing hires for their athletic program. It's always been a top-notch academic school with some great programs there, including an incredible business program that they have. But they have put their sports programs on a new level in recent years, and this is the latest step in that. And this is where I say he's going to continue to take some lumps. Yeah. Is there's going to have to start to be some return in this.
Yeah,
and it was tough last year. Brendan Marion was essentially screaming at people to go attend the games. Excuse me, and we said on this show like it's going to take more. You know what I mean? Like we knew Brendan Marion wasn't ours. Like we knew that we were hip to that as soon as the hire was made. I'm hoping Coach Carter is, and at some point the sexy, because Mike is ours. Mm-hmm. There's no question about that. Mike Bibby is ours. Watching what they've done with the what's it called now? The Well. What is the basketball facility now?
Pavilion,
yeah. Excuse me. Watching how that has already been transformed. I went to the game with you, a few weeks ago. I didn't get to sit with Kenny because I sat in a different area, but
don't listen.
Sat in the common folk area. But we to be at that game and, to talk to Dr. Wood and Mark Orr before I left. And, Mark very excitingly pointing out, oh man, we're not done. We're going to do this over here. And if you look at this wraps around here, and here's what's going to go there. And here's what's going to go there. And like everything is a constant work in progress, but the work is happening. And that's such a cool facility to be at, because it's very comfortable. You can see like it growing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it's not like a high school gym anymore. Like
Right.
you could see it's like, oh no, this is becoming something. And then to talk to those guys for a few minutes and look, see where that sign is right there? We're gonna do this. And it's like, oh yeah, that should be ready by next season.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
And it's one of those things that, and I don't want to, go overboard, but like I said, I believe in the vision and I appreciate what they're trying to do. But, attendance wasn't where it wanted to be in football.
Mhm.
People would say, give us a reason to come out here, be exciting. All right, they did that. They went and got players, and went and got Coach Marion. Basketball was the issue. Well, if you get us out of that middle school gymnasium, maybe we'll come to the game. All right, they did that. They handled that. Well, if you can get us to the FBS, then we'll take it seriously. Like it's FCS, and here in Sacramento, we only, step out for the top shelf.
Yeah.
Okay, we did that.
Mhm.
It's time for us to show up. It's time for us to show up and show out for that. And I think we will, as a city, as a community, for sure. But I promise you, didn't talk to Dr. Wood about this at all, but he echoed the same things. Because I'm listening to Joel Klatt. I'm watching college football live. I'm listening to all these guys. If you were going to do this, it has to happen now. Because not only are they FBS about to close the door, try to close the door on Sac State once, but they're going to close the door. What I think is going to happen, and this is going to be interesting to see what happens from that point, is we talked about it last week. The big wigs are just going to leave. Like the SEC, the Big 12, the Big 10, they're going to go start their own league. And it ain't going to be no NCAA type thing no more. And I don't know what that means. Like, does FBS turn into the new FCS after that? I don't know. But you'd rather be in FBS trying to figure it out than be in FCS trying to be 2 steps behind when those schools leave and do their own thing. And if you're going to do it, you got to get in now. Somebody said it earlier. I agree. What you guys think the price is going to go down in the next couple of years?
Yeah. Name one thing that the price has gone down on. Much less an FBS transfer, like milk.
That was
like name one thing that the price has gone down on.
I didn't know that situation where it went from $5,000 to $5 million.
Yeah, I didn't either. Yeah, I didn't either.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Deterrent. Yeah, it really worked.
2 teams in 10 days.
Good call. Yeah. It's brilliant.
2 schools in 10 days. So, yeah, I got that. Yeah. Exciting times. Like, the MAC schedule.
I swear to God, if I hear him return to the MAC one more time, though, I'm gonna throw my phone.
Well, you know what?
I give Sac State 1 because Coach Carter was out there doing his thing.
Yeah.
But okay, that's it.
You know what I'm sick of, and tell me, I'm probably looked at as like, oh, you're not being fun guy, Kenny. Like, oh, whatever.
Kawhi Leonard over here. I'm a fun guy.
Is everybody with their original tweets and takes of, I can't wait for Ball State versus Sacramento State. Bro, how many times has that been said in the last 2 weeks? Don't say it no more. It's not funny. It's not clever. It's not cute. It was funny the first 400 times I saw the tweet.
But what if you didn't see it the first 400?
How could you not? Everybody's saying it.
Maybe you're like me. You're not on Twitter all the time. It's like, oh, Ball State versus Sac State.
I bet you've seen that.
I have.
See what I'm saying?
Maybe 17 times this morning. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they'll be the center of college football.
That's a great question, though, from Soren. What was that voice?
That was the corny joke guy.
Oh,
hey,
good. We got
Ball State versus Sac State. Can't wait for that matchup.
That sounds a little like Kawhi's laugh from the from the All-Star game, or from the not All-Star game, from the media day many years ago.
Look at me. I came up with a funny. I'm hella funny.
This is actually one of your better impressions.
It's
better than The Rock. I know that for sure.
Oh, no. Don't do that. Do not do that.
Rock.
Matter of fact, Jesse, you'll be happy to know I didn't do it, but I thought about turning on Raw last night because we are about 6 weeks out. Now, a little bit more than 6 weeks. Maybe actually 6 weeks from WrestleMania when I might have to come back because Triple H is saying.
There's no way he's coming back.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you now, ticket sales are down. Ticket sales are down. Yeah. And it might need 6 weeks. 6 weeks of Dwayne to come back.
25% off over President's Day.
I'm about to say
weekend.
they did a President's Day weekend sale.
They treated WrestleMania tickets like they were washer and dryers.
Oh my goodness.
It is bad out there in Vegas. Goodness gracious.
They might get it down to the point where I'll go.
You might get to the Thomas and Mack Center. Oh, the NXT event over at the Cox Pavilion over there and just keep it moving. Goodness gracious. Man. Yeah, it's I don't think The Rock's ever coming back.
Good.
he burned that bridge. Like, this guy sucks. We're not going back to him. I heard there's some there was some note somewhere that I had to have seen it on Instagram. It's the only place I would have seen it, that they might have LA Knight versus Brock Lesnar. And someone said Triple H saw LA Knight's anti-MAGA tweets and said, we'll show him. Brock, we got one for you.
Gonna feed him to Brock.
Feed him to Brock. Oh goodness,
man, goodness.
Good luck to WrestleMania. We'll come back. I had intentions to talk about the Kings, but we could save that for tomorrow. We'll come back. The victory lap is on the way. We'll recap all of the top stories here and touch on a couple of things that we may have missed, and we'll do that when we wrap things up here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. See, now we're thinking the Ball Sac State championship at the Cox Pavilion.
Crazy.
That's it. All right, that's Kyle thinking.
Crazy.
That's Kyle thinking.
Manny, they went like 7-5 last year. I know that's not an undefeated record, but they won 3 games the year before. And to be fair to the community, the city, Sac State, they did have some good crowds as the season went along. Once they got into conference play, they had some really good crowds. I think the concerts helped too. One of the crowds was probably too many people, but they had some good crowds. It wasn't that much of an issue. Michigan once up by 23, now only up 8 with 1:54 to go. I mean, this game really is over though. But Purdue crowd getting hyped up because they got it down to 8 with 1:45 to go. The game's over. The Jello's jiggling.
Yeah. Shout out to Malik. I don't know who his person is, but the first thing I thought is that's a great shirt and a great bag. You can't see any of them, but it's one of the Palm Angels Bears shirts and one of the little LV box bags, which is really nice.
Shout out
Malik. I guess is today his birthday? It says surprise birthday party. I don't know if it's his birthday.
His birthday was last week, I think.
Oh, okay. So these are just pictures from his party that our man Jake took. Man, this legal training is fucking long. Oh, yeah, he's a great dude, man. Very, very good dude. Very, very good photographer as well. Shout out to Rachel. That was Rachel who sent us the Jason Jones pics. Shout out Rachel if you're listening. She still listens regularly, which is so dope. Yeah,
Is
no,
there
Rizzy. We need Rachel back.
is there a group that you feel the same way I feel about Jodeci, or a performer, so to speak? Like, is Janet that for you?
Yeah, that like I'll go see like always.
Mhm.
Yeah, Janet.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Janet for sure.
Yeah, I told the wife that. I said, "Hey, yeah, I'm always going.
Mhm.
Love for you to come with me, but I'm always going to go see Jodeci
Love for you to come with
Forever.
me is hilarious.
because she's the type where like I didn't see him twice. I don't need to see him again."
Yeah, that's not me. That's not like
No.
my thing with Janet is one, I love Janet. It's as close as I'll ever get to Mike.
Mhm.
And I don't know how much longer she's gonna do this. Like
Mhm.
when we found out she was at Thunder Valley when we were in New York, there was like a like, yo, you just saw her 3 times. It's like, I know, but she's 5 minutes from the house.
She's right there.
Like she's literally right there. But yeah, Janet would be the one. I would have loved to seen Jodeci, but one, the hassle that we were
There
going
was
through.
that.
I don't like they're a little like new edition for me in that I don't really know what to expect. Missing JoJo in Vegas was
Mm.
tough. And then I thought like the show at Thunder Valley was really good.
Mhm.
I would have loved to have heard lately though. I would have loved to have heard that. We can't let today's show pass without acknowledging the passing of civil rights activist and leader Jesse Jackson today. Jesse Jackson he's always been one of those guys who's been around. And I actually learned I feel like I learned a lot about Black history later in life. Jesse Jackson is someone I knew and understood very early in life. Of course, his 1984 presidential run, his 1988 presidential run is often credited as the true precursor to President Barack Obama and what he did so many years later. But he's one of those guys who you just kind of think is always going to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing, it wasn't even that Jesse Jackson passes away. It was just 84. Wow, he really has. I mean, there's the famous picture of the Lorraine Motel, moments before and after, what happened to Dr. King. And it's like, God, he really has been around for everything.
Yeah.
But certainly sad to see that he passed away today.
Yeah, he was the first civil rights activist that I ever knew of.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Outside of like history books and stuff.
Mhm.
Somebody who was really there, fighting the
Mhm.
fight day in and day out.
Yeah.
That was the first one that was my introduction to, oh, okay, well, what's this guy talking about? Why is, oh, okay. And to your point, yeah, it just felt like he was just always going to be around. And it was ironic about, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, it just, for whatever reason, it popped in my head. I said, Jesse Jackson, he's still with us, right? Now I looked, and yeah, he's still with us. He's still with us. And then here we are, a little while later, he passes on, but unbelievably impactful in my generation. And the foundation and the groundwork that he laid, like you mentioned, for somebody like President Obama can't be understated. Can't be for some of these new candidates. I wish he wouldn't have laid the groundwork.
I don't think he laid that groundwork.
Mm.
I do not think that he laid that groundwork.
That
at
was
all.
embarrassing. That clip I saw over the weekend. That was embarrassing.
Yeah.
What a
to see Yeah, all right. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
careful. Never mind. I'll say this.
Stay in your lane.
Shirley Chisholm is the first Black person who ever made a real run for presidency back in, like, I think it was like 1972. I did not know this though until maybe 10 years ago. They used to elect like nominee president. It wouldn't be like I'm starting a campaign and I'm running, like, in the early days of our democracy. This was done in a very, very different way. You know who the first Black person to get a vote for president was? It was Frederick Douglass.
I think now that you mention, I think I have.
When I say he got a vote, that's what I mean. Frederick Douglass got a vote to be president of the United States.
That sounds familiar.
And you can make an argument that when Frederick Douglass got that vote back then, the country was in a better spot than it is now.
Man, oh man.
But that was a slave. That was a former slave.
Yeah.
Like, no, this is much better. This is much better. But yeah, I didn't know that till maybe I was studying something on Frederick Douglass. It was over 10 years ago that he was he technically is the first person to be nominated for president, but it was a single vote. It was like, no, I think Frederick Douglass should be our president.
I want to know who made that vote. Salute to them. Who made that vote?
Well, they didn't see color, Kenny. It's what it is.
What was I was about to say something else and I can't remember it now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Some would say shout out to President Obama for being the last Black president in the United States of
it. At
America.
the All-Star game.
He was at the All-Star game.
That was cool.
Man. All right, moving along, because I've got so much I want to say. I never thought the president ever was normal. Now I know the president isn't normal. Just to see President Obama just courtside with his wife, like, oh, Book, what's up, man?
Yeah, catching one of the balls to go
totally normal behavior.
Yeah. I miss those days.
I do too.
I
There's
miss
nothing
normal
funnier.
behavior.
There's nothing funnier. And this happened yesterday. Then when you're just scrolling Instagram, TikTok, whatever, and the "Do You Miss Me" video comes up and it's freaking George Bush.
Oh,
it's George W. Bush. It's like, hey, do you miss me yet? And it's showing like shoes getting thrown at him and, all of these, him dancing with Michelle Obama. It's like, bet you miss me now.
Oh, he loved Michelle.
Buddy, oh, boy,
he loved Michelle.
Boy, did he.
Oh, man.
Boy, did he. They got it saying out in Texas. I bet they do, President Bush. I bet they do. It's the victory lap here. We're dealing with KC. This final stretch here of the show, we'll touch on a couple of things that we haven't talked about yet and ask a few questions on some of the major stories, including, was this experiment that we saw over the last few days enough to bring back this All-Star game? Was this strong enough to say, you know what? All-Star game is back. But let's go back to that East-West format. Let's go back to this 5-on-5. Let's go back to the single game. Let's go back to what we know as the All-Star game was the competitive nature and the leadership, which was the argument we tried to make at the top of this show.
Yeah.
The leadership of the likes of Victor Wembanyama and to a certain degree Anthony Edwards as well. Is that enough to bring back the traditional East-West format and give us a competitive atmosphere?
I think there was a little bit to the format of it being 12-minute quarters, and these two teams will play for 12 minutes and then one will sit. I think that maybe mentally helped the All-Stars, where it's like, I'm just playing for 12 minutes, not playing for 48. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I wonder if that played a role in how competitive it got.
You're also
agree.
Playing multiple games. I mean, you want to be to a certain. You want to be playing multiple games.
Right. I also agree a little bit with Trysta when she said, I think secretly, those American players didn't like the world situation. They kind of like played it cool as we got closer to the All-Star game, but the way they played told me how they felt. I think that played a role in it as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, Wemby was like, I don't care how you feel about the world. I'm going to crush you.
Mm-hmm.
And that played the biggest role of it all. But I say all that to say,
Can you run a USA versus the world in a traditional 5-on-5? With like a full team here and a full team here? Or is that too complicated based on the makeup of the stars at the time?
I think it's a little complicated, and I wonder if it's a full game. Will they play as hard?
Sure. Yeah.
And
you might be onto something with that. I never thought about that. That might be that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Because their whole thing is if it's close, then we'll play. Well, what if it don't get close? Like, what if it's a 30-point game most of the time? Whereas in this quarter format, it always felt like a sprint to the finish. Like, game close right now. We get essentially what we talk about in the fourth quarter. If it's close in All-Star game, they're going to play. Well, they started in the fourth quarter tied every time.
Yeah.
So that's why that might have been why they took it as a serious and played as hard as they did from the jump. But man, they did a great job. I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting the way they played and the way they competed. But salute to those players who have been under fire for not just the last couple of weeks, but last couple of years.
Yeah. What was last year again? Was it 3-on-3?
Oh man, it was so ridiculous.
It was 3-on-3, right?
No, it was.
What was it?
It was 4 teams. It was like 4 teams of
the Survivor Series.
It might have. It was. I think it was still 5-on-5, but the teams were split in 4s. One was
it was 5-on-5, but the teams were split into 4s.
Yeah, 4 different teams.
Oh,
4 different teams. Because they had. How did they break it down? Because you had your 24 players.
God, I can't remember.
But they used one of them was a rookie team because I remember Stephon Castle was playing.
Okay.
And some random rookies. No, it was. I think it was some of the rookies from the Rising Stars game. Whoever played well in that game. It was convoluted and stupid.
Yeah. This wasn't. This took on a very national Go America thing here in this past All-Star weekend. So we'll see what winds up happening headed into next year. A big topic of conversation headed into the weekend was, of course, Adam Silver's State of the NBA address that did take place on Saturday morning. And I'll ask you this: we noted earlier, especially in a very, very lengthy conversation with Trysta Krick during the marathon. If you did not hear it, we strongly encourage you to, if you're watching on YouTube, scroll back to around 2:30 or just download the podcast and you can listen to it there. There are changes coming to the lottery system, be it a change in the lottery or a change in the draft. There are changes coming. Adam Silver and the NBA have no idea what those changes are, and that is very, very clear. So I ask you this: between now and the end of the season, how many more tanking fines do you think we see?
I think, to be honest with you, I think we see 0.
See, me and you, we spend too much time together because there's going to be a certain point where Adam goes, we can't keep fining them.
Right. I think the fines were made to make a point, and the point has been made.
I don't think it has. I don't think they care. See, that's where I don't think Utah cares. I don't think Indiana cares. Again, Sacramento is not a part of this, but even if they were, they're not going to care. Neither is Brooklyn.
They won't do it like that, though. Like, they care to the point where they're not going to do that. Where they're
the fourth quarter. Yeah. So apparently it was like, so what if it wasn't, don't do that? It was, don't be stupid.
Yeah.
Don't do it. No, like, you're making, and I think messy, maybe to call back, maybe to call back on something you said earlier. It's like, it's one thing for you guys to rule out players. It's one thing for you guys to say this person's out with a sore finger. It's another thing for you to bench your starting lineup in the fourth quarter,
right? Because
that's when Joey Fingertips calls,
right? Joey Fingertips.
And that's where the makers of these sports books and Vegas and all of that's where my phone starts ringing. And the one thing you don't want is my phone to ring.
Yeah. I think gambling.
Because Joey Fingertips has my phone number.
Yeah,
He's not calling Mark Tatum.
I'm gonna direct him to you. What's the coach's name?
Will Hardy. Will Hardy, Jordy Fernandez.
Hello, this is Will Hardy. Yeah, this is Joey Fingertips.
Man,
if you don't have Lori marketing in the fourth quarter, you're gonna be sleeping with the fishies.
The stereotypical accent of Kenny Caraway is brought to you by Kenny Caraway. See, that's karma. Like, that's what you get. That's what you get right there.
Play Jaren Jackson or you're sleeping with the fishies. We're going to cancel Christmas.
Notice they ruled him out the next day. One thing that was discussed as well was expansion. Two things were discussed in terms of that expansion. A vote coming as soon as, or maybe not a vote, but certainly extensive discussion, potentially a vote coming as soon as next month. He did not mention Seattle or Las Vegas, but alluded to teams that have talked about cities that have been talked about internally, but did say there is no relocation coming. This is expansion. These are two new basketball teams. We are not talking about relocating any team that is currently in the league.
I'm glad he said that too. I'm glad that he made that clear. You think about places like New Orleans, about Memphis. I don't think I haven't done a deep dive into this, but it doesn't feel like they need to be relocated. They don't need, like, the NBA works in those markets. I've been a proponent and a defender for New Orleans. I've seen New Orleans be turned all the way up. Like, I know on a Tuesday.
You tried to ship the Pelicans out of there at least 10 times just this year.
Not me. No, not me.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Come on, Zabo.
I'm positive.
Check
Look.
the tapes.
I got love for New Orleans, baby.
God.
I got love for New Orleans, baby. I don't want to see them lose their team.
Well, see, that's the thing. New Orleans won't.
No,
like,
you
it's
stay
New Orleans.
Yeah. You stay there.
If OKC had New Orleans intent, what's it called when people go to the games? Attendance. If OKC was bad and had their attendance, that New Orleans, it might be a different conversation.
100%.
You're not taking a team out of New Orleans.
No. And even in Memphis, like, as a the native of Sacramento and Kings fan and all this, Memphis has shown that it works. Memphis shows that it works. Like, they sell out, they're invested in the team and all this other stuff. Do you need a new arena? Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Same thing in Portland.
It's a never-ending battle in sports.
It really is. It really is. Same thing with Portland, but I thought any talk of relocation was unfair to those franchises in those cities. And I understood them. I understood why people would say that, because they're looking for a way to maybe not just have it be expansion. But I was glad that Adam Silver stepped in and said, nah, we're not. Relocation is not an option right now.
One more thing from the All-Star game and All-Star weekend. Did anything happen this weekend that makes you think the next face of the league is right here, and he's in the league right now, and he's 7'6", and he's one of the most unique, if not the most unique player we have seen in the history of this league?
Yes, the guy who won the MVP. I think that if Anthony Edwards wants it, which is what's in question, I don't know if he wants to be the face of the league, wants to do the things that are always necessary to be the face of the league. But if he wants it, he's got the game. He's the right height. That's really the issue with Wemby. Almost died.
Okay, so just real quick, Wemby's too tall.
Wemby's too tall.
Unrelatable.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
It's
all right. No, I'm gonna hear you out.
The ideal height,
I got it,
is 6'3" to 6'7".
I understand.
And Anthony Edwards, I think, is 6'5", 6'6". He's got the charisma. He's a handsome fellow. He's got everything. I just don't know if he wants to do that. We've heard him say he don't want to be the face of the league.
So here's a counterpoint to my obvious insinuation that it's Victor Wembanyama. I think the league is behind Victor Wembanyama.
Mm.
I don't know. The league's not behind Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards, everything you just said about him is 1,000% true. There's also an element that's a wild card to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you want that to be a wild card. Michael Jordan, became a wild card we had later, like going into retirement. Like, like the Hall of Fame was like the first induction. They're like, oh, Michael, a little crazy.
Yeah.
Like he was cussing on the pregame. He just eviscerated everybody who did him wrong in life in his speech. And then it's like everyone who knew Jordan was like, yeah, that's actually Michael Jordan. Not the guy you saw since 1984 or 83 or 82, whatever. That guy at the Hall of Fame, that's Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
That's really him. You heard his competitive nature come out. LeBron James, say what you will about him. He's been in the spotlight since he was 15, 16 years old. Not a trace of anything bad. The worst thing that can ever be associated with LeBron James is a television special about where he's going to play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Ant-Man's got like a stack of a few things where you're like, yeah, we probably don't want that being our guy.
Yeah, you can't have Shawn Michaels be the face of your franchise.
Well, there's that. But it's also like with Wemby, he's a natural leader.
Mm.
It's no like, oh, I don't want this. I don't want this. It's like, it doesn't matter what you want.
Mm-hmm.
When Anthony Edwards, the guy that you're talking about, is following your lead in the All-Star game, that's different. That's to go back to the Jordan, that's rarefied air.
Mm-hmm.
And you have guys who have been leaders in their own right. And we mentioned like the guys like Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson absolutely was a leader in his own right. But people followed Kobe Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
Young people to this day follow Kobe Bryant. When you follow someone, especially stars, it's different. And I feel like the league, the players, are following Victor Wembanyama. And as long as they do that, the league is just going to saddle up with him. And I don't know what it looks like to make an alien, a 7'6", whatever he is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you make him the poster child of what you're doing, but they might want to find a way. Because we looked at him the other day. He's got he's with Nike.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the Louis endorsement. He has a little bit more aura than Anthony Edwards wanted to give him credit for.
He does, but he doesn't.
I said a little.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. But he has a presence to him. And I think there's some, like, go back to the height thing. Wilt Chamberlain had a presence to him. When he is able to establish that, if he's able to establish that, it's his league. To me, it's his league.
Wilt's a good example, because I was just trying to think, like, it just don't happen for the big guys. Think of Kareem.
See, Kareem didn't have that charisma, though. Kareem was standoffish.
Kareem is kind of like Wemby.
Wemby. I don't think Wemby's standoffish.
Wemby's not charismatic.
No, but he's not standoffish. That's what I'm saying. He's got to learn. Like, Wilt Chamberlain was like, yes, I am the best. I am the greatest at this. Like, he had an entirely different level than what Kareem or Wemby has. Kareem was like constantly appeared to be angry. I don't get that from Wemby at all.
No, not that.
I don't think he knows how to. I don't know that he knows how to, like, bring it all in yet.
But he's not. These are things that are kind of undescribable. But he's not Shaq.
No,
Shaq came
absolutely
into the league.
not.
And I
absolutely
think that's what you need. Like, I don't know if
I
I see a big man
know.
doing that.
Yeah.
I don't see a big man. I don't see a big man being the face. I think, say they're both up there. To say it's Ant and Wemby, like they're the top two at the time. I think more people will gravitate towards Ant.
Well, that's okay. As long as Wemby's up there, it's fine. Because I don't think that's any different than LeBron and Steph. It was easier to gravitate towards Steph because you thought you could do that. You can't do what LeBron does. You can't be LeBron's size. Oh, I could shoot threes. Anybody could shoot that. This is Steph. You have two. As long as you have the Michael and Magic and Larry, like, as long as you have two, it's fine. As long as you have choices, right? Someone to gravitate towards. I'm perfectly fine with Anthony Edwards being up there, but I think Victor Wembanyama's right there with him.
I'm a big fan of Wemby, though. Big fan of Wemby. Like,
Yeah, me too.
He's a little psycho. He's a little
He's
psycho.
different.
I like that.
He's different.
I like that.
He's absolutely different. We're wrapping up here. Sports media insider Andrew Merchant said the discussion about a streaming only Super Bowl will absolutely be had, which leads me to believe the conversation about a streaming only Super Bowl has already been had.
Yeah.
And we have talked about this. It is only a matter of time before it's Netflix, before it's Amazon Prime, before it's HBO Max, or some god-awful streaming service that has not been created yet, that's looking to get on the map, and they're going to fork over the most amazing dollar figure we've ever seen. But there's probably going to be a reality within the next 10 years in which the Super Bowl is available only on a streaming network.
I'm with you, and I'm interested to see how that plays out.
Last question, because I think we have to go. We've got about 20 seconds. Will Sac State regret this move to the MAC?
Absolutely not. It's like Doko. Nobody regrets Doko. There were people opposed to it, but nobody regrets it.
That stupid ass name. We'll come back tomorrow morning. Make sure that you're locked in. It's Kyle Madson. It's Jesse Tapia. It's The Jump, beginning at 7 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Sac State. Big Stingers up.
So inappropriate.
Should have Vamos Michigan beat Purdue. I told you it was going to happen. Still number one team in the nation, Michigan Wolverines, gearing up for March Madness. Man, stop playing with us.
Us?
What you mean us? What you mean us? It's always been us. What you talking about?
Great, man.
Go blue.
Yep. Go blue. All right, man. Vamos. There you go. There we go. That's what we're talking about. All right, man. Y'all have a great as active black right there on the hoodie. Y'all have a great evening. We'll see y'all tomorrow, Wednesday, 7 a.m.